Is my mic working? Oh, fuck, thank fuck. God damn it. Fuck, shit balls. Scared the shit out of me. It's fine. I said nothing important. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. Audio's fine. Nothing's wrong. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, God, it's fine. Jesus, scary. Scary moments. I had another Windows update, so I don't know. Wow, my camera. What happened? Everything got fucked when I moved, apparently. You're COVID negative? Oh my God, I'm so excited, Lizzie. Are you feeling better? I really hope you're feeling better as well as being able to leave the house. All of the above is very important. Sorry about the camera. I don't know what I got up and moved, and that apparently means everything's gonna break. Thank you, David. Good morning. How are you? My hair is too soft. Need a cut. I just don't want to do it. Thank you. I tried to do something fun and exciting today with makeup. I don't know. I always try to do something different, but I feel like I end up doing the same thing because I know what looks good on my face. So I like pick some colors, but I always end up doing the same thing. I don't know. I try my best. Good morning, Mark. Thank you. My mom's also fine. Her blood pressure kept dropping, but she's all good. Good. I'm glad. Is she feeling good? I'm feeling so much better. I'm slightly congested, but other than that, back to normal. Thank fuck. I'm so tired of hearing about people get COVID who are vaccinated. Like, come the fuck on, guys. It's not your, I hope all of you know it's not your fault. Like, it's just, we're living in it. You're okay. Hey, okay is better than bad. I'll take okay. I can't remember who, there was a interview I watched years ago, and I can't remember who it was. It was a woman, but she's some famous, some celebrity, but she gave a graduation speech to her college, and she was talking to the kids about how you should don't expect, like, it was better than the way I'm going to put it, but she said don't expect to be happy more than 60% of your life. Like, we spend a lot of her talk was like about spending your every moment of your waking life waiting to be happy, or like, I'll be happy when, but it's like her point was like, be happy now. I liked it. It was good. I got it off my mom, who probably got it at work. Oh, I'm sure. Like, I was talking to Neuro the other day, and Neuro Fournier, one of my friends that I worked with at Hopkins, and he was telling me that he's pretty sure every single one of his nurses have had COVID. Like, even though they're vaccinated. I look like a vampire. God, I look pale. I just looked at my camera. Oh well. Fuck the lighting. Nobody cares. Thank you. I feel like I look a little vampire-ish, but we're gonna roll with it because I just don't want to fuck with the lighting anymore. Good morning, Sexcellent. How are you, love? Has your mom been has work been fairly busy for your mom since COVID? Just curious. I know a ton of people who have had babies during COVID, and I'm like, I don't know if I would do that. I don't know. That's just me. I don't want a baby, like, period. But, during COVID, it's just like, seems like a bad time, you know? Thanks, Lizzie. Oh my God. I can't even measure it because it snowed. It started yesterday around like 11 a.m. and didn't stop until 4 a.m. And it's so much. Like, the dogs won't even go very far in it because it's higher than their bellies. So that's how high it is. I don't know. Like, this morning, normally when I wake up in the morning, I like stretch or something, when you're in bed, and my dogs like suddenly know I'm awake by me stretching or something, and they get really excited and like try to lick my face and shit, and I spend the first 15 minutes of my day just fighting them off my face. And then I get up and I let them outside, right? So they can go to the bathroom, and I opened the back door and they just stopped and looked. They've never done that. Normally, they literally like a bull out of a cage, like just bulldoze the yard, and then they go run around and like let out all their crazy. But it's just so high, it touches their belly, and I don't think they like it. And it's frozen. Like, it's not the kind of snow you could make a fucking snowball with or anything like that. It's just this icy, powdery, crispy, fucking frozen solid bullshit. It's really cold. I don't mind snow. It's pretty. I don't want to go anywhere in it. If you spend too much time focusing on it, it tends to go away, right? Like, I did that for so many years of my life. Like, you guys know, I grew up on diets. My mom has a big phobia of fat. And so a lot, like, I would say the first 25 years of my life, I was dead set that I would be happy if I was skinny. Like, my mom would be like, "Oh, if you lose 50 pounds, I'll take you on a $3,000 shopping spree," like, all these things. And it led me to like this really weird brainwashed, like, way of thinking that, like, once I'm thin, everything will be better. I was never fat, by the way. I was thin. Had no idea. Like, you can really fuck a kid up. I had no idea. And, it's fuckery. It's fuckery. Like, just enjoy what the fuck you're in right now instead of, like, one thing that is really common among people trying to lose weight is they save their skinny clothes or they'll buy clothes they don't fit in yet as, like, a goal. But as someone who got really fat in college and then lost all the weight, skinny doesn't solve shit. And that's, like, the most disappointing part of the whole journey. It doesn't solve anything. It's mostly just cold. And see, I've been like this size, I don't know, average most of my life, and I'm cold too. So I don't really think there's like an advantage or a disadvantage. Good morning, Myron. Good morning, Justin. How are you? Check the weather and see if that's heading my way. Dude, we got slammed. And now it's like -13 or something. I don't know. I mean, it was heavy. Honestly, I'm happy. Yesterday morning, I woke up and yesterday I took the day because I'm so upset about it, like irrationally angry. So for those of you who don't know, Nine Inch Nails, NIN, led by Trent Reznor, is my like forever band. That's like my all-time favorite band of my entire life ever. I can put on their music pretty much at any point in my life and enjoy it at some point. Like they're just everything. And so I took the whole day to try to buy tickets because their pre-sale was a couple days ago. Didn't get the pre-sale. Those were like scooped by scalpers so fast. So I waited in three different like periods of queues to try to get tickets yesterday and failed miserably. And which is crazy. I still don't understand how anyone got into these queues before me because I was literally like sitting at my computer hours before they would open, waiting, and then I would get into them before they were even open. Like it was a whole thing. And then I went on these websites, like I went on all the third party websites. I was like, all right, what are these fucking resellers selling them for? They're selling them for like 4 times the price, like $400 to $500 a piece. It's insane for like an industrial band from the 90s. I'm so upset about it. I'm heartbroken. It's just scalpers. Like they have just destroyed it. And what's really weird and what I totally don't understand is that it's at Red Rocks. Red Rocks is like an amphitheater here for concerts, and it's general admission. There are no seat numbers anywhere. It looks like a Greek auditorium or something. It's just like cement benches in kind of a half circle around the stage. And if you bought the tickets from Red Rocks, if you were able to get into these pre-sales before the scalpers did, you just bought a general admission. Like all the tickets were the exact same price, except for like, this tiny little clusterfuck right up against the stage, which is for super rich people, I guess. But if you go to the third party websites, they're selling them as assigned seating for like $500 a piece. Like they've sectioned out the Red Rocks as assigned seating. There is no such thing there. Like I've been there a couple times. There are no seat numbers. So I don't know what the fuck it's just, I'm upset. I'm really heartbroken. I've seen Nine Inch Nails on all of their tours since I've been like a conscious adult, able to buy my own tickets, and I can't go, and I'm just heartbroken over it. I feel defeated. Ooh, Myron, fuck yeah. Freezing and icing over 10 minutes last night. Yeah, that's how it is here. Like, it was just brittle cold. Brittle. Tundra Beaver, thank you so much for the resub. You silly fuck. Nine Inch Nails was the band that brought my country friends together with my rock friends during high school. Nine Inch Nails, like, pulled me out of my drug haze as a child. Like, when I was way too young, like, you guys know I was expelled in 8th grade. Way too young, I would snort, smoke, do anything you put in front of me. And literally, like, listening to Nine Inch Nails and learning about his trials and tribulations through alcoholism helped me stop. As a child, by myself, I figured that out. Like, his music is so much to me. Music is everything to me. You guys know this. But Nine Inch Nails is just like, I've cried listening to their songs. I can remember, like, exact places I was when albums were released or songs were leaked or something. Like, I'm obsessed. It's a thing. And I just am so heartbroken. CJ, happy Saturday, honey bean. Thank you for 42 months, lover. Oh, it's at a festival? I wouldn't go to a festival. No. That's too many people. I don't even think we're going to fucking Burning Man this year. Like, it's just, and it's not that I'm scared. I'm vaccinated. Like, I know I won't die if I get COVID. I could get sick, but I'm not going to die. It's that the experience isn't even worth it if the whole time you're just worried, or, it's in the back of your head that, half these people around you are so selfish they can't get a vaccination. It's not an experience I want, Ever listen to many of the Wax Trax records? I don't know. Who are they? the Wax Track. Is that like a publishing company or something? I have no idea. Maybe. If I had to guess, it's easier to treat all venues as assigned seating. Well, the venue doesn't sell them as assigned seating though. That's the part. That's the weird part. Like I've bought tickets through like the Red Rocks app for we saw High Lung and then we saw Dead Mouse, and both times nothing. I mean, it was just one price the entire auditorium. It's only these third party sites that are selling the scalp tickets that are doing this, and I'm like, I'm just worried people are going to think they have an assigned seat and there ain't bullshit. Like they're going to pay $500 for a ticket and think they're going to get a great spot, and it's first come first serve. I don't know. It's weird, Sexcellent. I didn't go very far on the website because I can't stomach spending $500 for 2 hours of music. Like I just cannot do that, and I'm sure Trent Reznor would agree. Um, the whole thing is that we're due for a second wave of O, and there's muttering about people who are not vaxxed but got it mild can get reinfected. Absolutely. If you're not vaxxed, I mean, I go over it so much. I feel like I'm a broken record. Tell me to stop. Anybody can get COVID over and over and over again because there are so many different strains of it out there now. Even vaccinated, even if you've gotten it before, like you're not protected anymore. We're protected from dying, but not from being infected. Wax Trax is a label out of Chicago that is all industrial bands. Reznor has done some stuff with the bands on that label. No shit. I'm gonna look them up. Where are my post-its? I love my post-its. It's the only way I remember anything. I just stick them everywhere. Welcome back, Lizzie. Some people have had 3 variants by now. I don't doubt it. Like, I'm honestly honest to fuck. Honest to Satan.
Hail the dank lord.
I am shocked as fuck I haven't gotten it yet. And I've been tested. I've only been tested once, but I have not gotten COVID. I'm still blowing a weird bloody chunk out of my nose where they tested me, though, bastards. Oh my god, Moby, Godsmack, and Deftones. I'm not a huge Godsmack fan, but I would have gone to that and came anyways. Yeah, it's just crazy. Okay, Wax Trax. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, so that was my day yesterday. But what I was gonna say is I also woke up in the morning. So after I, let the dogs out yesterday morning and sat down and pulled open the website to buy tickets, my fucking are you taking off, David? I love you, boo-boo. Have a wonderful day. Please be safe. I cleaned the fuck out of my house yesterday. I cannot stand a dirty floor. And I'm talking filth. Like, before the snow hit, we had snow like a week ago that had melted. And so my whole yard was just mud. So every single time the dogs went outside, they would come inside and I would have to wipe their feet off. But they have hairy poodle feet. So it's like bar impossible. And the mud clumps up and becomes rocks essentially in their fur and then knocks off all over the carpet and the floors. And I just kind of like had this little panic attack. I was like, I have to clean. I can't. I just can't. I cannot stand living in like filth or like one of my biggest like anger triggers is if I'm walking through my house and I step on something or bump my leg into something that shouldn't be there. I go into fury mode and I'm like, why is it there? How can I kill it? Burn it to the floor. So I took my fucking Dyson and I sucked my house stupid yesterday, but it's so clean now. I love it. I woke up this morning, I was just like, oh my God, this feels so good. It's just a weird tick of mine, man. Floors. Good morning, Sarah. How are you, love? Chino kind of ruined it because he kept slamming the mic on the stage and causing feedback. Why was he slamming his mic on the stage? I had 6 pupils go home from my class last week. Katie, pupils I've sat directly in front of. It's fun being a teacher. Oh my God, Mickey. Sarah, a bro of the past, was just telling me that her state is passing a no mask mandate now. And she's a teacher as well of small babies. She's a teacher of the little petri dish fuckers. But literally, like they're doing it. I was thinking of you. She told me this 2 days ago. I was thinking of you. I was like, dude, what? What? Dude, the dirty pet feets are just, it's never ending. And like, I know it doesn't make me feel like I'm a gross person. I know I'm not a filthy person, but when it's just, I felt like I was living outside. That's what my floors felt like. I was like, I just can't do this anymore. I can't. It has to be like somewhat clean. It was just a fucking sty. I do. I have half the house is carpet and half of it's wood. Yeah. Yep. I hate it. Me neither, Sarah. Dirty floors and dirty countertops. Those are like two things that I can't physically walk past. If I'm walking through my kitchen, even on a break during stream, and there's shit on the counter, I will clean it up. I will quickly sweep the floors. Like I cannot walk past it. I will not stop thinking about it. It's obsessive. Like it's the thing. Like if you have counters, right? Like a kitchen with counters, theoretically those counters are supposed to be like an open workspace. But if they're filthy, who the fuck wants to work there? Nobody. So I clean it. It's a tick. I definitely have a tick. It's a thing. It's whatever. At least it's clean. Romanian noodle, thank you. I tried to do something fun today. It looks insane in real life. I was telling Mark this morning, I sent him a picture of the makeup because he helped me pick the colors. I was like, help me pick colors. I don't know what to do. And it's intense because when you do makeup for stream, I have like 3 blaring lights screaming at my face for 8 hours or however long we stream just to like light this shit up because my house is kind of dark. And so I do my makeup here with OBS open so I know what it looks like on camera. Because if I did it in natural light, you guys wouldn't even know I had makeup on. You would literally think I had a bare face. So if you saw this in natural light, you'd think I look like a fucking clown. It's like stage makeup, essentially. It's like a sniff away from stage makeup. Oh, you moved already? Oh, fuck yes. I went from being a total slob to a total clean freak overnight. Man, I have slobby ways. Like, everybody has habits that are to other people will be like slobby. Like, I can't even think of one right now. Everybody has habits that are going to be annoying to somebody, right? Like we all have slovenly habits. I just have my thing I think that annoys people is that I like it clean. And it's not that I bug anyone else about it. I'll do it. But if someone bitches at me like, "Oh, all you do is clean." I will light on my whole body will be on fire. Like, how dare you? Don't even test me with that shit. Let me live in my peace. Judy, how are you, love? No PPE through the pandemic. Yeah, I love it. It feels so good. I don't like it. Counters are for putting shit on, right? But like, who wants to put shit on the counters if there's crumbs on them or something, right? Don't invite Katie to my house. Sexcellent. Here's the thing though. I wouldn't be offended by your house. I just subconsciously start cleaning it. And no one else's mess offends me. Like, I don't judge people by their houses ever. Ever. I never have. I was not taught to be that way, like, ever. My best friend growing up literally had like rats and cat shit embedded in the carpet of her bedroom. Like, she lived in a hoarder house of animals. It was horrible. That kind of shit, I just start to clean it. Like, if you ask my friend Amelia Tyler, when I went to her house in England, I fucking raided her house. But it was fun. We did it together. Like, I love doing that stuff. She has like a little, like a back porch that's covered in glass. You know, I don't know what you call that. Like a little sunroom kind of thing. And it was just full of Amazon boxes and stuff because she never uses it. And I was like, this is a really cute room. I'm going to clean it. And we did. And then we used it the whole time I was there as like a wonderful sitting space. It was awesome. I never get offended by someone else's mess though. Just don't be offended if I start wiping your counters. It's nothing personal. It's a tick. It's my tick. I got a tick. It's nothing. I've never ever thought someone else. I've never walked into someone's house and been like, the only thing that gets me is smells. That's the only thing. Like, I'll know if you have a cat. It doesn't matter where your litter box is. I know you have a cat the second I walk in your house. Those are the only things that really get me, but I still don't judge. I mean, it's just a fucking litter box. Oh my God, Dead Kel. I have one of those fridges right now and I fucking hate it. We have that stupid stainless steel fridge. And get this, it's a stainless steel fridge that shows fingerprints no matter what of anything ever, but it doesn't magnetize. I can't put magnets on it. What? Why? Do any of you have a refrigerator that doesn't magnetize? Like, why? It drives me insane. I don't rage about it. I just clean it. I just feel tired sometimes because, like, I'm just chasing messes, you know? It feels like I have children. Dirty counters are worse than murder. Well, unless it was me who killed the counter killer. I mean, I've never killed anyone that... Well, that's a lie. Stainless steel is not magnetic, but all fridges are magnetic. Like, there's usually something in the fridge door that causes a magnetism. The sides of the fridge are magnetic, and they're stainless steel. The front just isn't. Life has me nuts? No. Is it work? Hi, Cake. How are you, love? Oh, it's excellent. Dude, I feel that way about my house, and my house is pristine. I get anxious anytime someone comes to my house. I feel the same. And there's, like, you could lick my baseboards, and I'm still anxious when people come over my house. I think maybe that's just us. Holy shit.
Medieval melody, how though? That's a really long time. Hail the Danglord, motherfucker.
Me too. Oh my god, Sarah, get this. Let's cheers. I gotta pack a bowl. Um, I do have weed ground up. Yay. Uh, smells. So I had bought a bunch of Brussels sprouts to cook, and we used half of them and didn't eat the other half, so they kind of went bad. And so I was gonna feed them to like my cockroaches and shit. Yeah, I have a lot of colonies of cockroaches. I own over 50 tarantulas. For those who are new to my channel, so I raise my own feeders because it's way less expensive. And I was like, okay, that's basically what we do. Anytime fruit or veg goes bad, it goes in the roach container. But what you have to do is if you don't buy things organic, it's just a safety thing. I boil them. I boil everything like flash boil basically, just to clean it essentially of the pesticides. Because you think about it, like pesticides are meant to kill pests, and I'm about to feed these veggies to pests. So I obviously don't want my entire roach colony to go down. So what I do is I put them in a bowl, and then I just pour like a tea kettle of boiling water over it and cover it and just let it sit for a minute, and then I pour them out. And I forgot. I don't boil Brussels sprouts. Like if any of you out there are like Brussels sprouts are fucking disgusting. How do you eat those? You cut them in half. You put them in a Ziploc bag. Put some like olive oil in there and a bunch of spices and salt and pepper. Shake it up. Put them on a sheet pan and then bake them. Holy fuck! The crispy, delicious heaven that is baked Brussels sprouts will change your life. But the smell of a boiled Brussels sprout is like rotted asshole. It's so gross. And so I did that yesterday and fed all my tarantulas or fed all my roaches. So when I woke up this morning, I was like, what the fuck do I smell in my house? Very faint. Like it was so faint. I don't think anybody else could have smelt it. But it was the fucking Brussels sprouts. Disgusting. Bleh. I've never air fried them, but I got Zach a brand new air fryer for Christmas. Yeah, that's way bigger. So we've been experimenting way more with the air fryer. Our old air fryer was so old and antiquated, like you really couldn't do anything but heat up shit in it. But it was great. Me neither. Melody, I honestly don't know how I've been streaming this long. Shall we cheers? We got a big boy air fryer. It's so nice, honestly. I like having two different drawers. That's my favorite part, is that you can heat up two different things at a time. Expert on the smell of rotted asshole. I mean, I did work in a surgery center with lots of bowel surgeries for a long time. I would not be tentative to put an expert in the smell of rotten asshole on my resume. I think I could point it out. Ours, it's not huge. It just has two drawers now, and they're more shallow because the thing with my old one was it was like shaped like an egg, and the basket was deep, like deep. And if you pile stuff up, then they don't really cook, like they should, like in an oven. So I like having the two drawers because you can actually spread shit out and it actually cooks evenly, which is nice. I'm real excited for it during the summer because in the summertime it just gets so nauseatingly hot here that we don't want to use the oven. Like it's so hot the AC doesn't even touch the house because our house is fucking navy blue in the desert, which still doesn't make sense to me. So it bakes, and I'm real excited to have this air fryer because it means we can cook without turning the goddamn oven on, which can just, bake the house. Can you fit a whole chicken in it? Does it work? I did. Everyone take your joy. It's honestly like I just can't figure out how to get it to work on Stream Elements. That's it. Take your fucking joy, motherfuckers. I know. I really want to paint the house. Like the house is it's old and it had burned down previously and was rebuilt like in the 70s, I think. But some of the panels on the side are coming off and I think we need a new roof and stuff, and I'm poor. So there's a lot of stuff that has to happen, but it keeps a roof over my head for now. Pork roast with crackle on it works? Oh, I imagine, dude. Oh my god. Listen, I'm going to ask this and I'm serious, but I feel like I'll regret it. Do you want help repainting your house? I'm going to go with yeah because it's so in the future because we're going to have to like replace all the paneling on the house first. Yeah, I'm going to go with yeah. Yeah, I'm going to make you come over. Yep. Where's my lighter? Oh no. We literally, my house sticks out like a sore thumb because it's navy blue in Denver, which is a desert. Everyone else's houses are like beige or, that Adobe, like Pueblo Adobe stickum stuff. I don't know what it's called. You know, desert houses. They're made out of it. Stucco. Thank you. Stucco. And we're just like this navy blue house on a hill. It's bizarre. Middle of winter seems like a bad time to talk a house painting. Well, I think about it this time of year, so then I don't think about it all summer and don't do it. But like painting the house right now would be a waste. Because seriously, like on this side of the house, some of the panels are just like falling off the house. Colorado's okay. I'm not a huge fan. I still haven't found anything to love about this state yet. That being said, I've only been here during COVID. But that also being said, I don't normally enjoy things that involve other people regardless of COVID. I'm still trying to figure it out. So far, it's like winter is frigid cold and miserable, and summer is fire smoke, and you can't go outside without dying. So I don't know. I don't know what people do here. CS is finally going to pay people to get rid of their lawns. Oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck. They need to do that here. It's such a waste of water. Ooh, for Christmas, I bought myself a Bissell portable carpet cleaner. Oh my God. I think I might have the exact same one. I think I might have it. Does it have like a big old hose that like curls up on the side and the brush is red? The brush bristles are red. I have it. I use it constantly. It's everything. That's how I feel about Austin. Well, everybody loves Austin. And like literally, if you Google it, what's the best place in America to live? Denver's in the top 5, and I just still haven't figured out why. The weed's all right, but I can get weed anywhere. Estes is beautiful. I mean, it's gorgeous, but I don't know. I went. I saw it. Now what? We have a very creepy airport, yes, which I have not used because of COVID. The mountains are really pretty. I think I would like it better if I lived in the mountains, but you have to be a billionaire. Like the houses up there are so expensive just because you're around trees and stuff. And like, I think my biggest pet peeve right now is where I live. I have to drive somewhere to go on a hike or a walk that's pretty. I just live in a neighborhood, no trees, just houses. So I just kind of like, I don't know. I haven't figured out what people like about Colorado yet. I'm trying. I am trying. I'm not going to give up on it. You guys know I move a lot. I'm very picky. But I don't get it. It's okay. It's kind of ugly unless you're in the mountains. The mountains are gorgeous, but you got to be a billionaire to live there. Is it that you're in the middle and everywhere is now equally closed? Well, not really. I just don't like to drive. I don't like it's a lot of effort to like it becomes a thing. If I'm like, okay, I got to pack the car up and go somewhere, whereas and not saying Baltimore's perfect, but where I used to live, I could literally just walk out my back door and walk the Loch Raven Reservoir with my dogs. Maybe I'm lazy. I just wish I had less people, less infrastructure, more nature near me. And that just doesn't seem to be a thing here. Like, it doesn't exist unless you're a billionaire, which is sad. To the Stanley, what is that? You can't smoke weed legally on stream everywhere. I mean, I smoked weed on stream before. I just didn't say it was weed. Level up, bitch. How are you?
13 months? What the fuck?
How even? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're wonderful. Hello, Spencer. How are you, love? How are you doing? The Stanley Hotel. Did I miss the Stanley Hotel? Did I miss the hotel part? So, not to like crush dreams, but I heard the hotel is really lame. I was going to go there with my family, but apparently exactly zero of the movie was filmed there. The entire movie, everything that was shot indoors is actually a studio. All they did was do one slow motion shot of the front of the hotel, and that was it. So if you go inside the hotel, apparently it's really boring and nothing looks like anything from The Shining. I was really bummed out. I was like, it's The Shining Hotel, but like 100% not The Shining Hotel. I want a bloody elevator. Give it to me. Give it to me. Haunted? I like haunted. I used to go down to oh God, what's Alexandria in Virginia a lot because it's like one of the most haunted cities in America or something stupid like that. You can get a really expensive mediocre dinner. I mean, I still would like to see it. I was just really bummed out that, like, I mean, basically you could drive past it and that would be your Shining experience, because The Shining is one of my favorite movies ever. It's so good. It made me sad. But they based it on Stanley and they capitalize it in a big way, do a huge Halloween. Do they? So, okay, if they do a huge Halloween thing, I mean, I'm down for a Halloween party anywhere, let's be honest, as long as it's not full of anti-vax freaks. Scandinavia, I know, but you guys do get a lot of rain and cold. See, I'm picky. I don't want to be wet and cold all the time. I already spent half my life, more than half my life, cold and wet. Like 27 years of my life, just cold and wet. That's how it's not a desert. Okay, but I've been to Maryland and like the entire East Coast of the United States, and it's also not cold and wet, but not a desert. So that's a lie. There are places that exist that are not a desert and not cold and wet. I know they're there. They're out there. Been there. They exist. Rainy, windy weather is the standard setting, dude. It's just, I know people fucking jerk off to Washington State and Seattle all the time, but for me, every memory of Seattle is being cold and wet. Running to a car, running to a bus stop, running somewhere so I'm less cold and wet than I would be. It's just cold and wet. I don't want to be cold and wet all the time. I need to get you to my house. Is there cooler stuff out there? This is the thing. Like, everybody that tells me, they're like, well, Colorado just hasn't been very fun because everything's shut down. I don't like to do things that involve other people. Like, the things that are shut down, I wouldn't do them anyways. I'm not a bar person or like a go out to eat person socially. I don't enjoy it. Like, by the time I get there, I'm looking at my watch like, when is it appropriate to leave and not be rude? Is it now? Oh, we didn't order shit. You know, I just don't like that stuff. It's just me. I don't know. I'm kind of lame. I don't mind the swamp heat, and I know everybody hates it. Everybody hates the East Coast. I really like it. I don't know. It's just me. I think everybody's individual. There's got to be someone out there who doesn't hate humidity like me. Got to be somebody. Dude, lawn, same. Like, I'm literally like, how long do I have to be there? I am, I know. I think I'm just dry. Like, my mom, I think I've told you guys about this. My mother, she has spots on her arms and her hands that just crack and bleed randomly all the time. And she's born and bred in Seattle where it's cold and wet all the time. Like, wet. She is so dry, her skin just tears. And I'm the same. Like, I am so dry as a human that I think the humidity was like the only thing that, like moisturized me. Well, Glut, I think everybody can agree. Like, once we're over 90 degrees, it doesn't matter if it's dry or humid, it sucks. Like, it just sucks. Oh, seriously, like, the urge to not bring my Nintendo DS when I go out to dinner with adults is so strong. And it's not that I'm bored, it's just sitting at a table, eating and having conversation, it's not enough stimuli to keep my brain going. So I start to yawn, which I'm not bored. It's ADHD. Like, it just is natural. I start to yawn a ton and I get really sleepy if I force myself to just sit here and eat and listen. I gotta do something. Like, I gotta move and fucking think or something. I just start to go crazy. It's actually like a true ADHD thing. It's chronic understimulation. We can seem narcoleptic or is it narcoleptic? No, narcoleptic, yeah, passing out, because it's literally like your brain, if it's chronically understimulated, and that's no fault of anyone around you or yourself, it will shut down out of exhaustion of trying to find something to stimulate itself. And I used to pass out in class, and my teacher could push me out of my desk, and I wouldn't wake up for like 15 seconds. And then all of a sudden I'd come to, and I was like refreshed, like I'd slept 8 hours or something. I didn't know what it was at the time. At the time, I was like, I'm dying. But now I know what it is, and I just know how to avoid it. So, like, if someone invites me to dinner, I'm like, can we go bowling instead? You can eat while we bowl, but then at least I'm not going into a coma. Or, like, anything, you know? And it's just me, and I know that. I live in the best place. There are 5 houses on the dirt road I live on, but I'm 5 minutes from a grocery store, 10 to 15 from Boulder. I still close enough to get gig internet. Dude, that's really nice. Do you guys have to worry about fires up there, though? Dry is fine is some group delusion shit. Dude, I literally will ban you in the summer if you come in my chat and go, Katie, at least it's a dry heat. Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna smoke pot. Cheers. What time is it? It's 11:45 a.m. It's basically 5 o'clock somewhere. Not that it matters. Cheers, everybody. See, Delkio, that's me too. I think it's grass is greener. Like, even living in Washington, it's not a very humid place, even though it rains constantly. So you still have like insanely dry skin all the time. And when I went to Maryland and lived there for quite some time, it was the first time in my life where I didn't have to drink 10 gallons of water all day and put on 20 lotion. Like, this is the amount of skincare I have to use since I moved here. This is disgusting. Why? And if I don't, my skin literally snaps in half and bleeds. Like, I think I'm supposed to be a humid creature. I really do. I don't know why. I'm dying. I get that, Mickey. And for me, it's like the way I'm assuming the way you hate heat is similar for me and being cold. It's not just a dislike. I cannot function once I hit a certain level of cold. I can't function anymore. Like, I literally start to chatter and shake so bad I can't speak. I chipped a tooth in Germany. I got so cold. Like, you guys know these things. It's not a choice. I don't have a choice. It doesn't matter how many fucking layers you put on me. Once it's cold, I'm cold. And I stay cold. And it's miserable. Smoke it if you got it. What up, Nemois? How are you, love? Sammy, thank you for the resub.
Hail the dank lord, motherfucker.
Dude, Dalkio, it's constant. I've never drank more water in my life. And I've always drank a lot of water, mind you. I can't function in cold or heat. That's a chronic illness, baby. I feel that. I just want to lay down and die. Yeah, that's how I am in the cold. Like, I will do anything to escape it. Anything. Like, I think, honestly, being frigidly cold is the one thing that breaks my anxiousness about humans. I don't give a fuck anymore. I will ask for the jacket off your back because I feel like I'm dying. Like, nothing's working anymore. My body, I'm a reptile, I think. Like, I don't create my own thermogenesis or something. I don't know. Maryland, it gets cold in the wintertime. Yeah. But not frigid like this. Like, we don't have the insane frigid wind coming through and 2 feet of snow. We get like a dusting of snow and it melts by morning, but it doesn't stay cold like this. And I'm not saying Maryland's perfect. Please don't think that. I lost my lighter. It's just the last place I lived, so that's just what I compare it to. It's not perfect by any means. Seriously, I wish. I'm like a popsicle human. Kino, you would think. I honestly feel less peaceful here because there's no vegetation to break up any noise. So, like, an elementary school that's 4 blocks from my house, I can hear like they're in my backyard. Like, during the school year when they hit recess, it's every fucking hour on the hour out in my yard. Like, you can hear everyone's bullshit because there's no trees, there's nothing to like absorb sound. It's just a bouncing chamber, so you can hear fucking everything. Like, there's no privacy. People can have a party 3 blocks down the road and I can hear what their conversations are. Like, it's just insane. It's really bizarre. Thank you, Carter. It's too soft today. I don't like it. It's driving me nuts a little bit. I might have to pin it up. My feet, my hands are ice, yeah. I'm the opposite. From the first vaguely warm breeze or spring until like late November, I'm sweaty. I wish. I'm so jealous of people that just like have heat in their body. Because I think like snow and wintry places are gorgeous. I want to go in it. Like, I'll wake up and look out and be like, oh my God, it's so pretty. Let's go on a walk with the dogs. And I open the door and I'm like, just kidding. I'll die. I wish. I really, really thoroughly wish I could just like be a person that can put a jacket on and go outside and not sit there and be like, I can't feel anything anymore. It's stupid. And I'm not skinny. Like I have body fat. This should mean that should do something, right? No. Wrong. It does nothing. I used to have heat in my body. I get cold now. Oh, Myron. Welcome to the cold. I'll make a recording for you one day just to torture you. Oh god, no. I've tried thermals. Nothing really keeps heat in my like this is my problem. And honestly, this is just me thinking about it my entire fucking life because I'm always cold. It, I don't create any body heat. So the point of like thermals and jackets is to hold in the body heat, right? But if you don't actually create any heat of your own, then there's no point. So it's like I just am freezing inside 10 jackets. It's very strange. Please give me all your cold and snow. Come take. Well, no, I kind of like it right now. It's okay. I don't have to go out in it. Dude, Nemois, my dad has his entire life in Seattle. He works construction, granted, so he's like like outside 24/7. But he has always worn thermals. He's really tall and thin. My girlfriend's like that. She's constantly cold. I feel like she's dating me for the body heat. She absolutely is. I 100% have put my ice cold hands on someone and not cared that it hurt them because I am taking your heat. Like sometimes my hands, I've told you that I'll bake my hands in boiling water. Like I'll just run the faucet as hot as it can go and bake my hands just to get feeling. It's just my body. It's just, you know, everybody's different, right? Any geek, I've got I mean, you guys have seen my ass and thighs. I got plenty of body fat. No heat. I guess we should be glad that snow isn't hot. Imagine if it were just like acid. Oh my god. You know, interesting, Southern Belle. I read something, this was years ago. I think this was actually when I was in college. But if you blindfold a person and you expose their skin to extreme hot and extreme cold, we apparently can't tell the difference. It's just pain either way. But it was interesting. So I don't remember the exact specifics of it. This was very many years ago. Very many. Do you know your hematocrit? One of my relatives was borderline anemic. I am horribly anemic, just genetically though. My whole family is. We've got like all the women in my from my nana's side, from the Irish off the boat side, chronic low blood pressure, low heart rate, cold. Yeah, it's all the women. Like for instance, when I was working at the PFT clinic, I used to work at a PFT clinic. If you don't know what a PFT is, it's a pulmonary function test, and essentially it's a test we can do to you to measure your lungs capacity. We can see if you have a restrictive disease or an obstructive disease, so on and so forth. And so I was working at this PFT lab for a while when I first got out of school. And we had a machine where we could actually do those metabolic rest studies where we like isolate, we literally like lock your face into this thing and you breathe into a machine for 30 minutes. And we literally like put a blanket on you and lay you in the dark and encourage you to go to sleep. Because what the machine does is it gathers all the CO2 that you use and does some calculations and measures how many calories you burn at rest. So that's like if you were an invalid, like if you were in a coma, like you slept 24/7, you never moved. This is how many calories your body requires you to consume a day just to beat your heart and breathe. And I physically can't do the test. I tried. My mom tried to do it to me because when I go to sleep, my heart rate drops so critically low. The machine thinks I'm dead and you can't set the alarm lower. So every 5 minutes, I would start to pass out and the machine would alarm like I was dying and then would rush my heart rate up and I'd be like, ugh. So obviously it's not legit test because I'm using a lot more calories than you would at rest. But yeah, it's a genetic thing. But none of them are cold like I am. I'm the only one that's just a frozen piece of ice. I had a doctor ask me to try adding niacin to my diet. I can't do it for more than a few weeks at a time. However, when I worked it in the oil fields and was super cold all the time, I could raise my body temp quite a bit. You know, I actually am allergic to niacin. It's so fucking bizarre that you mentioned that. When I was in college, I was dating a guy forever who he was the one I told you I was vegan for like 6 years, and he had a heart condition. Apparently, he was Native American, Blackfeet, and apparently Native Americans have a genetic propensity to have just insanely high cholesterol, high blood pressure, high heart rate. So to battle this, he was vegan. He did not consume meat products, like anything with cholesterol in it at all. And he was doing great. It was working for him. Like I don't think there's any one diet for anybody. But his doctor told him to take niacin for his heart. And I took it one day with him. He was scared. He was kind of a pussy, like, bless his heart. He was an engineer. And every engineer I've ever known, whether dated or been in the hospital, they're just like kind of anxious about everything and fear things that don't exist. It's weird. Like, you can't tell an engineer how long they need to keep their treatment on. Like, we give nebulizers, because if you tell them and you're not back at that exact second when you need to take it off their face, they will call the nurse in tears thinking they're dying, like a grown ass man. It's wild. Like, they'll be like, okay, how long do I have the nebulizer on? I'll be like, until I come back, period. Like, you can't give him a time. Same with this guy. So he was scared to take the pill. It was a fucking vitamin. So I took it, but I broke out in fucking hives all over my body. Like, big old heat rash hives everywhere. And apparently that can do that to some people. Be careful. Don't just take shit without your doctor, please. Goblin Spore, welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. I'm bitching about having a large amount of fat on the bottom part of my body, but still being fucking cold all the time. It doesn't seem fair. When he told hematochromatosis, what is that? Is that too much? I'm just curious. My dad and I are like well-built folk for cold, so living in the heat is like a sweat fest 24/7. I'm the only one in my family. My whole family lives and dies for Washington State. They love it. They're like, give me that cold. My dad can go out in like nothing. It's just me. It's just me. Like, something's wrong. But, nothing that anyone can do anything about. Hi, Helix. How are you, love? Anxiety and attention to detail go pretty hand in hand. Word. Word on that. Strong. Oh, dude. Well, welcome. First and foremost, I'd like to point out I am not Emma. When I rewatch Nocturne, I am ashamed of what a cunt I am able to be. Holy shit. Thank you for stopping by to see that I'm not that. It's the worst. Every time I watch Nocturne, I'm like, oh, Katie, Jesus Christ. Oh, Helix, I really hope it's not COVID. Cross our dicks. Are you vaxxed, though? Oh, they're actually both the tricks right here. My babies. They went buck wild in the snow, though. They've got to be exhausted. Once they realized they could go in it. I hope you're okay. I mean, oh, God. Being sick sucks no matter what, though, right? I'm missing a genetic marker for getting rid of iron, so it builds up in my body and starts destroying the organs. Oh, dude. I kind of have that, but with copper, which is why I have two colors in my eyes. Heterochromia. I wasn't born with heterochromia, but it keeps getting worse as I get older, like really gradually. And my doctor told me it's some people don't metabolize copper. And it's not like we're consuming insane amounts of copper, but there's trace amounts, trace minerals and stuff we eat. And it, for some reason, builds up in my eyes. So I've got like a copper circle around my pupil that as I get older, it's just slowly grown. Very slowly. I mean, it's very narrow, but it's bodies, right? We weird, but we're all alive, so we're doing it. Central heterochromia. Thank you, Koshiro. That's the one. Yeah, not the cool one where you have like different colored eyes on both or like spots. It's totally symmetrical. The first rule of roleplay, separate the actor from the character. It's hard for me to do it when I watch myself. Maybe it's because I look like my mom and I kind of acted like her a little bit. I don't know. Maybe. Hi, Deloney. How are you, love? My whole family is polar opposite. They live in the South since they cannot be in the cold too long. It's just my dad and I who can stay warm in cold weather. When it snowed in the South, we were in shorts while others were freezing. I'm like your family. Hard. Except that my whole family's in Washington State-ish and New York, both relatively cold states. And they're hot people. Like, all of them run hot and just sweat. And I'm like, and so, when I go places with them, I'm just the butt of every joke. Like, oh, Katie's gonna be cold. Fuck you. I am. You know this. Why are you doing this to me? See the video on the garbage feeding thing in the pork industry? Like, they're feeding pigs plastic that we eat, and then we eat the piggies. I mean, it doesn't shock me. We've been pumping them full of antibiotics for so fucking long now. Like, What more could we do? I'm vegetarian, so you're eating it. I'm not. Honestly, guys, there's nothing wrong with eating meat. Just try not to buy it from factory farms. If you're in America, factory farms like Tyson chicken or whatever, those guys. The devil. The devil. Don't do it. Not just because they're terrible to the animals, but the meat is not high quality. There's a crossover with the heterochromia and heavy metals. A bunch of weed growers found out that they have the same thing as you with iron, copper, zinc, magnesium. The fuck? Foliar feeding plants exposes people to the heavy metals, but in a way that most people can metabolize. Weird. I didn't know that. That's super interesting. I wonder what that is. Because no one in my family has it. Like, nobody else. My sister has the same colored eyes as mine, but minus the gold circles. She's just got these, like, steely blue eyes. They're really pretty. No one has, like, the weird... All my brothers, big blue eyes, gorgeous. Nobody has, like, this weird thing that makes my eyes look green. Most meat in the U.S. is factory farms. Oh, yeah. It's like almost all of it. I don't know the exact statistic, but yeah, you have to seek out like small farms and stuff like that. Being wireless because you're all hot all the time while someone around you screams to turn the AC off. Dude, that's me. That's me. I'm that person. I'm like, why is the AC on? It's only 88 degrees outside. What's wrong with you? Like, seriously, it could be 90 degrees outside, and if a small breeze goes by, your girl's gonna put a sweatshirt on. Like, it's just, I'm broken. Yeah. Keep smoking weed for cool eyes. I mean, I wish that was like, I mean, I definitely smoke a lot of weed now, but I didn't start smoking weed till I was 11, and it definitely happened before I was 11. Don't smoke. Don't be me. Just don't be me. Tyson are also terrible to their employees. I imagine a company that treats animals the way they do would not really rever humans any higher. I imagine. Leafy green, spinach, and iron. Dude, that's honestly like when I was first diagnosed with anemia, my doctor told me don't take iron supplements if you can manage. Try to just eat kales and like Brussels sprouts and cruciferous veggies that have tons of iron in them because the synthesized iron can make people insanely constipated. Like football poops, rip your beehole open constipated. I don't know how. I never took one. I just eat vegetables sometimes. So I've been okay. I'm just Alaskan born and raised. Normal 80s outdoors childhood, but with 8 months of winter annually and no shutting down for snow ever. That was kind of how I grew up too, honestly. My school prided itself that they hadn't had a snow day in 17 years. I shit you not. One year, my school bus literally flipped over in a ditch, and all they did was send another school bus out to come get us and bring us to school. Like, there was a bus stop right before this kind of weird hill curve you had to go up. And so they stopped and got the kids, and then the bus trying to get up the weird hill curve just started to slide back down and right into a ditch. I was in the bus, whole thing went over. They sent another bus and made us go to school. It was insane. They just don't give a fuck. Carter, me too. They're expensive. Well, we have some nice, honestly, the one nice thing about my area is where I live, it's predominantly a Spanish community, like a lot of Mexican people. So a lot of Mexican markets and the Mexican butchers are incredible and they don't overcharge. They don't believe their meat is somehow sacred because they grew it. You know what I mean? It's nice. They don't have some pretentious bone in their body. Well, they might, but they don't work it on me, I guess. Goblin. And that's the thing, like with me, I'm fucked both ways because my body doesn't create any fucking heat. So I can put on 20 jackets and still die. Like I'm still frozen inside because it's like ripening. It's like, rolling a ice cube in a paper towel. Like, what have you done? That's me. I do love working the bone, pretentious or not. Although I might be a little bit more rough with one than the other. We've seen so many worker movements against these companies. Me too. Like, fucking Christ. It's really sad that it took this long for people, like, it took something like this to happen for people to band up together. But, I mean, about goddamn time. Hi, my big clock. How are you? We use a product called BAM FX that helps little plants develop resistances to white powdery mildew and boost their nutrient uptake. Heavy in zinc and copper, building blocks for a lot of plants needs. It has a warning on it for people predisposed to heavy metal buildup. I don't understand if you smoke it though, how you're getting those heavy metals. I'm gonna have to read about it. Not that I don't distrust you. I don't know. I'm gonna have to read about it. I'm curious. Wingy. Oh my god. You saw ghosts? Oh my god. Was it amazing? You have ghosts now. It means you have everything. What do you do? I love ghosts so much. I'm so happy you got to see them. What was your favorite song live? It is, but like when the thing with with inhaling and smoking things is the permeability of the alveoli in your lungs is very tight. So that the only things that can get through the alveoli, your lung tissue, is a molecule small enough. It has to be a molecule the same size as oxygen. And THC, thankfully, is a very small molecule that travels well with water. But technically, heavy metals and sediments are huge. They could be microscopic, but in terms of permeability, membranes of your body, and the different systems, those molecules are huge. So I don't know how they would get in. But I mean, I want to go read about it. It's curious. Heavy metal buildup. I'm saying. I'd listen. That'd be dope. Praise the D, Jack. Amen. I ordered one from. Oh, I ordered from one in Kentucky. I need to try ordering from them again because the cut I ordered wasn't a cut you can really judge a butcher by. Oh, interesting. What kind of was it? A weird cut, like something unique? I think Emos is probably referring to growers using the product getting. Oh, is it the growers being exposed to it? See, I'm an idiot. This is why I asked. Adam could be totally correct. But I mean, also like things could be absorbed in your lungs that we don't even know about yet. So who the fuck knows? I may be an RT, but like nobody's perfect, right? Year Zero. Oh my god, that's one of my favorite songs ever, ever, ever. Oh, I want to sing it so bad. Oh, I hate DMCA so much. I'm so happy you had a good time. I love Ghost. Hmm. Heavy metal buildup, it does sound kind of edgy. Or maybe it would be like a 16-year-old that got a pop group way too early. It'd be like one or the other, you know? By the way, have you guys ever seen the picture of I think it's the Slayer singers? They wore shirts that said kill the Kardashians because the Kardashians wore Slayer t-shirts but didn't know their songs. It was funny. I laughed. Is that what it is, Nemois? I'm just curious. Like, I just smoke the shit. You're the profesh. Let's cheers to that. I really hope I'm like on the edge of anxious because my power, or not my power, my internet was out almost all night, and then it went out like 4 times this morning, just blinking in and out, probably because of the insane amounts of ice snow outside. So I'm just like sitting here like I'm waiting to be talking to myself. Like that's usually what happens. I'm talking, and then suddenly I notice stream's not going, and I'm like, fuck, how long has this been going? Sick. Cheers, everybody. Shut the fuck up. They sang Enter Sandman. I'm dead. The meme named 5 songs. I honestly never thought that was a meme because that has happened to me my entire life. You cannot be a presenting female and say you like metal around people who like metal without at least one of them asking you, who's your favorite band? What's your favorite song? What's your next favorite song? Your third favorite? When did they come out? When did their real album come out? Like, I don't wanna, like, I just wanna enjoy music with people. I don't wanna, like, be quizzed. Carter, do you like it so far? Ooh, what am I puffing? Today I am smoking. I think I put it away. It is. Yeah, I did. Free Mac. I'll look it up. I don't know what it's. I think it's a hybrid of something. Oops. Whoa. Whenever I see Mac as a strain of weed, I always think of the makeup. Always. Free Mac is one of Method Man's. Oh, it's a Method Man cannabis strain making its debut in Colorado. I had no idea. Well, there you go. We got a lot more than we asked for. I got it because Mac. I mean, this is interesting because Mac I've seen a million places. Like he didn't invent Mac, right? I've seen that. I've been buying Mac for years. There's no way. This is my little weed bag. I like drugs. Ye old suck and blow. Cocks and cum, everybody. I haven't seen a Dr. Green Thumb or heard about it, and I probably would have. I love Mac. It's a really good one. The magic of gatekeeping. I hate it. I hate it. And there are some bands I can definitely go toe to toe with you on. Do I want to? Absolutely not. What is the point? I love it with a burning passion. I want to set a fire wow, Katie, set a fire. I want to be a fire paramedic and try to do either flying medic. Oh, do flying medic. Do flying medic. 100%. It's the highest paying. And it's kind of like, I'd say like a 30% cush job. Because 30% of the time you're in a helicopter doing nothing. No one can call you to an emergency. You literally get to eat a sandwich. Like you get to eat a sandwich. I know nurses and respiratory therapists that have gone into hella medic and they love it. They fucking love it. Oh, Adam, have a good day. Be safe, please. Yeah, I've known people that love it. You can't beat flight. Nope. They get paid bank. And I mean, you're doing the same job. Like you're still an EMT. Like you're still just as important, if not more important. But you guys know my stories. Like I've literally coded a patient until we pronounced them dead and pulled my bagel out of my scrubs to like continue eating because I'm fucking starving. And you just like if you work in a hospital as anything, as far as I know, there is no guaranteed break. There is no person that like they don't have someone on staff that can just take over for you for an hour. You basically eat if you can, pee if you can, you try to take a break if you can, but like if your phone goes off or your pager goes off, you must respond. Period. Like that's just the way of the world. There's no way to work around that. No hospital's willing to pay a human just to be there to give breaks or something. It's insane. And when you have a medic, I mean, when you're up there without a patient, when you're on the way to a patient, like you have guaranteed time. You are guaranteed that 15, 20, 30 minutes to just breathe. No one can call you or fuck with you day, you know? I would have loved that. I want to get unhealthy food, but I don't want to stand up and go to the place. Oh, I mean, maybe that's a sign. Like if you can't physically get to the unhealthy food, like maybe broccoli. That's what I tell myself, but I still go for the M&Ms every time. The only thing is getting the experience for flight medics. So it's like, what do I do while I'm gaining that experience? Oh, how would you get experience for that? If you're going for a paramedic, I mean, have you done clinicals yet? Because usually, I mean, for RTs, granted it's different, but for an RT, usually what you do is you do all your prereqs, however many years that takes, and then you do like 2 years of in-class education on respiratory therapy, and then you do 2 years of basically just working for free, called clinicals, or it's not a residency, it's like I can't think of the other word. We're not a doctor. Most people just call it clinicals, but anyways, we usually use those 2 years as our experience, and all the people we worked with at those hospitals we worked at, we use those people as our references. I don't know if you guys, I assume you would do something syphilis? What? Similar? I feel like I need a burp. Kind of like an intern, but you are working. Like from day one, I mean, I walked in my first day of clinicals and the RT that was my mentor, like you're always paired up with someone as an RT. They give you one RT to work with for the next 12 hours. She would give me, it was one girl named Katie. We became really good friends, and I was her maid of honor in her wedding. No big deal. She made me wear 6-inch gold heels and a mini dress in pale pink. It was a time. Anyways, she would hand me the phone and pager, and that was it. She'd cross her arms. She'd answer the phone. Because she's there. Like, she's there to answer any question. It's not like I could fuck up. She's there for every moment. But they want you to know you have to like it's hard to explain. Like you have to be the type of person when you work in medical shit, you just dive in. You don't really think first, you think during. It's more instinctual than anything. Um, it's a horrible example, but it's the only one I can think of is like when we working in an ICU as an RT is kind of the highest RTs can go, other than working like ECMO, which isn't really a consistent thing unless COVID's happening, in which ECMO is being used a lot right now. ECMO you can get paid big. But if someone wants to work in an ICU, they have to come shadow with me for a couple days. So it's usually an RT that's not fresh out of school. They've worked the floors for a couple years. And if a patient codes and they stand at the door like this and freeze, they're done. We have to report that, and you can never work. You don't get to work in the ICU now. Like we can't take the risk that your body's going to freeze at a door because you're the airway, you're the heart, you are the circulation of the patient who's now not circulating. And if you don't get in the room, everyone's going to stand there and go, "Where the fuck's the RT?" And the patient dies. You know what I mean? It's horrible, but like that's the kind of personality you have, like the trait, I guess. I don't know if that's a personality or a trait. It's just the not I don't know the word. I don't know. I can't think of what it is. But that's what those 2 years are all about. Is just you work. You do you make your own sheets, you give report, like you're basically the RT, but you have someone right here behind you to make sure you don't do anything wrong and they catch you, correct you. The courage to operate without certainty, maybe that's it. It's a lot of people compare it to like the God complex. That's what they say we have is a God complex because we'll just fucking jump in. But it's not it's I don't know what it is. I think maybe those clinical years give you the confidence to know that even sometimes when you do everything you possibly can and you're there at the perfect moment, the patient's going to die. And so when you know that, there's no purpose to freeze. Like, why freeze? You're going to go do the best you fucking can. And if you bring him back, you can. And if you can't, you can't, You kind of get that mentality, like, I guess. I don't know. It's bizarre. I never was afraid to, like my first patient ever. This is a good story. This was my first patient I ever fucking walked into the room ever, my first day. So my mom is a respiratory therapist. She's been one for like 40 plus years. She's actually currently retiring. She's training her replacement. And thankfully I got to work at her hospital. Obviously not under her because nepotism, so I had to go with other RTs and stuff, but I got to work with her. And so the first day ever, I'm in my new scrubs thinking I'm cute shit. And she's like, "All right, I'm going to go give you a tour of the ICU." Because she's the boss. So she would give me a tour of everything. So she takes me and Katie, my shadow RT. I'm not shitting you. Her name's Katie. And she gives me a kind of tour of the ICU, talking about the med room, the codes for all the doors. Because there's a different fucking code to get into every door in the hospital. It's insane. And we get called to a patient room. Like sometimes you don't get to say no ever in a hospital. Like you could be taking the worst shit of your life, and if your phone goes off, you got to pinch it off and go save a life. That kind of lifestyle. It's very bizarre. Somehow your body manages it, but it's bizarre. So we get called to a patient room. So my mom's like, "All right, let's go." And my mom looks at the chart on her sheet and she's like, "Perfect. This is a good first patient for you." And we walk in the door, and the way the rooms are situated in the ICU is that the feet of the bed are towards the door, like going to the hallway, so that you can see a whole patient, like you can see face, everything the second you walk in. And this patient was probably like, this is in no way am I body shaming. I'm just giving you facts. He was like 600 pounds plus, and his gown was completely like up to his nipples, and he was spread eagle with his balls and everything out. But his balls were both the size of a basketball apiece. Huge. Huge. And my mom did this on purpose. She's a bitch. I got a lot of traits from her, unfortunately. We walk in, and this guy, the reason what was happening is his sometimes when you are what we call morbidly obese, literally it means there's so much fat on your body it's killing you now. That's just the definition of the term. It can squish your liver, and your liver controls a lot of electrolytes and a lot of balances of things in our body, like water and bile and things that are necessary. And when that gets squished and your electrolytes go a little fucky in your head, meaning the salts and stuff in your body, that's all electrolytes are, you can get a little wacky, and your body will tend to send excess fluid to areas where there is lots of excess skin, your balls, labia. I've literally walked into a patient's room and thought it was a male, definitely a female, with labia the size of softballs. Like Intense. So we walk into this guy's room. Not only does he have basketball balls facing me that are pink as makeup as my makeup is today, he is screaming, "Hi, my name is Bob. Hi, I'm Bob. I'm Bob. Hi, I'm Bob. Bob, I am Bob." Because not only do electrolytes fuck your body up, they fuck your brain up. I don't know if you guys have ever been dehydrated before, like actually dehydrated. You start to hallucinate and you get real wacky. And because his body wasn't managing water well, because the salts, i.e., electrolytes, were all fucky, his head was fucky, and he didn't know where he was, and he thought his name was Bob. And this was like my mom's ultimate test of can I keep a straight face? Because she knows I'm a goddamn clown with no poker face whatsoever. Like I laugh. If you do something funny, I laugh. Even if you hurt yourself, I'm still gonna help you, but I might laugh. And that was like her like bitch sink or swim moment. I did very well, by the way. But I've never forgot Bob. I will never forget Bob. I will never forget Bob. Bob! Oh my god, Bob. How are your balls? It was, I mean, it was literally nuts. It was the things I've seen. This is why, like, I think working in a hospital gave, hi, Knives, how are you? Good morning. I think working in a hospital gave me a really good view of bodies and my body in general, and just body views in general. When you see, like, every fucking shape of body that can exist, you stop thinking things look weird and you stop judging things. It's not that I think I look any better or worse. It's just like it becomes non important, I guess. You know? Did she say good job or did she say the nod afterwards? Oh, I think nothing. No, I never got anything from her, I don't think. I think we've spoken about it later. Like she thinks it's hilarious. But my mom, as the manager, she gets called like 500 times a day. So I'm sure while we were in there, she got called and she had to run away. She gets called. I mean, I would go insane. I was going insane with my job, the amount of times I would get called constantly to patient rooms by a needy nurse. No offense. Some nurses are just overtly needy. I would go insane. She just it never stops. Like she could be on her portable phone and her desk phone will just be ringing. I couldn't do her job. Senior doggos, stop it. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood up at this precious dog, my dudes. Look at those eyes. I'm gonna cry. He's so sweet. Oh my god, Gluttony sent me a video. Actually, it's in my DMs. I might try to pull it open, not like with here, because I don't want you guys to read my DMs. But Glut sent me a DM. I don't know if it was yesterday, a couple days ago, of a cuddly like armadillo. And I watched it so many times, I almost started crying. And I literally said out loud, I was like, my heart has never been full of so much joy than watching this. It's insane. I'll find it. Oh, scroll up. Wait. Are there wait, scroll up. Oh, stop it. Wait. Do they all have fruit on their head? Stop. I love them. Was it last night? It was so fucking good. Oh my god. There are some like some content on the internet in the world that is just so nauseatingly pure. It like cuts me fucking deep. That one cut me deep. Really deep. When I was working hazmat emergency response, we were under similar marching orders. If a contaminant had been breached and there is spark potential, which is everywhere these days, freezing up disqualifies you from ever going on a spill response again. And that's exactly hot. And I'm sure with nursing it's the same. Like anytime you want to move up to a more intense floor of care, meaning like ICU, I think for nurses like the most intense floor is cardiac. Correct me if I'm wrong, nurses in chat, I believe. That's what it looked like to me. Cuz like the way in our for an RT, we usually don't get a department. Usually we have to take care of the entire hospital. So we're like just walking constantly, whereas nurses are usually in a department and then assigned 3 or 4 patients a night. But in cardiac, it's usually 1-to-1, like one patient, one nurse. That usually means intense. That means like that nurse physically can't take care of more than one patient. I assume it's the hardest. Like that seems insanely uh heart-wrenching as well as labor-intensive. A sea pupper vid? Stop it. Like a seal? I was doing a full-time Democrat, part-time satanic child eater. Oh, I was lolling. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. That's beautiful. Part-time satanic child eater. The fuck? Oh, wait. Stop it. I had a soldier fall out from dehydration. I just love that term. Part-time satanic child eater. Stop it. Anyways, I have to read the first part. I had a soldier fall out from dehydration in front of me. Oh, much worse than I expected it to be because usually I see people just fall and get quiet. Ooh, or sick. This poor girl kept passing out and waking up. She thought she was going to die. Dehydration is some of the scariest shit ever because once you're truly dehydrated, we as medical professionals, we find it difficult to even find a vein to put an IV in to fucking fluid you. We end up putting an IO in and you don't even want to know. You don't want to know. Is it cute? Of course it is. What kind of oh my Stop. I'm gonna cry. Why is that getting me? I'm probably gonna get my period soon. The fuck? That is so cute. Jesus, dick on a dick. Stop. Look at that one right here. I might actually cry. That is so cute. Ugh, an IO. An IO is an interosteo IV. So if something's wrong with you, there's myriad of reasons why we could not find. Like sometimes, honestly, we need to get so many drugs into you at once. We need to do an IO because we've run out of access. That's sometimes the case, but most of the time it's severe dehydration. What we do is we literally have a drill, like a vroom vroom, and we drill an IV through your shin bone, and it is so alarming every time they do it. Like I'll be up at the head, like bagging a patient or intubating, putting a trach in, and all of a sudden you hear. Ring, ring, ring. Sometimes you're hit with a little blood splatter. It's not a fun time. Drink water. Oh, and what's crazy is the worst is when you have to pull it out. So IOs are almost exclusively done in the ER. Yeah, that's usually where like the crash is happening. Occasionally we have really bad crashes on the floors for one reason or not, or in the ICU, but more often than not, it's happening in the ER. And the ER's job is to assess, treat, and either street the patient, meaning you don't need to be an inpatient, or determine their level of severity of whatever and then put them on the floors and we take care of them. So they usually like get every IV possible access, pump them full of fluids and drugs, and then ship them up to the floors. So we get them with all these IVs. We got to untangle them, and then we kind of the nurses sit and decide like what we actually need, what we could do better, because the teams in the ER are all about survival. They're not looking for pretty. I mean, obviously they're not. I'm there. I was down there a lot. I love the ER. It's high adrenaline, my kind of shit, but it's about keeping you alive, not about keeping it pretty. Whereas in the ICU, usually if you're in ICU, you're going to be there more than one night. So nurses are not only keeping you alive, they're thinking about what does the next nurse on the next shift have to handle. So keeping things organized and pretty makes it so much easier to come on shift and take over an entire person's life. Imagine. But when we get an IO, we almost always change it to a normal IV because usually by the time they get up from the ER, you're hydrated enough that we can find a vein or something's happened. And when you pull it out, I mean, it's like a movie, like like a fountain of blood squirts straight out of your shin, and it's just so alarming. It's aggressive. That's shit they don't teach you about in school. You just get to see it someday. It just heals itself, seriously. You're pretty hardcore. Like they pack it and they treat it like a wound, but when it looks kind of like what they drill into you kind of looks like one of those nails that has like the big plastic like mushroom you would put on it under it to like protect the wood. I think it's to protect the wood from the nail top. That's kind of what it looks like, and then we plug an IV into the middle of it. It's actually got a little crosshair, and we would plug our IVs into it. And so we use a tool to just pop that whole thing out of your leg, like the thing that looks like a nail with the plastic part on it. And it's as big as an IV that would go in your hand. I don't know the exact gauge. I can't think of them anymore. What is it, 24? Is it a 24 gauge? When we do, so as a respiratory therapist, I don't fuck with veins really, not on purpose. That's mostly nurse jobs. I know all this just from experience and working with many amazing nurses who are open to teaching me things because I don't like to be bored. We use gauges that are like 36, like super small, because I'm going into your artery here. So I can't. I know nurses can get up to some big fucking gauges of needles and stuff. Like it's wild. I've seen some insanely big needles. As a needle phobic, like it's a little alarming. But an RT we use really skinny. Like sometimes even if you're a really small person, just petite in general, like my one of my mods, Alchemy, she's like 4'11". I would actually use a pediatric ABG needle because they're even thinner. It's even a smaller gauge and they go less deep and it doesn't hurt as much. Like the less invasive I can be on your wrist into your artery, the better because it's just pain. When you are a little person, hydrate. You do not want an IO. That shit. I mean, I've never even got to talk to a person after it, honestly, because as an I always worked ICU everywhere I went because it's the department where there's going to be the most going on to keep me busy for 12 hours, and I can't stand to be bored. Shocker. But when you start to get better, we downgrade you. So you go from ICU to PCU, which is like a little less, it means you're not dying, basically. And then we put you on the floors, which means, you basically need to get checked on by your nurse to make sure you're okay, but you're really doing solid. And then you usually go home from the floors. So by the time the patients are like awake and functioning, I don't even get to see them anymore. So I'd love to ask someone like, "What? Do you have a dent in your leg?" Because holy shit, I saw some shit go down on that leg. It's wild. It's intense in an ER situation, like how rough we can be to keep you alive. But it works. I mean, if it works and you can recover from it, why not? A lady in my group was like, I thought I was getting my period. And the other ladies were like, that's the estrogen from your stored fat, girl. I was like, yo, that's affecting me right now too. They were like, yep, that's real. Also, if you lose weight really, really rapidly, you can get gallstones. Just an FYI, Myron. Um, when I did my little get really heavy in college and then lose it all because I was in a really unhealthy relationship, I lost it really fast because I identified the problem immediately and just like was like absolutely not. But that was when I found my ulcer. But when I went to the ER, they were like, this is probably gallstones. If you've just lost a lot of weight, it's definitely gallstones. And it has something to do with like all the weird minerals and shit that build up in fat cells, like trying to be metabolized at the rate that you're losing the weight, something like that. I'm not an expert in that stuff. I'm a respiratory. I'm a belly button up. But I remember learning about it. I totally don't want to be inflated again. You also don't want gallstones. Holy shit. Ow. I've heard they're terrible. I've never had them. But if they feel anything like my ulcer did that day I went to the ER, no thank you. 36 gauge is the size I use for my cat's insulin shots. Yep, I think they're about the same size. I have a bunch of ABG kits in my house somewhere. I should find them, break one open for you guys one day. But they're real small. Whereas vein, like nurses are usually accessing a vein because we're putting things into you. And so it's probably going to stay. So we want a big bored needle so we can flush lots of meds into you without it getting clogged. Just so Myron, the way you can avoid it is lots and lots of hydration, which you've already been told probably, and just monitoring your like added salt intake, if that makes sense. Like there are foods in nature, like celery is insanely high in salt, believe it or not. Like lots of cruciferous vegetables have lots of high salt, electrolyte, minerals. That's salt is just another word for like minerals content, and that is what can add to that buildup. So your body's going to be losing all the fat cells no matter what, obviously, but you don't want to like add in. It's like adding insult to injury essentially. So monitoring your salt intake and just making sure you're getting lots of water and flushing in it. I'm literally taking count of all my macros each day and making sure that I'm getting at least a little bit of everything. Dude, that's dope. I used to. You guys know this. I think I've told you this before, Myron. I'm not allowed to do that because I love doing it, and it becomes like a video game for me. Like it doesn't matter how skinny I've become or how many like I gotta keep going. So I don't let numbers be around me anymore. But I love doing that shit. I like math. It's weird. Absolutely, Myron. Dude, I've seen pictures of gallstones. I've heard horror stories. Like, any way I can help a friend out, why not? And water's never gonna be bad. You know that you can't, you know that you shouldn't overhydrate. You absolutely can. Sorry, I almost said that wrong. Adding in salt. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That was really good. LZT! Hello, lover. You might want to consider being a teacher online. I think you'd be really, really great at it. I've honestly regretted not being a teacher, but I don't know how, though. Like, I'm never going to go back to school ever in my life. You really, really have to cut my legs off to make me do that. Ever. And I kind of do that here. Like, I don't know. I feel like some of you learned something from the jibber jabber of vomit. My sister had gallstones. Her skin turned an odd yellow color. That means they blocked her biliary duct. Sick. I ignore the calories. The nutrients seem more abstracted, and I really feel comfortable with those. That's what matters, is the nutrients, and you already know that, obviously. With all this ER discussion, I feel I should tell you that I've been in the ER twice since Christmas. The fuck? Bloop pressure. I assume you mean blood pressure. Why, though? Do you have that, like, genetically? I like those moments, too, to be fair. I need chapstick. Do not play 2048. What is that? It's not really an obsession. It's like, maybe it is. I think it's part of my, OCD is obsession, I guess. Wow, Katie. I was going to say, I think it's part of my OCD. I just love counting and numbers. My brain does. I don't consciously, like, seek out things to count. But if I get to, I can feel it. It's, like, cracked my brain. And when I was in college, I was in a really unhealthy relationship, and I was eating my feelings, and I got unhealthy. And I recognized it and ended everything that was causing it and lost a bunch of weight. I forgot where I was going with it. Damn it. Oh, I was using calorie counting apps. I would use I can't remember the name of it. Wow. I really blanked it from my mind. I can't remember the name of it anymore, but it was like the most popular whatever, app to count your calories and shit. And then on top of that, like, you guys know I run. And so I was like, well, I could get a running watch. I've never tracked I basically track my miles by just like looking at my course I do, but I've never tracked my running. I did one race way years ago, hated it, never again. I run for me. But I got one of those. I got like a really nice Garmin watch that would track like like I'd wear a band on my heart and it would track my calories burned to the T. And it was almost like a management video game, but my body. Like I was treating it like that. And the game has a winning point, but your body doesn't, and you can just keep going. And I got really, really I could see my sternum and my rib bones in an icky way that I was uncomfortable with. I firmly believe that everybody has like a comfortable body shape. It doesn't have anything to do with BMI or weight. It's where you feel I'm comfortable here. Like my clothes fit. I don't feel like a sausage squeezed into a too tight casing and I don't feel bony. And I was getting like bony. I could see my acromion process poking out and I didn't like that. I felt like I had a wing growing or something. And that was just me. Like to someone else that might have been gorgeous and like the ultimate runner body, whatever. I didn't like it. So I deleted all the apps from my phone and I was like, no more counting. And I got rid of my scale. I don't have a scale in my house. Like I just can't. And I know that about myself. It becomes a ticky thing, kind of like my cleaning the carpets. Kino, I still do that. I count stairs and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like a weird safety thing. Like now I know how many stairs I gotta jump to get out, or something ridiculous like that. Jesus, it's weird. Brains are very interesting creatures. I was trying to give them some cookies I made, and they just shut me down. They told me I was trying to fatten them up. Oh wait, the nurse students in my school are so weird and mean. They judge my class and talk behind our backs. The fuck? One of them thought you weren't doing anything but learning how to drive an ambulance. I'm sorry, what? They're gonna have a rude awakening when they are real nurses and they realize how much they depend on their paramedics. The what? MyFitnessPal. Yes, that one. That app was very unsafe. Because you can set your calories to whatever you want on it. It's like we suggest 1,200, but you can make it 300 a day if you want. It's not a good thing. as the count. One. Dos. Mine's never been counting anything specific. It's just like I love numbers in games too. Like I used to play ESO and, calculate the numbers of damage points for whatever build. Like it's more like it's like a recipe. It's like putting a recipe together. It's not like high intense math. I'm not doing anything super impressive, but I like that stuff. It gives me like a cracky lift, but when it came to my body, like there is definitely a point where my body is not a healthy weight, but I wouldn't recognize it because I was still beating the game, you know. I want to exercise more, but then ADHD, you're going to sit down and do nothing. That's an order. You're going to be paralyzed by choice. Stare at the wall and cry for 3 hours. Okay. But my life's not going that bad. It's terrible. It's the worst. Okay. ADHD's a bitch. It started with an insurance exam where I got turned down for my blood pressure. Went to the doc, got meds. Meds didn't work. Multiple med changes. Still hit 200 over 140. What in the fuck? What the fuck? Potassium bottomed out. ER1 wanted to admit me, didn't, so meds continue not working. I end up ER2, get admitted, and now I have the right meds. Released to exercise. What? How? For real. I sound like a bitch and sarcastic, but for real, you gotta assess your life and like figure out why the fuck your blood pressure's so high. Cause that sounds like a chronic stress. That's a chronic blood pressure, I'm assuming. Like, if you've gone in multiple times and it's high every time, that's not associated with white coat fever. I have white coat fever. My blood pressure is always higher the first time they take it, but then after 15 minutes of sitting in the room, it's much lower. But that is not. Other than, insanely clogged arteries or something genetic, like, how are you feeling? Because, wow. I love you, Sales. Be safe. That was from the end of October to this Thursday when I finally got to see a cardiologist. Oh my God. What was that like? How was it with the cardiologist? So, what are you on now, if you don't mind me asking? This was literally, your shit is my jam. This is the shit. This is the shit. Are you on a lot? Do you feel better? Like, how are you feeling? I'm assuming, like, when you went to the ER, it's because you felt shitty, right? Or were you, like, doing your blood pressure at home and you were like, wow, it's high again? Like, do you have, like, physical symptoms? I'm sorry if I'm super nosy. Tell me to fuck off. You know you can do this. Oh, Dread Pirate. They're enormous. I know. They're actually, like, super curled up right now and cute on the couch. Because they somehow, for, like, enormous standard poodles, they can curl up in a little ball like a squirrel. It's magical. But if later today, I'll have them come say hi. And when you see them on my lap as a 6-foot woman, you really see how big they are. Their heads are bigger than my head. Like, their skull is massive. I really hope you're feeling better, Judy. Like, seriously. Because you don't deserve to have that. Like, that kind of shit, that's the kind of shit that can drop you at a moment's notice. Like, you wouldn't even know. I went to the ER first time because of a pressure in my chest that wouldn't go away. Entirely new sensation, and that's the night I hit 200. Okay. Okay. So you're on, like, an exercise regime, and you're eating different, and are you feeling like you haven't had that weird pressure on your chest? Judy, do you stretch when I say stretch? Bitch, I'm calling it right now. Drink some water and get up and stretch, motherfucker. I'm gonna call your name every time now. You're my personal patient, bitch. Husky has 2 modes, attention seeking and cinnamon bun. That's these guys. That's literally the poodles too. Oh my God. Except it's much smaller. It's incredible. Like, for as big as they are, they can curl up on my lap and fit. Oh, glut. I got it. I have the DMs open. I really this I haven't clicked the armadillo because I'll probably cry again, but I have to show it to you guys.
Hey, pumpkin.
Stop it. Oh my God, it started playing. But we deeply need to take a break. We haven't taken a break in 2 hours, which means I've been sitting for 2 hours. Some of you have been sitting for 2 hours. It's time to stretch your butts. Oh, Carter, I gained a college 75, bitch. It's cool. Knives, no. My internet was going in and out all day, so I didn't even like sometimes I don't know if you guys get this. If your internet's like kind of not great and you try to open a DM, like sometimes it won't open, but the program will think you opened it and it will count it as red and then it goes away. So when my internet's funky, I just don't touch anything except like automatically texting or something like that. I'm gonna have to check it out. It is good time for a break. Since then, it's been about returning to doctor because readings were staying high, 160s, 110s. So the multiple changes, but started feeling not right again. So ER2, this time they didn't let me go until we got it figured out and followed up with multiple tests. Good. To confirm no blockage and no damage. And there is none. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, thank fuck. I didn't want to ask. Like, in case you hadn't had those tests, I didn't want to scare you. Thank fuck. Literally, I was thinking you had some fucking blockage and I was going to lose you forever. And I was about to go, like, hate fuck myself to death. That is not okay. You must stay with us. Your soul is still under my bed. Like the fuck are you gonna do without it? Oh yeah, Judy, dude. And that's so as someone that's the opposite of you, I have chronic low blood pressure. Like my blood pressure is like like corpse levels. If I'm on a med for some reason or if it's really hot, my blood pressure goes up because I think I'm trying to like cool myself off. I start to feel like sick. But if I take my blood pressure, it's normal people's blood pressure. It's like 120 over 65 or 70. I'm like, cool. But I feel sick. Oh, yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, we talk about that a lot. And I'm sure you've heard me a million times. Everybody's so individual. You got to learn how your body feels. No DVTs. So scary. I'm so glad you got that done, though. Seriously. Oh, Dread Pirate. Well, you didn't put it anywhere. Technically. So, it's cool. Let's take a break. Stand up and stretch your legs. Not to bring back horrible topics, but the number one way that people who sit a lot for their jobs, i.e. streamers and computer-esque people, die is by sitting too long, standing up, throwing a clot, and having a heart attack, and then your cat eats you before your mom finds you. And then no one ever gets to see your face again, and that's just really sad. But you could prevent that by like drinking water, not consuming too much added salt, meaning, you know, like salt and preservative food and like shit from the freezer and stuff. And like just doing this. Seriously. Oh my God. Everything popped. That was amazing. Sometimes you just get these lovely surprises. I love stretching. It just feels good, dude. Always remember to stretch your dicks. Pee after sex, get vaccinated if you can, and wash your fucking hands. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna let my dogs tromp around in the snow, and I'm gonna pee. Load your bowls. I'll be right back. Maybe. Hi, Brooby. A massive load? Oh my God, maybe a unicorn load. Jesus, what are you eating? There's a fucking dog here stuck in my earbud. Hold up. Hold on, that's super loud. Hi, Brooby. How are you? I can't hear you yet because hair on earbud, but how are you? Ah! It's fine. I didn't turn. Oh wow, I turned it way down. Sorry. Jester, I never try to cut off these songs. They're so pretty, it seems rude. I just try to turn it down a little. Just a little bit. God damn it. It's a little trick here, I can see it. Hi, Tyrion. Thank you. I actually broke a couple off the other day. I was pretty upset. But what do you do? Lady Wolf. Oh my god.
Hail the Dank Lord.
How you doing, honey boo boo? Lone Warrior, oh my god, how are you? I did kind of, I don't know. I used the same colors on every nail, but I can never decide like one design. I never do one nail and I'm like, yeah, I'll do that on every nail. I'm like, I can do something better. So they all look different, and then I shut this one in a fucking door. Ouch. Ow. That was a pain. Oh yeah, Goblin, they're enormous. Lilith, Trick doesn't really, like, go up on his hind legs very often, but Lil loves to hug. She's the pale one. So she can actually, on her hind legs, put her hands on my shoulders, and I'm 6 feet tall. They're huge. They're just spindly. They're thin, so they don't look huge, you know? But see how small they can, like, curl up? It's crazy. They can become, like, these cute little deer creatures. I love them. They're just so precious. Fighting your PC? Oh, God. Last night when I turned my PCs, turned my PCs off last night. They were like, shut down and update. I was like, what? Why, though? It's Jim. It's always Jim. 2 months you came back. Did you know I have a Jim tattoo now? Probably not, because you've only seen me in Nocturne. I have like a 3-foot tattoo down my ass and thigh of Jim. It's really cool. Lone Warrior.
Thank you for the resub, motherfucker.
And thank you for those Bezos bucks. I shall spend them on drugs responsibly. Thank you. Hello, Goblin Love. How are you, love? Oh, they're mine. These are my nails. I do at-home gel. I have like a little UV light and gel nail polish. It's the only thing I can get to like stay on my fingernails because I wash my hands way too much. I think honestly, I wash my hands constantly because I'm like, dealing with bugs, roaches, tarantulas, lizards, and nail polish just sucks, like regular nail polish. So I just do gel nail polish, but my thumbs I always cut off because I do too much. Like I draw and paint and stuff. I cannot stand to have super long nails, and that one you can see like the quick is way too low now. I really fucked that up. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how it happened. Yes, this is a tattoo you haven't seen yet. Yes, because it's not finished. And Knives doesn't want to see it till it's finished. Little Black Dress, it's stupid easy. Seriously, if you go on Amazon, seriously, and just like look up gel nail kit. I mean, it's like $20. You get a little, all you need is a bottom coat, a UV gel bottom coat, top coat, a color you like, and a little light. That's it. It's stupid easy. Like I never ever explain the gel. Yeah. So all I do is I do like cuticle care. So I like put oil on my cuticles, shove my cuticles back, and then you use the bottom coat. It's just a clear coat, and that essentially protects your fingernail from all the colors and stuff. So you put a bottom coat on, stick it under this little UV lamp for 20 seconds, put a color on, UV lamp for 20 seconds, top coat, UV lamp for 20 seconds. Except I obviously do way more than that because I'm extra. But it's dumb easy. I mean, you probably want a nail file to file your fucking nails. I don't know. That's up to you. Yeah. Let me give you a permiso. Yeah. There you are, love. Hi, Will. How are you? I do them hella thick. I mean, look how thick that is. That's a lot of layers. I do them super thick. Because just some of them, though. I don't know. You can probably tell the ones that aren't that thick because they only have one color. Like this one, that's my real nail. Because it's just got one color. It's really thin. But, like, look at how thick those are. Because I do, like, a layer, and then I sit there with a Q-tip and, like, swirl it, and then I do glitter and swirl it. Like, the more layers you do, it's going to get really thick. So I have big nail files that I'll, like, file the top down sometimes. I get really into it. But you absolutely don't need all the fucking weird tools and shit. Less than 20? No shit. Oh my god, thank you, Goblin Love. I think that's literally the exact lamp I have. I'm not shitting you. That's the exact lamp I have. Yeah, it is. That's the exact UV lamp I have. And it's, I mean, compared to like getting your nails done I know a lot of you have no idea, but to get just gel nail polish, like no fake nails on, they're just gonna give you gel nail polish, can cost like $60 at a nail salon, and you can just do it yourself. And like with gel nail polish, the reason I really like it is you can do so much more cool stuff because you can dry it instantly. Like I can put a layer of light green on, dry it instantly, put a layer of fucking watermelon pink on, dry it instantly. They're never gonna blend together, and then I can sit there and like sand holes into it and make it look like a geode or something. You know, there's so much more you can do. I love nail polish. I've painted my nails since I was forever. But this shit is so much more versatile if you like to do nail stuff. Rustic Man's who a big goth inside. Same. I identify with that spiritually. Like, raised as a redneck, yet definitely has seen Queen of the Damned over 100 times. Oh, something wrong with her whiffy? Boo. Haircuts are a ripoff. Like, I've really noticed it since having short hair. Because arguably, I have like if you go to a hair salon and you pick a service, it's going to say men's haircut or women's haircut. I have a men's haircut, but they charge me for a women's haircut. I'm like, but why? You did the same work. Like, you shaved my neck and like trimmed my hair. They always charge me more. They always charge me like $60. They're like, oh, it's a women's haircut. I'm like, how? My hair is like, some of my hair is this short. What? And this, I mean, I haven't had my hair cut in like 8 months or something. It's kind of, I get that, you know, I completely get cosmetologists deserve to get paid. Like, they deserve money, but the gym tattoo. Are you working with a Denver artist? I am. Oh my God, I blanked on his name. Catherine. It'll come to me. Give me a minute. It's more than a style I'd need to do with a buzzer. I was told the same stuff. No shit. Huh. Just tell them your hair identifies as male. I'm afraid then that would like bait some like transphobe idiot to like make a joke at me, and I'd be like, don't do that. We're gonna have a fight in public if you do that. Shh. You know. You can't ban people IRL, so I'd like have to go for the throat. My sister used to live in Cali, and she had small places. Got them an AC router years ago. When they moved here to Ohio, they have like 3.3K square foot home, and parts of their house it just doesn't reach. Oh, that's precious. I'm scared to buzz my own. I've dyed my own hair, but you just end up in prison. Exactly. What's a gym tattoo? Oh, okay. So if you haven't seen the show Nocturne, it is a live action role-playing game show. Not game show, just game/show that I was a part of on Table Story, which is a channel here on Twitch, twitch.tv/Table Story. They have different RP shows going almost every day of the week. They're amazing. And there was an infamous character in the show named Jim that my character created on accident. And he, like, I didn't do it on purpose, but Jim is the name of my biological father and my grandfather, both dead. I didn't do it on purpose, but it's kind of cool. So I got this really cool tattoo that's not finished because it's huge. Like, my first sitting was 6 hours, and it reaches from about 2 inches above my knee to my ass. It's on my ass cheek, like half my ass cheek. I let him have the piece of I literally said, this piece of this body is yours. Like, do it. Do what you want. I love when artists do that. They always do their best work, I think. Just found out Nocturne's listed as a TV show on IMDb. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that's so bizarre. It's cool knives, but I mean, it will always look cooler when it's finished, obviously. Like, right now, it's like all the line work is done, and I'd say like a third of the color. I'm gonna DM you a link. Me to him. Yes, do it. He's very good. I am very, very picky. And I tend to favor tattoo artists who have a very distinct style. Like, I've never had a tattoo done by someone who does classic style, you know, like classic. Nothing, not that there's anything wrong with it. It just doesn't appeal to me. My tattoos are kind of, well, this one, I'd say my side one is kind of classic-ish esque with like my tattoo artist spin. I literally picked the artist that did this one because he specializes in doing roses in a really like in a beautiful way that I like. He makes the roses look kind of sharp and not soft and flowy. He makes them look very angular and sharp, and I like that. So I picked him for that. This guy does kind of like a surrealism watercolor style with lots of depth, and he does lots of like the term on the internet I've found lately is called vulture something. It's basically just people who like photography of like dead bones in pretty arrangements. He kind of does stuff like that, like lots of bones and death and overgrowth, and yeah, he's really amazing artist. Wheezy, what up? How are you? Oh my god, little black dress. I'm gonna cross. Oh, that reminds me. I need to plug my phone in. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna cross my dick for you. I hope so. Oh god, Will. You poor thing. I am. And I do. I mean, like, this is my other big one. Like, obviously, very much a very specific style by a very specific artist. It looks so ashy. I should lotion. Jesus. I know Trick is right behind me. He has been so clingy today, and I don't know why, so I'm trying to ignore it. I love him. Trust me, he's gotten plenty of cuddles. Pack thine bowl, and then we shall cheers. I definitely have a hit. I packed a big bowl. Yeah, this is my one I got by Jenna Kerr in Wales. Literally flew to England to get a tattoo. That's how picky I am. Banana, you're correct. Sometimes I like to say I'm a really laid back person. I'm not really picky about things. I am picky about these. For sure, for sure, for sure. But I mean, if it's gonna be on you literally forever, like it's your skin now, I don't see why you don't have the right to be picky. And if you find an artist that you truly like bond with and love all they make, then it doesn't matter what they do on you, you're gonna love it. That's kind of how I view it. You know, versus forcing an artist to do something outside of their comfort zone or outside of their scope. Oh, it is. Tyrion, she did a phenomenal job. The only thing about it really is the white is gone, but I knew that would happen. My very first tattoo is on my hip of a white rose, and my skin is very olive, you know, like kind of jaundicey yellow. So all the like shine spots of the crystal are now kind of dingy and yellowy, but I knew that would happen. Like she knew it, I knew it. We all knew it, which is why like if you see most of Jennifer's art she does mostly silver or like black and white filigree, but on me she did gold. I think I was like her first or second person she ever did the gold filigree simply because of my skin. It was kind of cool. That's another thing. Always find a tattoo artist that works with you know, skin tone that matches yours, for fuck's sake. Holy shit. There are some tattoo artists that literally will turn me away for my deep skin tone. I'm like, what are black people going to do when they want your art on them, bitch? Maybe learn things. I don't know. The fuck? It's weird. Some people are very strange. I've met some very strange tattoo artists in my day. Yep, and that's Wheezy. Seriously, this big one on my leg that I'm getting for Nocturne, same. Like, I emailed him and I was like, I would like to give you just a chunk of my body and you get to do what you want. I love your style so much. You know what I want out of this. Yeah, some tattoo artists. I mean, I think it's cool. Like, it's, you know, it's like an artist having a style. Makes sense. Shall we cheers? Not go because fuck them. Same. Like, I would not go. What? Every tattoo artist I've ever actually gotten art by, they tattoo all skin. Because skin is skin and you work around it, you know? You just I think what happens is some tattoo artists are not comfortable being honest and saying, you know, this color is not going to show up on your skin tone, or like my tattoo artist, everyone I've ever had except my first one because I was a child and went to a sketchy place, but they've always said, you know, we can do this, but if there's any white ink, you realize that's really not going to do much, right? It's just going to like make it look milky. I'm like, then let's maybe skip the white ink. I don't know, just an idea. This bitch ain't paper white. Nobody, like, who is? So few people are paper white. They are out there, granted. I did, Daniel. It's fucking gorgeous. Did it hurt? Like, how much did that hurt in that area, though? Hi, Nightcrawler. How are you? I've decided to adopt this, but my first and only so far tattoo was because I've been craving it for over a decade and didn't have enough cash to find a tattoo artist and go to them. Oh. Ooh, knives. That's so exciting. I keep meaning to message my tattoo artist and schedule another appointment, but like my first appointment was literally like $1,400. That's how big my tattoo it is. So it's it takes a lot to stomach that kind of money. Cheers, everybody. Daniel, that's what I thought. I love neck tattoos. I think they're really cool, but they scare me. I had the back of my neck pierced years ago. It was less painful than any other piercing I've ever had, actually, to be honest. But um this tattoo I have a scythe with a bunch of roses and shit around it. And part of it, the way that my tattoo artist built it, it's beautiful. He created the design so that it would like complement my body. Part of it reaches onto my back, pretty close to my spine, and it's like right over where my kidneys are. I have no idea if this has anything to do with it, but I almost passed out when he hit that area. Every time he had to work right here, like on my back skin towards that area, I would start to like shake and I'd have to stand up and do squats to like get blood back to my head. And I can sit through some massive amounts of tattoo pain. I have lots of ink. That, for some reason, fucked me up. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Weezus, you have to send it to me. R.I.P. Aaliyah. Speaking of Queen of the Damned. See, and I want a spine tattoo so bad, but every time I think about it, I think about that rose that's on my back. I don't even know how close it is. I kind of want to look. Just how close it is to my spine. Okay. So, like, where's my spine? Here? Yeah, it's pretty close. Fucked me up. Like, my tattoo artist even was like, you need to stand up. Like, he knows me. He's done lots of ink on me. And I've never reacted that way. Like, I usually can sit through I can sit through a certain amount, and then I'm very aware when I hit my limit. And I'm like, all right, let's call it for today. Those roses fucked a girl up. Yeah, it's like 3 inches from my spine. Yeah, I think I'd be fucked. Like that area, it's just like there's no fat. You have like, I don't have any fat on my spine at all, or my back really, and so it's just skin on bone. Uh, honestly, like the worst part of this was anytime he was on my ribs because there's just no fat there. Like, I don't think most people have much fat, like content on your ribs. It's just skin. So like when he was doing the handle of the scythe, he would go 1, 2, 3, and just do the entire line, and I would just sit there and hold my breath. It was, yeah, all the nerves. I mean, it's literally your spinal cord, right? Like all the nerves in that area. Well, I wear these pants for my penis. LZT, you know that. These are my penis pants. So, if they didn't, I'd be offended. It's 71. The fuck? It's so cold here. I got a tattoo on my neck, upper back, right on my spine. I felt the pain all into my feet. Shut the fuck up. You really did. What like happened to your body? Just curious. Like I wanted to compare it to like, cause for me, it was like shock. Like I got really cold, but I was sweaty. And when I stood up, I was like shaking. And I literally like, I didn't have a top on because part of my tattoo goes under my boob. And when tattoo artists do your tattoo, they want to do it with the way your skin naturally lays. They don't want to like stretch your skin or pull your skin in a weird direction. and a bra does that naturally, like pulls your boobs, right? So I had to lay there with no top on. So when he told me I had to get up, I was literally standing in the corner of the tattoo parlor with my hands on my nipples, just like doing squats, trying to get blood back to my brain. It was hilariously weird. Sometimes he comes to chat. I'll point him out if he's here. Tattoos are awesome. I mean, I have tons. I honestly think they're worth it because this is how I get through a lot of my tattoos. And this was actually a piece of advice a dentist gave me years ago. You guys know most of you know. If you don't, I was stepped on by a horse when I was 12, like 3 days before my 13th birthday. And so I spent a very large portion of my life in a dentist's office getting my face fixed because at the time I had braces. And so my teeth didn't get knocked out when the horse stepped on my face. My jaw just shattered into a million pieces and they had to, like, it was the thing. For a very long time. I forgot where I was going with this. Pain. Oh, and the dentist told me it was one time, I can't remember what I was getting done, but I like my whole body would kind of flinch every time they did something that caused a little bit of pain. And I think it was like drilling into a tooth because I have a couple root canals where they just had to cap the tooth because when the horse stepped on me, basically because I had braces, I didn't lose my teeth, but because I had braces, instead of my teeth like knocking out and getting out of the way, they all just fissured onto each other. So all of my teeth on the sides all have a perfect crack down the middle. So they had to cap a couple of my teeth. And I think he was drilling one and I flinched and he goes, "Katie, think about it this way. It's not ever going to get any worse than what you just felt. Was that really that bad?" And I was like, "Oh no, I think I just flinched because I'm ready for the next level." And he's like, "It won't." That's kind of how I treat tattoos because most of the time it's absolutely true unless you're getting one in a really bizarre place like your fucking chest bone or something. It's never going to get any worse. So if you can just like breathe through it, it's all right. But when it hits that one spot on my back, I can't. I can't breathe through it. Do your tattoos change shape when you gain or lose weight? So honestly, I have seen a lot of people that have gained and lost weight, and as granted, these people, like, as long as you, I'm not saying you have done this, and there's no shame if this has happened to your body. I don't body shame. Been there, done that. Not the body shaming, just being extremely overweight. If you gain weight to the point where your body starts to, like, not look like a real body anymore, like the fascia of your skin breaks. I'm sure you've seen some people where they'll get like a fat deposit that grows off their leg. That's not going to suck back in and disappear. You know what I mean? Whereas I've seen people that just got, kind of overweight, so their arms grew, like they just got kind of chunky arms. The tattoos didn't change shape or anything. The ink looked more dense. That was it. Honestly, the tattoos looked newer. Ow, you shocked me. Get away from me. The tattoos looked newer. It looked like brand new because it was like with less fat under the tissue, you could see the color more bright or something. Or maybe because the skin wasn't just as stretched. But I've never seen them like actually change shape or morph or anything like that. Even on old people with wrinkly skin, they still look like a goddamn tattoo. I don't know where all these stigmas came about what we're gonna look like when we're old. So stupid. Yeah, the dentist advice, it's helped me get through a lot of shit in my life. Like, if you can handle it, it's not gonna get any worse than that point. Just breathe. Pain's not really that bad. It can't, like, most things that hurt can't actually kill you. Collarbone scares me. Collarbone scares me, but I have broke my collarbone, so I kind of have like a bump. Except where your shoulder meets your chest. Like this soft spot under here. Or like here. Yeah. I've heard all of this. My ex Brian, you guys know Brian, amazing human being. He has a tattoo that goes across his chest of like this cool video game thing, but he wants to get it colored, and he said literally exactly what you're saying. This spot right here, he refuses. No one will ever touch again. And he has lots of ink, and he said that's the worst thing he's ever felt in his life. Well, it's just like a squishy gap of nothing. Like, what do they even press on? Did they just like pull it over your collarbone? I don't even know what they would do there. It's so nothing. I've heard, oh my God, Ice Falcon. There is a really cool tattoo. I've seen it circulates on the internet every once in a while. And this girl got these beautiful spider web done in her armpit, like up her arms. It's beautifully done. I mean, you guys are probably like, ew, spider webs. No, it's gorgeous. Really, really fine line work. It's so gorgeous, but the pain. The pain. Yeah, exactly. Get out of my head. Exactly. I'm just like, I've accidentally like shaving my armpits, like cut my armpit before. Nah, like I want to cry thinking about it. My first tattoos were honestly one of the most painful places for me. The wrist, rib cage, and calf. How was the wrist? I've always wanted a wrist tattoo, but it looks and like common sense tells me I shouldn't do that. Nixie, that's exactly what my tattoo artist has said to me. Literally, the one in Seattle that did my. Ma'am, we just took a break. Do you need to go outside? See how big they are? I'm telling you, they're huge. He told me that that's the tattoo artist bet when they all go drinking is, like, I bet you blah blah if you win the fucking darts or whatever the fuck people do. I don't know. I don't socialize. But he says they bet getting one dot done in the middle of your hand. That's the bet. Apparently that's how bad it hurts. That being said, my specific tattoo artist literally has the entire golden snitch tattooed on the palm of his hand. I don't know if that means he's lying or he's lost it. Don't say hi. I said what? Bitch.
A true OG would know. There is no such thing here. We are all OG. Hail Satan. I think I need to put my dogs outside. They're fucking losing their minds. Really? Oh.
I always wanted to get the Bioshock chain on my inner wrist, but it's like there's nothing there. It's just tendons and veins and all the things we shouldn't poke. Yeah, this one actually, I have a big one that goes up my arm, but this whole thing I watched her do. It was totally fine until she hit just this spot, and there's actually like a gap in the line work right there. It's the only place you can even tell there's a mistake because I could not take it. When she hit my wrist bone right there, I was like, and I had to look away, and I think my whole arm kind of jerked. It was bad. That is horrible. Horrible, 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 horrible. Jester, isn't it interesting? I've thought about that a lot. Jester said, willing to bet if you get enough ink done, you're a bit of a masochist by the end, regardless. It's interesting that we shame, scarring and scar tissue and people who live a life, but we can literally pay thousands of dollars for someone to etch pain into our bodies for hours and hours and hours. And some people shame it, but not for that reason. They just think it looks dirty or something. Thank you, Poop Deck. How are you, love? Is Trick actually... Oh. He's definitely got the upper hand. They're going to shock me. They always shock me after they run around on the carpet and, like, get an electric shock, and then they come touch me. Little bastards. Going out of a tattoo place with bandages on your wrist, I've walked out with so much weirder. Oh, my God. When Ryan did this one the first time, he literally mummified my core of my body because I bled a lot. I'm a bleeder. I bleed. It happens. There's not a lot of fat there, so it's literally just skin. And so he had to, like, wrap my entire core of my body in, like, saran wrap and Mepilex. And I walked out, like, mummified. Like, I can't put my arms down. Oh, yeah. I've had some interesting... And, no top on. Like, I couldn't have a bra on, so I was just, like, sitting there like this. With a lot of saran wrap on my body. It was an interesting time. It's fashionable self-harm, right? All that anime? Ooh. I don't know if I could commit to an entire sleeve of one thing. Like, I have, like, this one that I have that I've shown you guys is very dark. It's dark crystal themed. If you couldn't tell, with a gigantic purple dark crystal in the middle with a gap in it. But I don't know if I could, like, I only get one arm. Like, I only have a couple of tattoos. They're all just really big. I kind of go big or go home when I get tattoos. I don't have anything. My first tattoo is a very dainty rose on my hip. Like, that was my dip. But I don't know if I could be like, yeah, this is going to be my something. Because I'd be like, but what if? Like, I'm only 33. Oh, Jesus. What's happening? Chaos back there. Chaos. I need an Elder Scrolls themed tattoo. I don't know if it'll be Morrowind. Oblivion is the one that I literally failed classes playing, like in college. Like I paid to fail classes to play that game. I don't know if I need a tattoo of it, but I kind of do at the same time. I don't know. Same though. My anime sleeve has a bunch of anime characters fighting each other, then a demon taking them all. Ooh. Do you have a favorite, Ice Falcon? Or do you have like, I know that's really hard, like a top 3. Like I could never say my favorite band. Oblivion Gate. You know, I've actually thought of an Oblivion Gate because little did many of you know, Millie, my life partner who passed away this past year, rest in peace. The wrinkles on her forehead literally made the Oblivion Gate. I know, super nerdy. Uses Sanderman? What is that? Malice Parks? That I like the Mepalex. You can still move in Mepalex, but the Saran wrap, that was an interesting. But it was just it's so awkward and big. Like I don't know what I would have done really. Clavicus Vile. Clavicus Vile's the tits. Top 3: Demon Slayer, Akami ga Kill, and oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like for me, music is everything. I could never. If someone was like, "What's your favorite band?" I'd be like, "Who has one favorite band?" And how? When it's too much, it starts to look dirty. Sort of like when you mix all the colors together, you just get poop color. I kind of like worry about that sometimes on myself. But then I see, like, I think it's the way you go about it. And I think it's personal preference. I don't want anyone to feel bad about tattoos you've done, or I'm not judging. For me, I don't understand this whole, like, I'm going to look like a piece of notebook page paper when most of the kids getting these tattoos to make them look like a piece of notebook page paper have never written on paper. They've had iPads since kindergarten. I don't get it. Seems like a waste of a lot of real estate. It's just like a random word and like an X and like a teardrop or something on their shoulder. It's not my favorite. But that's just me. To each their own, right? It's their body. What kind of mod? Oh, are you doing like the survival mod? Of an S&M show I went to like 20 years ago where a young woman was suspended upside down and wrapped with saran wrap. Ooh, it sounds so sweaty. It sounds so sweaty. Seriously, Jester? The fuck? Fire Force? That's a good list, honestly. That's really unique top 3. I'm going to be honest. Like, it, I would have put money down on that most people in chat would have had, Fruits Basket or something in the top. I don't know. One of those top, very fan servicey types. I'm in the bath, just laid back, and my cat just decided to settle down on my chest. Oh my God. You're so lucky. I have a growth. I think I need to take my dog. Ma'am. She doesn't understand how big she is. They canceled it? No shit. When? I feel like I would have heard about that. Jesus Christ. We have quite an anime community here in the holes. You know this. We always have. These dogs here. I just can't with them. That's so sad. I feel like I don't know if it's like the pandemic did it or like the accessibility of online streaming, but I feel like instead of long running really good shows, we're just getting a lot of 1 or 2 seasoners popping out, and then they just come out with more and more. Like they're just accepting like every idea that exists anymore. Like bring back Pushing Daisies. That was such a good show. I'll talk about it forever. For fuck's sake. For cosplay. Oh, is that how she makes like a cast of her body? I've always wanted to do that. Sanderman is the sticky bandage, kind of looks like plastic wrap and stays on for a few days. I think it's the same, what I call it Mepalex. I don't know if that's actually what it is, but it's what we use in the hospital to like, we use it in the hospital to like stick your IV on you, you know? It's like that clear sticky stuff, but you move and it like moves with the heat of your body, yeah. I'm okay with 1 to 2 seasons. I don't like it. I feel like, I don't know. Some of them, some shows, they do it on purpose, I guess. Those ones, yes. Casting for parts that need to be form fill, I've always wanted to do that. I want a body form so bad, but I cannot find one that exists that looks anything like myself. I need to make one. I don't think Bethesda should ever be paid for the amazing work. Its community does it 100%. Do you remember like the rage in the community when that shit went down? Ice Falcon, the fuck? Why though? Ma'am, can you say no? Like to drugs. This is my anti-drug. A ditto form. I've heard of those. I think those are pretty pricey. I'm not cool enough for one of those yet. Maybe someday. I know, but for what? I just hope you're. Yeah, I know you'll be safe. Come back. Come back, motherfucker. I'm gonna go stick my dogs outside real quick because they are really being very annoying and they're shocking the fuck out of me. Literally, one of them is under my desk right now, just breathing heavy on my knees. Quick break. I'll be right back. Stretch your dick, slow to bowl, do what you need to do. I'm gonna rid myself of the hot breath. I'll be right back, my dudes. I'm sorry. I don't know what's crawled in their anuses today, but they are just full of piss and vinegar. Anyways, they lost their fucking minds outside. They literally just like, phew, 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 like crackheads. I don't know where it comes from. It's just like out of nowhere. They just turn into fucking crackheads. Anyways. Crackheads, I'm telling you. The longest anime I absolutely adore, both Fury. I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. God, those anime names are just unreal. So long. Mayo.
Hi, gay.
How are you, lover? Oh, there's one manga I saw literally named A Story About Wanting to Commit Suicide, but it's scary, so I find a Yandir girl to kill me, but it doesn't work. What the fuck? I mean, I guess if you run out of ideas. Sure. Kelty, how are you, love? I moved my Wolfie picture last night and I was thinking of you. Were your ears burning? Ascendance of a Bookworm? Is it good? I feel like I'm overtly picky when it comes to anime because I can't stand the fan service shit or like lolly nonsense. I get really bored. But I found some really good ones. My day's going fairly well. Knock on wood. My dogs are annoying the fuck out of me a little bit, but that's to be expected, right? Hello, Erica. How are you? 0 fan service. I love that. That's rare. Check. Oh my god. I have the one DM up right now. Did you send another one? Which one do we watch first? Wait, which one do we watch first, Glut? It looks like they're the same character. Because I pulled up the other one I wanted to show chat. Watch the new one first? Okay. Guys, this is very important. Earlier today, I mentioned that Glut sent me a video that gave me more joy in my soul than I've felt in my life. I believe this video is related. And I would really like to share it with you. I hope it gives you the same feelings it gave me. I've seen that so many times, but it's... What the fuck? I'm assuming she rehabilitates babies, probably because the moms get hit by cars a lot. But holy, did that not just like heal a part of your soul a little bit? No belly rubs, right? Like, not to ruin the illusion, but wild armadillos are rampant with rabies. Please don't touch them. Please leave them alone. Yes, it reminds me of that exact Pokemon. I wasn't allowed to play Pokemon when I was a kid, so I don't know the names, but I've saw them. And yes, Kino, I know the exact one you're talking about. Yes. Sandshrew. He looks like Sandshrew. Like the most adorable thing. Baby animals are adorable no matter, right, though? Like the only ones, and even them, baby birds. But even then, it's kind of cute. I don't know. Like, have you ever seen a baby, like, owl? Their heads are so heavy, they sleep face down on their stomachs. It's precious. I die. Not well, I grew up kind of poor, and it wasn't that we weren't allowed to. It wasn't like this is the devil. It was like it's money. Which my mom just she would say we couldn't buy it. We're not going to buy into that fad. And so like Pogs, Pokemon, anything where you had to like buy a bunch of something, it was like we're not buying into that fad. That's just going to be a fad. No one's going to be into it. We're not buying into that. So I just never had them as a kid. I saw them. Ooh, the second part is important. Wait, move it where? I just moved it on my big wall of pictures. I reorganize them all the time because it's like the perfect Jenga. I have lots, like all the art and stuff that you guys have sent me, a lot of it. Not all of it because I don't have that many picture frames, but a lot of it I framed and put on a wall in the main part of our house. And I just like Jenga them. Just, I'm always looking for like the perfect balance, you know? And saw you were live just, popped in before a therapy appointment. Go forth with love in your heart. It's just a fad. Oh, I know. My piercings were just a fad too, and tattoos and everything goth and the metal I liked when I was younger. My blue hair, the makeup, video games, all a fad. Obviously. I woke up to one of the worst nightmares. Somebody decided to make a company for making NFTs and tabletop RPGs, which means I now have to talk about NFTs, cryptocurrency, and the blockchain for work. Ugh. I wrote a 2,500 word reply on the post to my boss made on the site trying to explain how all this bullshit works or doesn't work. Is this something they're talking about, or are you just having horrific nightmares out of nowhere? Because ew. Oh no, we weren't. I mean, I was raised Catholic, but if you were raised Catholic, you know, it doesn't really carry anywhere in the house. Like we weren't actually like banned from anything. My biggest entertainment, obviously, honestly, that my mom bought us when we were kids was books. And still to this day, I'm obsessed with reading. I love reading. Oh, little Missy, give her loves from me. Isn't it weird the baby animals are always cute for us, but human babies look ugly like 50% of the time? How does that make sense evolutionarily? I have no idea, but I agree. No idea. Honestly, I think something chemical happens when a mother gives birth that makes them like addicted to their baby, or for lack of a better word. I don't know. I think there's something chemical that happens beyond cute. These NFTs are another Ponzi scheme. Want to buy one? Please don't. I still don't understand what they are.
Go Pikachu, come
I
out.
I almost don't want to.
I'm gay.
Did I miss a link?
_ 419 tipped $5. CK, last night Rod showed me his Alabama poop train before we dressed up and did clown play with some spiders, but because of my spider blindness I got confused and ended up with tarantula hairs in my urethra inside my alpha female pussy.
Oh no. I don't. Tarantula hairs in your pee-pee hole, man. I've had them on my fingertips. On your wee-wee? Stop it, it's real. New York poop train. Where's Poop Deck? Poop Deck, are you still here? New York poop train may be back in Alabama. State orders temporary halt. Train cars loaded with biosolids or sewage sludge sit at a rail yard in Parrish, Alabama in March of 2018, awaiting transport. What? Poop train is real. Hi, CL. How are you, love? What? I know where they can send that poop train. Straight to Mar-a-Lago. I don't think they'll have any trouble getting there. I don't think there's any traffic. personal trauma and so on. If we were another type of animal, human babies would look quite like animal babies do. Probably. I mean, kids get cute. It's like they get cute once they can talk and be horrible humans or something. I don't know. I think babies are kind of cute, but they're, I don't know. I've seen a lot of babies though. Like they kind of all look the same at a certain point. No offense to anybody that has babies. Your baby's precious and very unique. I just used to birth them. Not myself. I like caught them, you know. That's a hazard. Poop train could explode. Methane under pressure. I would assume they have some sort of filtration. Jesus. I mean, seriously, I thought the same thing. NFTs are virtual receipts for virtual crap that you don't own. The fuck? You don't own the rights to and can easily be stolen, scalped, and pirated while never retaining their value so that you can someone else pay. What? People are spending money on these for real, though? It seems illegal and bad. I've seen like YouTubers and stuff say that people are selling NFTs of like a screenshot of their screen of like their Twitter banner or something. I don't get it. No, I was just saying I haven't checked them yet. My internet has been going in and out since we started getting this snow. And I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but sometimes when my reception is shitty, I'll go to open a DM. It won't open the DM. It'll say like failed to load because the reception. But the program, like Discord or something, will actually think I did it, and then it disappears, and then I never actually go look at it again because I forget once the internet comes back. So I just didn't touch them yet. But it hasn't flickered yet. Cross your dicks. It's fucking snow. It's actually like melting, so seriously, cross your dicks. Look up line goes up the problem with NFTs. I don't know if I want to know any more about something this ridiculous. It sounds like cryptocurrency bullshit. Because of the way the blockchain. Oh god. Great. Beanie Babies. Seriously though. Like I said, it took me 2,500 words to explain the basics of what NFTs are. The short version. Imagine if people were buying receipts that said they owned a Beanie Baby without getting the Beanie Baby or without permission of the company that makes Beanie Babies, and a rainforest got burnt down for every NFT sold. So they're really bad. Why do these exist? Okay. Good to know. I'm very anti that. Wow. Jesus. That's insane. I don't want to watch a 2 hour. Like, I don't care about it that much. I like the Cliff Notes version. It just seems kind of nuts. There's oh god, what's his name? Oh, fuck me. It's like I think he was a big YouTuber. Poseidon, Ice Poseidon. He like created his own cryptocurrency and yanked all the money everyone put into it and is just keeping all the money. Like bought himself a Tesla or something. That's what it is making me feel like that something like that's going to happen. For comparison of okay, wait. Here we go. For comparison, a Visa card transaction, uses 0.0014 kilowatt hours per transaction. Versus, I'm trying to find the verses. Did you say the verses? Oh, a single NFT transaction uses around 240 kilowatt hours? What the fuck? Why? Who did this? What the fuck? Thank you for the follow. Moon, welcome. Sorry. What the fuck? But why? Why would someone want to not own? Why is... I have so many conflicting thoughts and questions. Why is a big resounding one. It doesn't sound like escaping capitalism. It sounds like, I mean, the ultimate like win on capitalism side is paying money for nothing, right? It's because of mining, which basically means updating the ledger with new transaction to exchange for some cryptocurrency. Oh, and that's what takes that insane amount of chunk. What's the kilowatt per hours? I don't want to say the wrong, you know. It's just capitalism with extra steps. Yeah, it's like capitalism on crack. That's what it feels like. They want to create something that's artificially scarce so they can own it, but it isn't. Something can't be scarce if it's not even real. I don't know. Am I an idiot? Am I not getting it? I don't see the win on anyone's side. Like, I don't see why anyone would buy into this. Hi, Monkey Jesus. How are you, love? You pay nothing. Oh, wait. You pay money for nothing. They just want to be the ones with the money, not under the boot. Who would pay the money? Like, what kind of person is buying into this? Are they thinking they're actually getting something? Like, physical or... yeah. I understand, like, the people that win. Like, the people selling are... They're... yeah, but, like... What? Why would someone buy that? To own something that doesn't exist. Yeah. Money laundering. It kind of sounds like money laundering. Yeah. It's a pyramid scheme. Yes, it's complicated enough to obfuscate. I love that word. And yes, people buy into it thinking they'll be on the right side. Okay, so it's like I was going to say pyramid scheme. That's what I was kind of picturing in my head. Wow. Like fine art. Yeah. Weird. So they're like, wow. Wow. It's a 2-hour fuck. I'm not watching a 2-hour video. First off, I'll get dinged on my channel. Second off, my attention span doesn't last that long. Wow. Damn, that's amazing. Wow. Kelsey, I don't want to say they're stupid. It feels like desperation. It feels like, kind of like maybe people who are a little paranoid, desperation, That's just like 2 fucking hours. That's what I'm saying, Angel. Like, who the fuck has the time? 10 minutes? Sure. Someone will break it down eventually for us. We'll find one. Woo! It's just so I'm baffled. This is so weird to me. It's like stocks kind of like throwing money at nothing, like literally creating a false item. Is it just another like stock market? Are they trying to create another stock market? The reason crypto got anyone's interest is to make a decentralized currency that isn't subject to taxation or interference of what you can and cannot buy. This is a popular idea after seeing the 2008 banking crash. The problem is then that you don't have any of the protection of the regulated market. The currency is not stable. The value fluctuates wildly from second to second. On top of the transaction times to make it... Ooh, chat. I fucked up. This is a popular idea after, say, the 2008 banking crash. The problem is when you don't have any of the protections of a regulated market, the currency is not stable. The value fluctuates wildly from second to second. On top of that, transaction times can take a minute to hours. So buy time, you try to something you may not have even paid. Wow. Wow. Sounds like people with too much money for their own good. Is that what's happening? Is this like a new offshore account thing? I get what Kino said. Like, it's just it's if anyone, it sounds like a pyramid scheme. Wild. Trying to catch up. Sorry, guys. They updated the tax code, so effective 2022, cryptocurrency transactions, including NFTs over $5,000, must be reported to the IRS. So, does that legitimize it? Does that legitimize the currency? Cryptocurrency is also frequently used for money laundering, for drug smuggling, human trafficking, and worse. There's no good in this, it sounds. Wasn't Musk pumping NFTs? Is he? Ew. That would tell me everything. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to him. Oh, it just means they can tax it if you claim it. I wonder, how would they audit it? I mean, how? Wow. I kind of want to watch the video now. This 2 hour. I don't know how the fuck I'll ever pay attention to a 2 hour video, but it seems crazy that they can tax an illegitimate. Because how could they audit it? Or I'm so. What's happening? As a mean to escape capitalism. But why are these everyday people like, I just don't know how they're buying in. I assume people aren't like inherently that dumb or, gullible. There's also a bunch of celebrities violating FTC guidelines but being sponsored by an NFT provider and not disclosing it was an ad. Oh. The fuck? Like, Justin Bieber was given $1 million in Ethereum to buy his NFT and didn't. Hashtag ad. The fuck? I am baffled. It's if I have too many questions to pick. One, they're all shooting through my brain at one time. What the fuck is a big one? So, I'm gonna try to like function this question out for everyone. This is everyone just to think about. So, what ZL said, and I think is like the overbearing like thing, is that it's these people selling NFTs to the everyday man to escape capitalism, right? But like the everyday man, human person doesn't have extra money. Most people that are like the everyday person are middle class, living paycheck to paycheck, like exactly, like down to the penny. How is this a win for them? That's a big one. Like, that's the one. Thank you, Ice Falcon. I did it myself. Dyed it. Didn't cut it. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's super Ponzi scheme. And it just seems so blatantly obvious. That's where I can't wrap my head around anyone buying into it. That's where my brain is like, this is so oozy of a Ponzi scheme. This is so blatant. It's Cutco knives at the door, you know? Oh, wait. Gwyneth Paltrow, Reese Witherspoon, Brie Larson, and others did the same thing. They bought into this? Really? The fuck? Like, they played off their audiences to make lots of monies for nothing? ZL, yeah, I think I might have to, like, somehow, like, get a hold of Adderall to pay attention or something. Just kidding, don't do that. Yeah, I don't have an attention span for long-ass shit like that. Like, I'd get the first 15 minutes and drift off into La La Land, start doing my fingernails or something. I wish people made more condensed information, but I totally get it. Oh, Minty, that's not good. What's wrong with you? Work on a running. Okay, so cryptocurrencies work on a running ledger system, so every transaction is recorded in the chain. It does this by computers and acts as authorities on what transactions take place in what order by comparing to other authoritative computers doing the same checking. When enough come to a consensus, it's written to a ledger. Now, this creates a problem where illegal transactions, fraud, cannot be remedied or can only be remedied by rolling back the ledger. Rolling back the ledger can screw up, I imagine, literally fucking everything. Hi, Jables. Sorry. My brain is so rocked by this NFT shit. I am baffled by it. I'm learning. I'm getting learned up by chat. It reminds me of the lottery, only with higher pay in upfront. Buy and sell some NFTs, and you might get a huge payoff later on. That's yes. Yep. It's like Mary Kay. Like, if you sell enough makeup, you might get a pink car. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. It's like a lottery. It's gambling, but it sounds very expensive and so blatant. Like the people, the celebrities just like blatantly, yeah. Everything hurts. The CEO of Creative Artists Agency is co-owner of the marketplace where the people buy and sell NFTs. What's happening? NFTs can reduce the overall value of chain utilized in its securing. I mean, I feel like it's just so obvious. Hi, Viata. I'm learning about NFTs. They seem so dumb. Think of all the people who bought a fuck ton of comics in the 90s, hoping they would be worth a fuck ton of cash, like Action Comics #1. That's who it attracts to crypto. And see, that's why I can't wrap my head around it. I've never been a collector of stuff. I would rather collect experiences in my head, I guess. Wow. I am like the overly attached girlfriend lady. I think that vid said she made $300,000 on her image. I I don't ah, hmm. Yeah. I am icked. I don't get it. It seems like a really big waste of money that none of us have. Seriously, gamers, you have like gamers and Kino, you guys have taught me the fuck up. I've learned so much, like more than I would have ever learned from some 2-hour video, honestly. Like it's really hard for me to take in content that way. The CEO of their talent agency is telling them, quote unquote, you're promoting this thing, like they do with dozens of other products. So why would the celebrities question it? They might lose their agent if they do. But it's actually not a thing. Is it 15 till 4:20? I should pack a new bowl. Thank you. I've just been sitting here like with my jaw dropped for 15 minutes. I probably look like a porn ad or something at this point. It's so many people are like in hock and can't afford, life. But wow. Oh, they think there's like some paradigm shift and NFTs are the next big thing. Well, anytime there's like something successful, everybody thinks that, right? Isn't thank you, Knives. You never know. Jesus Christ. To looking into crypto and looking into all BS schemes, I mean, if I was like a big deal enough to have to worry about that, I would definitely do something like that. Because if someone tried to sell a fucking like quote unquote NFT of my face, no. What? Absolutely not. Hi Ashley, how are you, love? We're grinding and packing for 420 if you'd like to join us, but no pressure. And I'm learning all about NFTs because what the fuck? What in the fuck? It's wild. I mean, it just seems so obviously sketchy. I don't know what's a word. It seems not right. Something not right with that boy. You know what I'm saying? Fraudulent, very fraudulent and illegal. Exactly. Oh, Nemo is. Ooh, fuck yes. Ooh, what is this, Kino? Is this the fucking 2-hour video though? Oh no, it's only 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes? If NFTs were honest. Oh my god, guys, it's a 5-minute video on NFTs. We might actually be able to pay attention for this one. Oh my god, Viana, shut the fuck up. Those are so fucking cute. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. The Visty love is so fucking cute. I'm gonna die. Sephora deliveries and the milk purple stick is here. Oh my gosh. Isn't it great though? I kind of hate that I haven't had one product by Milk that I don't like or love. They're amazing. Ooh, was wondering why I felt off today. Forgot to take my joy last night. Anxiety's a bitch when it comes to remembering things. Tamoon, I totally get it. 100%. I think we've all been there, right? But take it now. Don't get down on yourself and just like, we all do it. We all fuck up. We're only human, right? This weed is dense. Are you feeling better? Good, I'm glad. I usually feel better immediately. Like, it's kind of crazy how fast it works. Oh, shit, Chrissy Kins. Did you just get oh, it was a link. Jesus Christ. Fucking bot. The problem with NFTs. Good. Oh, is this the 2-hour video? I'm going to save that. That's the one about the overly attached girlfriend. That's crazy. I thought Zoloft was an antidepressant. I could be wrong, though. I've never been on Zoloft. But I thought that was an antidepressant. A lot of ADHD meds can give you anxiety if they're too high of a dose because they are an upper, As an artist, fuck NFTs. As a creator on the internet, fuck NFTs. Are this generation star maps? Oh my god. I mean, I remember I brought that up with my mom. Someone at her work was like, her fiance proposed to her by buying her a star. And I was like, that star's probably dead. And she was like, Katie, don't be morbid. I was like, I'm not. Like, most of the time when we see a star in the sky, it's already dead. What the fuck? How can you sell dead light? I don't get it. I'm not killing romance. I just don't get it. How? Who owns it? Right, Pendragon, those same. I think that's how all of us should be. Like, I completely sympathize and understand wanting to escape capitalism, but buying into just another person's Ponzi scheme is not. It's not the way. It's not the way. You know what I'm saying? I know. I probably will watch ZL and like in portions, like getting up and moving. Or honestly, I can listen to stuff like that and absorb it if I'm actually up doing stuff. So like feeding tarantulas or something, I'll put it on, then I'll actually be able to absorb it. It's true scientifically due to the way light works. I mean, it is. But like, who can sell dead light in the sky? I don't. Who?
Go Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer _ 419 tipped $5. CK, I want an alpha female puss because according to noted female medical scientist Bro Rogan Big Space Dick Daddy Bezos' current girlfriend is an alpha female. I'd like an alpha female puss so I can use it to beat up the 9-inch nails ticket scalpers you woo.
We could get you an alpha puss like Miss Crabtree, and then all the scalpers, they'll all fit up in there and be trapped forever and ever in just like this effervescent space of fluid and nonsense. I'm down. Exactly, gamers. That's the thing. It's like things are fucked up, but that doesn't mean we should all jump on and throw our money at the next fucked up solution. Like I'm what I call like a patient gamer. Like I don't buy things on release usually. Because usually they're really buggy and kind of shitty, and I'm going to wait. And sometimes they suck. and I'd rather someone else spend their money to tell me they suck instead of me spending my money to know they suck. I've just never had that mentality of like, oh, I'm gonna be the next so and so, or I'm gonna get in on the next big thing, you know? Like I don't believe in luck. Shit like that. Like I'd rather just work hard and be okay, I guess. So for NFTs, you don't even own the rights to the artwork. You own a receipt. That's the crazy thing that everyone's been telling me. Like you don't even have a physical. You have a physical nothing, and it's not legal. Like they don't have to have the permission of the person of the thing, I guess. They always want my attention. I have an anti-anxiety, anti-depression, and meds for anxiety attacks. They said they have to try anti-anxiety meds, and just because I have symptoms and got diagnosed as a kid and teen, they can't justify if I still have it. Well, that's true. You can develop and grow out of things all during your life. I have a solution to the healthcare crisis. I'm gonna give everybody arsenic they can take when they get sick. That's not really a what are you, a shill for big pharma, bitch? Yeah. Same. I feel that on a religious level. Mudman, I'm a ClassyKatie. If there's more than one, you should let me know. Not that I have to end all of them. But maybe. There can only be one. You own the link to the art. If the link changes, you're fucked. You have a receipt. I mean, you have a receipt for nothing. Of his other videos since then, and I like how he breaks down information for people. He does a very good job of that, but in a way that he provides multiple examples for what he's talking about. See, I like that. We're gonna watch this one. This one's only like 6 minutes, but I'll probably watch the big one and just like absorb it. I'm just waiting for 420. Sit up straight, motherfuckers. I know, I shrimp when I'm frustrated. This is my frustrated stance. Like, what's going on with the world? 404 file not found. Stop it. That's beautiful. I would. If someone tried selling a piece of my art from the internet or something as an NFT, fuck that. That's so weird. Oh, yeah. There can only be one. I've already got the CK. Louis CK fucked himself. I win. Maybe don't jerk off in front of people who are already still. I just watched a comedian recently and they said it so perfectly. Oh my God, who was it? Oh, fuck. I think it was like Tiffany Haddish or something, but she was like, if you're jerking off and the other person in the room still has their clothes on, you doing it wrong. Where's my lighter? I got it. We good. It was well put. So well put. Eloquent. What's wrong with the world? Dude, it'd be a shorter... What's right with the world? Oh, well, show's over, guys. A lot of people on the site altogether because they... Wait. A lot of people left the site altogether because they would be getting notifications for their entire portfolio every couple of days. Wait. People have a portfolio... Oh, I can't. I don't even want... Nope. I can't. Wait, what? Oh, Mayo. When the Me Too-ing happened, like all of these celebrity women and otherwise came forth and were like, I've been being raped by Weinstein or so-and-so for years. A lot of women came out and said that he would like offer them good jobs if they would let him jerk off in front of them. Sorry. So many thems, hims. He whacked his willy in front of people who just wanted to work in comedy. I assume women. Digital artwork ownership laws are squarely placed in the possession of its creator unless clearly stated by contract. And that's the thing, like, technically the NFT isn't the artwork. It's a link. It's nothing. It's a receipt of nothing. I don't know. I'm baffled by it all. Baffled. It depends. Exactly, Tamood. If it's a consensual situation, obviously you're okay. But, like, normally. DeviantArt had to create a tool that warned artists when NFTs went up for sale of their art. Seriously? Wow. It's a receipt of a URL. If you gain access to the URL, you become the actual owner. So you'd have to... Wow. However, to legally file a claim, you have to file for copyright with the US Copyright Office. This seems like a mess. I really feel bad for people that bought into this that are getting fucked. Are there people like trying to sue or anything? Like, we're hearing about these people making millions off of it. Have we heard from anybody that's lost their millions? I heard he was in his hotel room and people wouldn't leave, so he did something shocking to drive him out. I heard something similar, and then I heard the actual stories too, yeah. I mean, I don't ever follow clout and, like, rumors, but there's a reason he doesn't have work anymore. Small piece of computer code. It's typically used to say this person owns what is at this link, but it doesn't have to be. It's so crazy. So crazy. Yeah. What is going on? I don't know what to say. I'm just, what the fuck? It's 2 minutes till 4:20, by the way. My 4:20, if you want to join. Some people have made NFTs and giving them to people for, wait. And gave them people for free. And when they try to delete or sell the NFTs from their wallet, the code executes and steals all of their other NFTs and cryptocurrency. And because this isn't like with a bank, there's no protection. Like it's done. They've lost everything. Wow. It seems so high risk, no reward. Oh my god. Knife said, Katie, I bought this NFT of this cute elephant drawing and was given a URL, but when I go to it, all it has to another link that says Busty Bimbo Cocksuckers 3 Bambi Slips. What do? So fucking real though. I mean, you could just replace it with like meat spin forever. Wow. Dude, I can figure it out, Knives. Cool. Dude, I type like a moron. I don't expect you guys to be great. I thought an NFT was just some kind of digital proof of ownership. It's a receipt, but you actually don't own anything. That's the crazy part that I didn't even get. Like, you literally own a receipt of the URL, but the person, like, say it was a URL that led you to a picture of art I was selling on DeviantArt or something. I could take my art off of that page and you'll just own a URL of nothing or of Meatspin unless you bought that URL from DeviantArt somehow. Right? Am I understanding this correctly? My wife has photographers asking if they can make NFTs of her cosplays. Abso-fucking-lutely no. If you have like a link to her like IG or something and you want to put it in the Discord, I'm sure the community would keep an eye out for shit like that. Community is awesome about stuff like that. We're very pro artist. Fuck the fuckers. 420! Happy 420, motherfuckers. Cheers to those who imbibe caffeinated or water. Cheers to those who don't. Caffeine optional. Water not. Drink some fucking water. Fuck the fuckers. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, absolutely not. Nope. Absolutely not. I don't put up with that shit. That's theft. As someone who also does cosplay and SFX, a lot of blood, sweat, and literal tears, and sometimes semen. You don't know. Go fuck yourself. How dare you? Cheers. Everybody's gotta drink some fucking water. It's just wild. Crypto, I mean, I feel like crypto's gotten pretty established. Like, I know some people that have made some bank off crypto and sold it. You can still get fucked over, I'm sure. Like I said, there's that Ice Poseidon literally created his own cryptocurrency, left it up for a week or two, and then just yanked it and stole everyone's money, and there's no repercussions. Like, everybody already everybody already fucking knows he's an asshole. So, like, what now? There's nothing. I fucking love Earl Grey. Hell yes. Nemo. Thank you for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and give it an anus its wings for a really long time. It's a long time to listen to this bullshit. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Once the semen involved in said CK's, I mean, yeah, sure. There's always extra. And there's no recourse, and that's what I'm getting from this. Like, none of it's above board. It's kind of wild. Mudman. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. You take my breath away with your choice from my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brethren to take your pants off, place your hand upon your genitals, and enjoy your time here on the stream. Pants on the floor. I invite you to the same place. Your goddamn nudity, mother fluffer. One breath and she still fucking got it. Would you believe it if I told you I did that for every single follow up until, you know, I couldn't physically anymore? Crazy. Thanks for the follow, Boo Bear. In Convention Talk or other channel? Drop it in Convention Talk. And then in the lobby. I do it both. That's something that needs to be watched out for. That's so creepy and illegal and so not okay. Goblin, I sat next to a kid on a plane one time coming home from one of the cons, and he did that. Like, he bought, you know, $100 of crypto back when it first came out, or his dad did for him or something, and then when his dad, like, forgot about it, and then went and checked on it, he had 40 grand. Hi, Jack, how are you? He'll probably get hit with an investor lawsuit because he executed his scam in a super clumsy way. I don't know if he, like, do you count it as a scam? I don't know if he planned it. Like, I feel like he created it. I watched some of Philip DeFranco cover it, and it seemed like kind of a fucking knee-jerk reaction. Like, I want a Tesla, I'm just gonna do this. I don't know. It was creepy. Shouldn't you check with the semen dispenser before you say sure, though? I mean, yes? Do you understand your rights now that I've read them to you, sir? Dude, for real. I want to get rich. Dude, Minty, there was a lady that got pretty wealthy off selling her farts, but then she ended up in the hospital for what she was eating to fart. It's kind of crazy. That's the case with all Ponzi schemes. Is it? I feel like is it the people that buy in at first, or is it the people who create it that get big? I don't know. Yes, let's watch this video. We have it's a 6-minute video on, it literally is titled, If NFTs Were Honest. 6 minutes is perfect time. I can pay attention to this. Let's learn up. I mean, I'm crying. Trying to keep it from running. What the fuck was that? Genius. Wow. Oh, that was so eloquent. And it really added to what y'all taught me today about Ponzi schemes in general. I'll throw a link in chat for you guys so you can share it with all your friends who are also curious what the fuck an NFT is. I still haven't figured out what the fuck Wordle is. I don't really care at this point. What a wonderful... Wow. That was so funny. I'm, like, kind of fucked up from it. That was really funny. Holy crap. I know Knives, but I don't understand why it's on Twitter. That's the part I don't get still. I don't know. To each their own. Oof, Matt Damon? What happened to Matt Damon? Do I even want to know? Is he an NFT? Dude, I'm gonna follow this channel. This channel seems like something I don't know how I didn't know it existed. I spend a good portion of my life on YouTube. I don't know how I don't. Sounds like there's a 12-year-old girl in my house. Good God. People like to project their achievement to guessing the word quicker than the other. Oh, so everyone's playing like the same thing every day? Like everybody gets the same words? It is. Ziel, the way it is, I mean, I don't know. It's bizarre to me. I guess at a certain point of celebrity in terms of like level, like you get to a point where you just don't care anymore. Like you'll say whatever just to make an extra buck, I guess. It seems bizarre. I don't know. If someone was like, "Hey, can you shout this out?" I'd be like, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing." "No, but what is it?" "No, it's actually nothing." What? You know? Hmm. Oh, so everybody gets the same words? Cool. It's weird Tetris still. Yeah. It's on my Twitter every day and I'm like, "Why? What's that though?" NFT technology as if it has multiple uses. All I'm getting from the people in chat who seem to know a lot about it, like gamers and Kino and shit, is that it's literally going to destroy the environment by the amount of energy it uses. That's all it's going to do. Judy, thank fuck. Stretching's amazing. It's the best thing to do. It just feels good. You do it when you don't even know. Was one of the ones that got caught up in Facebook's pivot to video because we bloated viewer counts by 100 times thing. Oh, that might be why. The creator of Wordle? Stop it. Really? How Wordle was made. Interesting that an entire video was made about word Tetris. Sick though. Should we watch? Is it? Do I want to know? A bathtub yoga stream on the hot tub channel. I feel like NFTs are like hot tub streams in a way, you know? Like you can't be like the fifth person to do a hot tub stream. You got to be like the first through the third. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't make any extra like value to my channel by doing a hot tub stream. You got to be like the first to do the weird like selling your bath water, selling your farts. You got to think of something else. Like I don't know. I'm not creative this way. Is it a cute story? Okay, I've never done Wordle before. Let's take a break really quick because you guys know. So if you don't know, if you're new to my channel, just swinging by, new to Twitch in general, I'm a partnered streamer on Twitch. I've been partnered for longer than I even want to calculate right now in my head. And part of the deal of Twitch is that to keep Twitch alive, they have to run ads, as does like every website ever in the entire world. And I'm under contract with Twitch. I run 3-minute ads every 2 hours so that they don't run them on top of us talking, because this isn't something you should have to pay for, in my opinion. So if I run them, then they don't run them, theoretically. So I run them on breaks, and I just encourage you guys to stand up, get a drink of water, stretch your bodies, get some circulation to your fucking brain. We're all too sedentary and depressed these days. You know what I'm saying? And then when we come back, we'll watch a cute story about how Wordle was created, because I like cute stories. Oh, I'm not doing a hot tub stuffs. Hell no. Hell no. Sell it to the highest bidder and then blow my nose in it. I watched a streamer who's releasing some NFTs, but the NFTs come with actual real world rewards. See, and that just seems like a collector's item. Like if you're actually getting something you get to look at and enjoy. Kelty, thank you for gifting a sub to Daniel Lannister. Sales has redeemed ad times, so I must now. You know. But seriously, if I don't do it, Twitch does, and that's just bullshit. So, stretch, stand up, always pee after, self-loving, sex, all the things. Dirty urethra means a nasty, icky bladder time. And get some water and pack a bowl or whatever, and I'll be back in a few. I will let my dogs outside in the snow and run them off a little bit. But we'll be back, and then, yeah, I'm curious, because, yeah, I'm very curious about Wordle. I see it every fucking day. I have no hope or dream to download it, but the guy looks adorable, so that's what we're going to do. But yeah, stand up. I don't know what else to say. That's it. That's all I got. Yep. Yep. I think I put on the long version on accident. Yeah, my bad. Dude, Mudman, that is music from an amazing game. If you've never played it, it's called Bastion. It's by a studio called Supergiant. They did Hades. I mean, their games are amazing, but their fucking soundtracks are, what the, please no. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Hi, Anubis. How you doing, love? Thank you. I've had this for so long. I found it in my closet recently, and I was like, oh, there you are. You have fun sweater. It's one I got, like, at a, outlet store ages ago for no reason. But I like the colors. Super eventful in a good way? I hope so. I hope a good way. Please say a good way. Supergiant makes soundtracks with free games. You fucking got me there. Dude, I beat Hades the other day. The fastest I've ever beat Hades. What was the weapon? Oh, it was the fists. I had the Malifon fists. The gauntlets. Do you just call them fists? I don't know. I fisted Hades dead fast. The fastest I've ever fisted him. It was crazy. I was really impressed with myself. Whooped him. Whooped him. I know. The games are amazing, but seriously, like, I was thinking about it, like, I think I still play Hades just to listen to the cool music. It's such a fucking good game. I play it almost every day. Like, I kind of, like, after stream, just kind of, like, chill out with fucking Hades and just fuck around with different weapons and different, like, combos and stuff. No, you got a minor cut, though? Okay, good. Make sure to clean it. That song's from Bastion, but same studio. They're all by Supergiant. And I believe that actually had, what's her name? The girl that sings Into the Blood in Hades. Oh my god, what is her name? One of you will know it before me. I'm a silly dumb. I'm trying to think. I'm scrolling. What is her name? I'm so bad with names. I really wish I wasn't. Hold up. Ma'am. Really? They didn't even credit who sang it? Sick. What is her name? God fuck. Dude, same. It's so good. I listen to it a lot, but Ashley Barrett. Oh my god, it just came to my mind. It just came to my mind like that. See how it happens? Wow. Ashley Barrett, same voice as in Bastion, because they're all made in studio, which is really cool. Because as long as you're not like claiming it's yours, you can play it on Twitch, and DMC won't strike me down and try to steal my career. You know. I got a haircut, got a slot for somebody to come in and the shower and fix the showers. Jesus Christ, chat. And fix the showers. And I bought a new bed plus mattress. Oh, hell yeah, which is going to unfuck my shoulder. Yes. They have a mechanical bed in the store that 3D scans you laying down. Pressure sensors in the mattress measure your spine curve. Works out the best kind of mattress for you based on how you sleep. Dude, I hope it works out for you. That sounds amazing if it does. Dude, that's amazing. You know, I had the most incredible mattress when I was a kid, and I still to this day hate myself for selling it. A neighbor of ours, when I still lived in Eastern Washington, bought it and hated it because it was insanely firm. The mattress was really thin. It was only like this thick, but it was this special Japanese mattress that had magnets in it that would realign your spine, like help realign your spine while you were sleeping, theoretically. It was my favorite mattress I've ever had, but I dated a guy who hated it, so of course I sold it and got a soft mattress because that's the kind of person I am. Boo! Yeah, how are they going to fix the shower? What's wrong with it? Boo. I love It's in the Blood. It's so good. Ashley Barrett and I'm trying to think of the guy's name now. It'll come to me, just like Ashley Barrett did. Someday. Someday. They're fantastic, though. The downside, I can't use my adjustable bed frame, so I'm going to sell it. Apparently, if you use an adjustable bed frame with the pocket sprung mattress, it bursts the springs. Oh, don't do that, especially if you're getting a nice, expensive mattress. Yeah, I would say fuck it. I don't even use, I don't like having a bed frame. I've never found one that I enjoy. I always slam my trick is fucking with the curtain and it's making light come through. It like how do I put it? My brain went. I can't remember now. Damn it. Thanks, Trick with the curtain. Don't leave your keys in your tour pocket when you go to bed with those magnets. Ooh, I don't have them anymore. I sold the mattress years ago, but what a sad time. What a sad time. Darren Korb, thank you. Darren Korb and Ashley Barrett. I worship them, and I still can't remember their names for the life of me. So ages back when we moved in, somebody grouted the tiles to the shower tray, which promptly split and leaked water under the tray and into my ceiling below. Oh no. Was it all water rotted on the inside? Oh fuck. Then when I tried to fix it, the tiles fell off the wall. I imagine, was it just rot inside? Oh, gross. Water damage is fucked, dude. And then when I tried to, oh no. I feel like, okay, go on. I'm excited. Take us to the next place. Oh, bed frames. I always, like, I don't know if it's just because I have really long legs, but every bed frame I've ever had, all I do is run my shins into it constantly, slam my shins into the side of it, getting into bed, getting out of bed, walking around it. And it just ends up like a trove of shit under it, no matter what. I'm just a box spring on the floor. I'm a child. I've had like every bed frame you can think of. Just so many shin splits and shin bruises. Yeah, I hope it's not black mold, but I'm excited and like super nervous where the next fix is going. Black mold is serious shit though. I worked with a guy who bought his daughter like 4 different hamsters that all died within a week of buying them before realizing it was black mold under the floorboards. That was also giving their daughter horrible asthma. Yeah, the only kind of bed frame I can ever see like being useful is the kind with drawers in it. Like, you know, it's like basically a dresser built in. So there's a bolt gone through one of the tiles attached to the door unit. So I can't retile the thing without taking the door off. What? And there's so much sealant, it'll take the wall off with it. Oh my god. Oh no. I mean, you're lucky there's not mold though, to be fair. Nowadays, most modern places are made with paint that's like mold proof and stuff. But damn. It was cowboyed when they put it. That's what it sounds like. Like if it's got that much sealant on it, it sounds like someone's already tried to fix it maybe once or 5 times. You know, maybe one of those jobs someone kept trying to patch it, and you're the one who's uncovered like the massive blister or the scab, for lack of a better word. Our parents used to have a waterbed. We had it for quite a while, and it was amazing. Dreams were wild and lucid because it felt like you were floating. Waterbeds kind of freak me out. I don't know why. I had a friend with one when I was a kid, and I could not sleep in the bed. Like, I couldn't go to sleep because I was never not moving. Bro, with the curtain. You're never not, like, moving. It kind of weirded me out. It reminded me of sleeping on a houseboat, but at least on a houseboat, like, there's a reason, I guess. Maybe my brain understands why we're moving. Yeah, those kind of, I mean, ooh, mold, man. That's all I can think of. I've known people that have found, like, one spot of mold and ends up they have to, like, literally tear their house down. It's crazy. I can reseal a tree, no problem. Even do tiling work because I got a tile cutter. Oh, shit. And plenty of tools grout to put them on the wall. Not a door and not, I mean, who the fuck knows what's under all that shit? Like, what were they doing? What were they repairing? I wouldn't. Nope. Do you rent or own? Just an earthquake? Nah, dude, I was raised in Pacific Northwest. I can sleep through an earthquake like nobody's. I actually have only been, like, conscious of one earthquake in my entire life. And it's just because the TV fell over. I was like, oh shit, it's happening. An earthquake. But most of them, like, I'd just get home from school and my mom would be like, did you feel the earthquake today? Because she'd seen it on the news. No. I don't know if you just get used to them or they're so small you don't feel them anymore. You own the place, so you have to pay someone to come fix it? Oh, fuck, dude. I hope it's minor. We need vibes for Anubis and a minor fix job, please. Because holy hell. That shit can be crazy. Yeah, but I still don't want you to have to pay out I mean, you never know. You never want to have to pay for something you shouldn't have to, I guess. Is that what I'm trying to say? I don't know. Having a hard time wording it. Even if you can afford it, doesn't mean you should have to. Like that. Words. Maybe I'm ultra insensitive to it, Pendragon. I don't know. I literally, so many earthquakes happened when I lived in Washington. I am only conscious of one. And I was like 7 years old. And I think I was doing something terrible to my sister. Like I tied her to the bed or I duct taped her to a wall. She was my one sibling I was around most of the time. So she was my one. She's the one younger than me. You know what I'm saying? Rod motherfucking Johnson in with the raid. Welcome, Rod and friends. How the fuck are you? I might be doing a podcast with Rod pretty soon. I'm excited. But yeah, the TV fell over during the earthquake and I just booked it and Sarah was like stuck because I taped her to something. I don't even remember. It was wild. We were at my grandparents' house. Hello, Rod and Raiders. My name's ClassyKatie. I'm like an IRL friend of Rod and his really nice neighbor lady. Welcome, friends. How are you? Ghosts of Tsushima. I've heard Tsushima. I always say it wrong. I've heard that's a really good game, though. Oh, you're on a giant granite shelf, so they travel really far. That kind of makes sense, though. I never felt one on the East Coast. I don't think there was one while I lived there, though. I think I moved there right before, like, the super minor one that everybody made fun of, and they were like, remember the earthquake of 2000 whatever, and showed a chair, like, on the ground or something. It was funny. But I think I moved there right after that. Remember to tell Rod how wrong he is about every classification of horror movie he's ever made. Oh, bitch, don't you put it past me. You best believe I'd be bringing that up. Bipolar Bear, how are you, love? Dude, it's amazing watching people rage. I have never in my life, other than like a PvP game where I'm actually responsible for the skill of the character and like build of the character, I've never felt rage towards a game. I'm just like, oh fuck, that was hard and sucked. And if it's like too hard, like the one that Eliza and I played, it was struggling or whatever, I just don't play it anymore. Y'all get so emotional. It's crazy. In 01, I think that's the, well, no. If it was 01, I was 13. I think one of my dogs just farted and it smells so bad. I think I might have already lived in Eastern Washington by then. I'm trying to think. I think we might have already moved. We moved when I was in 7th grade. He thinks Terminator is a slasher movie. Rod, who owns and maintains a podcast specializing in horror movies. It's fun up until you beat the boss, leading to the top section of the island. It's all just more of the same. Oh. Boo. I hate that. I get angry at games often when the frustration of playing it goes beyond the price I paid. Me too. Like I want to play a game for enjoyment, and if the payoff from the torture isn't good enough, then I won't play anymore. Like a good example of that is Dark Souls. The payoff's good enough. I will beat myself dumb to beat a Dark Souls boss. I've beat all of them except Bloodborne. No PlayStation. Um I I will literally kill myself to beat those games because they're just great. But there's some games that you beat your head against and you're like, there's not really a good enough, like, this isn't fun enough for what I'm going through for this. Yeah. This is another reason I believe the wife story over the rocket scientist story. Wait, who's a rocket scientist? The only correct things they ever said about movies is that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I watched a really interesting, oh my God, who was it? Fuck. I can't remember. It was an interview of somebody and they asked, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? And they said no, because the point of Christmas movies is that you can watch them with the whole family. And that's when I started questioning what my family let me watch at a very young age. Maybe that's just me. I wanted to read this tweet Fo sent me like ages ago. It says, I want to read this. I have it up, and otherwise I'll have a million tabs. I keep them all. I click your guys' links, just so you know. I'm literally losing my mind. I sent in a report to the Baldur's Gate 3 team to report an issue because I want to kiss a mind flayer, and someone at the office actually responded. So it shows the literal letter from the guy to Baldur's Gate. Resident name, resident monster appreciator. Report type other. Topic, mind flayer kiss issue. Short description of the issue. For some reason, the cutscene where I kiss the mind flayer doesn't play. This is a reproducible error. I really like mind flayers and would like this problem fixed, or perhaps have a mind flayer companion as a suggestible fix. And they responded, stop it, I have to read this. Hi, resident monster appreciator. Our writing and cinematic team originally were planning to have this scene in the game, but on further discussion, we came to the conclusion that we have to have a truly romantic moment with the mind flayer. It all needs to be done telepathically. I know that for us mere humans, this might look more disappointing, but we have to respect their wishes of the mind flayer too. We have to find the right balance between what we want and what they want. Kind regards, Reinhardt. Go fuck yourself. That's incredible. That's the kind of PR I want from a company, right the fuck there. That is genius and beautiful. Oh my god, that's so amazing. Pro tip, do not kiss mind flayers. It will not end the way you think it will. And gamers, I'm not even fucking kidding you. That was the first movie that came to mind was Bad Santa. I'm like, does that make Bad Santa not a Christmas movie? Because it literally has Santa in the title and is all about Christmas. What? What kind of family are you live in? Like Barney? I'm not trying to raise shit, but like unfettered access to the internet has scarred me more than anything that main media will ever be able to do. Bad Santa's like my favorite. It's top 5 easily favorite Christmas movies ever. Fuck Me Santa, Fuck Me Santa, Fuck Me Santa is come on. I agree, Knives. I can't remember who it was. I'm trying to I can hear them say it, but I can't like discern the voice or the face. For some reason it's out. Fuck, I wish I could remember. Yes, the lack, what did I say? I said unfettered. Does that mean lack of restraint? Yeah. Like basically I'm the era that saw the first AFK, you know, like I'm old and stuff. Like internet old. Not as old as some of you, I understand. Like you don't have to like one up me. But you know, we're all of the same like internet age. We saw the birth of LOL. The Santa Claus 100% agree. The Santa Claus, no matter what, the moment when they first lower into the North Pole and like the music starts and it's all sparkly and colorful, I'm getting goosebumps now. Like I get filled with so much magic in my heart. I don't know what it is. That movie just gets me. Jester, some people, you know what? You'd be surprised. Some people's just in their DNA to one up. I get I'm not the oldest person in the world, but in terms of the internet. I know, Mickey, right? We have a pretty diverse chat, honestly. It's kind of dope. I watch all my Christmas movies on Pornhub. I think it might ruin Christmas for me. I think it might ruin it. I have one aunt who is like extremely vain and she's a nurse and she's like in her 70s now. But her whole life she was getting plastic surgery. She would work like PRN is what we call it. Like she'd have a temp job at a plastic surgery hospital clinic, whatever. And every Christmas it was like, what's Elaine gonna show up in? Because not only is she insanely vain, she's kind of, you know, but on an extreme level. And so she would like literally like no bra, no nothing, and put on just a lace short sleeve shirt that is 1000% see through. But she'd just be like, oh, I look skinny and leave the house and like come to Christmas. And we'd all be like, Elaine, we can see your pancake nipples. What one of them's poking out like, and she'd be like, what do you mean, you know, shit like that every Christmas. It was something. So I'm already a little fucked up. She actually looks phenomenal because she still gets plastic surgery. Like she's constantly keeping up. She does not look her age. I think she's, how old is my mom? My mom's 60, turned 69 this year, so she's like 74 I want to say she turns 73. She's either 73 or turns 73, but she looks pretty fucking good. The only thing that really gives it away is her hair. Her hair is majorly thinning because she just won't stop dyeing it. She's been dyeing it since she was like, I guess she had white coming in by the time she was 25, so she just bleaches and dyes it since she was 25, and it's so like thin and brittle. It's crazy. Satan's coming down the chimney. You never know. Where else does that black shit come from? Mickey. I don't think she would. I don't know. She's an interesting person. She also doesn't believe in getting the vaccination and, wants a gun license and lives in Arizona now. She's a very interesting person. See, Mickey, I'm saying over 30 is ancient in Twitch years. Like, we're considered like retirement age at this point. No one pays attention when you're that old. Jester, honestly, like, I think it served her it doesn't make her look better. It does make her look mildly younger because she's like had all of her skin lasered to fuck. So like normally before she went into the plastic surgery, she had skin like my little sister, very pale and very freckly, and now she just looks like a porcelain doll, no more freckles. So it made her look younger, but not like her. If that makes sense. Like if you don't know her, you'd probably not even you'd get plastic surgery, but you know what I mean? For me, I've watched the whole process, so I'm just like, you don't look like my aunt anymore, I guess. Fucking SOS with the most of the full year.
Hail the fucking dank lord, motherfucker. We should cheers. Yes.
Yoshi, I'm not even kidding you. When she turned, I want to say 60, she's always been a fanatic about her age, even though she's literally a twin and her twin doesn't give a fuck. So her twin will just be like, no, it's our birthday and this is how old we are. And she's like, no. It's crazy. We made her like a black cake and put like a gravestone on it. And she was so pissed. She picked it up and took it to the kitchen and put it in the trash in front of the whole family. It was crazy. She's wild. Hi, Zippy. How are you, love? Yes. Oh, Mickey. This is my aunt. I think I've told you guys this story. Let's cheers. Because that was a year. That's a long fucking time to put up with my bullshit. But this is my aunt who literally, like, so if you have breast implants, the general rule is, depending on your body and the surgery and what kind of implant you have, about every 10-ish years, you need to go get them redone. Like a new implant put in and made sure there's no like weird scar tissue developing or anything like that. And so my aunt literally got her fake tits done right after she had her first two kids at the age of 20. So she's had fake tits since she was 20. So you calculate. She's had them done a few times. And this most recent one, she lives in Arizona. My whole family, like extended family, is like Arizona, in Vegas, and then Seattle area. And she went to Vegas, found a plastic surgeon who had really good ratings, and literally told him, do whatever you think's right. She has Dolly Parton boobs. I'm not exaggerating. They have taken over her torso. She's literally like tits, hips. It's crazy. She loves them though. She's happy. So like, I think that's what's important, right? Cheers. Dolly Parton's incredible. But it's who she is, not her boobs, right? My aunt's a little on the loop side. Like she's like she's like 74, but she'll not tell anyone her age and like bring home a guy who's like 30 and tell the whole family about it. It's very bizarre. I don't know what happened to her. I think it's because she was raised by the nuns. We don't. Dolly Parton's a fucking angel cake. As far as we know, which I'm pretty sure seems accurate. I feel like she'd be outed by now. I'm trying to repack my bowl and there's a piece stuck to my carrot. Stop it. There we go. Right, like her boobs are great and her everything's amazing. Her hair, boobs, lips, everything's fabulous, but it's who she is on the inside that makes me love her. She handles pervs perfectly. Stop it. Give me an example. I have to know now. A friend of mine is getting into fillers in the face. I don't like face fillers. I'm not a huge fan. I understand. I completely sympathize with insecurities. Like 100%. Totally get it. But what we've discovered in the past, like, 5 or 6 years is that fillers, they don't stay and they don't dissolve mystically. You must use a filler dissolver to get them to actually disappear out of your system. They migrate. And so if you look at pictures, one of the best examples is the dark-haired girl from Friends. I can't remember her name. I never watched Friends, but I've seen these pictures of her. They start to develop moon face because all the filler they got in their, like, brows or their forehead or whatever to get rid of wrinkles, it migrates to the place with least resistance, as does everything, right? Like we were talking about Bob earlier and his huge balls. And so they start to get this really moony look. I think Madonna has it now too. And all that is, that's not fillers they got in their cheeks. They might have gotten some in their cheeks, but it's the migration of all the fillers just going to the place of least resistance and accumulating. You have to have a dissolver stuck in your face to get rid of any of it. I don't like it. It looks creepy. Like what's wrong with aging? The media says aging is bad and like makes us feel like shit about it, but I've never met a human that's like told me aging is bad or my face looks bad. I don't know. It's bizarre. Courtney Cox, is that her name? Yes. She has insane moon face. It really sticks out on her just because she's so thin. Like, she never had meat in her face, ever. Even when she was young. She had thicker skin. Like, as you grow older, you're thin. Your skin becomes thinner because you don't have as much collagen production and whatever. But other than that, like, exactly, and I totally get that. Like, I completely understand having insecurities, and I don't ever want anyone to feel bad about doing stuff to their body. Like, I'm not against plastic surgery. I say you do you. I just wish people were more safe about it, and maybe not as excessive. Like, I feel like I was actually watching a really interesting video. Who was it? Oh God, it was on YouTube. Can't remember her name. I watch a lot of YouTube channels that have to do with like skincare and stuff because I'm big on skincare. And she said it was her like story about lip fillers and why she stopped doing them, and why her theory was why people keep going bigger and bigger, and it made so much sense. So she's like, the process is you go in, and the process is only like 15, 20 minutes. They pull out a couple syringes of whatever the fuck you're filling your face with, and they inject them in your face, and you're gone. And when you first get it done, you're insanely swollen from the trauma of all the needles and this weird substance being shoved into your lips or otherwise. And then it takes a couple days for that swelling to go down. But in the meantime, those couple days where your lips are insanely swollen, you start to get used to them. And then when the swelling goes down, you suddenly think your fillers are gone. Like this psychosis starts to happen. And so you start to get, because you're like, well, if I do a little bit more, then they'll look the way they did before they unswelled when they unswell. But you see how that cycle can go. And so you just start going bigger and bigger. And that's how women are like, well, I should say people are like busting their lips open with fillers and stuff like that. And I'm not saying plastic surgery and all fillers are terrible. Some people get Botox literally for like migraines and stuff. It has a million medical uses that are beautiful, but it's the excess. We go so excessive in everything. Dude, when it looks like I watched a video one time, Mickey, of oh, what's her name? No, one of the younger not the Kardashians, the little girls. There's the super skinny one that didn't get tons of plastic surgery. She's like a model. And then there's the other one that like became a new person when she turned 18. I don't know their names. I never followed with these people, but I watched like a clip. There was some random clip. Kylie Jenner, is she the one that, all the plastic surgery? Kendall's the really tall one well, I think they're about the same height, but she was very thin just naturally and, went into modeling, right? It doesn't really matter. I watched a video of the one that had lots of plastic surgery done. And this was a couple years ago, and she was eating yogurt off of a spoon. I wish I had a spoon just to show you. Like, normal people, like, it's just natural. You use your lips to, like, wipe a spoon when you're eating yogurt or pudding. And her lip, like, you could see the muscle here coming down under the blown up, like, fake lip, trying to scrape the spoon. It was fucking creepy. It was like alien lip. It was like she had a special lip under her lip. But that was the actual lip, like the actual sphincter muscle of your mouth was up in here. And it was so, and it was nothing making fun of her. It was nothing. I think it was like a makeup ad or something, but I watched and I couldn't stop watching it. I was like, what is wrong with her mouth? And it's just, there's so much filler. It's like rock hard at this point. She couldn't even, why? It's cool if you look cute in pictures, but like, like most of your life isn't a picture with that lighting and perfect lip liner and shit, you know? I don't know. It's just me though. I'm gonna look good in all the lightings. Like at least acceptable. Not like I'm gonna pop. Oh, I might have to find it for you guys and put it in Discord or something later. It was so old. I think it was part of their show, that like keeping up to the Kardashians thing. But it was so like creepy to watch her like I have a little turtle lip, so I can't do it. I definitely don't have her size lips. But she has I mean it was weird to watch. It looked like she had like an implant on or a fake like a prosthetic and her real lip was trying to come down, but that was the actual like like your mouth is a sphincter. It's just like your butt. It's just magic. The muscle trying to like clean the spoon. It was weird. That stuck with me for so long. Like it haunts me a little bit. About the book? No, put it in Discord. I haven't seen it. No. Oh my god. Is it good? Made me wonder if I'll be able to teach everything I've learned onward before I kick the bucket, or if I'll ever be able to demonstrate some things if my knees or hip give out. Eh, we're all fucked, right? Half the world doesn't believe in vaccinations anymore. Like, I don't know what to think. It's a hard one for me. It's a hard sell. They wrote 2 books? Dude, published author. That's pretty dope. A bunch of people still believe in vaccine. Well, it's strange that we even have the concept of like belief in a vaccination. Wouldn't you agree? Like, that's what? I'm on track. I'm on the track of a poisons book from the 1800s. Ooh, is it good? Meanwhile, half the cosmetics they use literally are poison. Ooh, thank you, Vile. I blame the media and Twitter. I missed 420 CST. I always miss 420. Like it's honestly like a very shocking day if we make a 420. I'm gonna be real. Like that's the weirdest to me. Making a 420 is much stranger than missing it. I'm like, were we bored? Why were we looking at a clock? Hitler liked heroin, which was injected similarly to a vaccine, says. I mean, this is the thing, like, I don't ever want anyone to feel bad about not getting vaccinated. I just want people to be open to the education of why they should be vaccinated, not closed to it. And when you involve the word belief, it's when someone says, "Well, I believe," it's them basically saying, "It doesn't matter what comes out of your mouth. I'm not listening." And I don't like having conversations with people that are like that. It's not very fun, you know? It's really hard to have any sort of conversation that's constructive with a human that is hell bent on misunderstanding you. And I'm all about, like, I'll listen to the other side. It's totally cool as long as you listen back. But 9 times out of 10, it isn't a two-way street, and it just ends up kind of sad. Stop it. Tying the vaccine to doing heroin? I'm not shocked, to be honest. I believe ass is better than boobs. See? And now I can't convince you otherwise. Even with my little starfish. Cold is stupid trying to protect the dumb. It's kind of wild. Sarah, one of our community members, a bro to the past, she's a teacher of the little babies. Not babies, but like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, like little tiny children, and they are no longer required to wear a mask when they come to school. And it seems like such a brash like disregard for such an investment as a child. I don't know. Is that me? Just me? I don't have any kids. But like I don't let my dogs just like run in the road without a leash on or me present. Like I just don't let them run in the road because I don't want them to die, and it's pretty easy to prevent. I don't know. I'm tired of it. investment into teachers, 100%. Like, Mickey is a teacher. He is not allowed to wear a mask at school because kids need to see his face. He's never been allowed to wear PPE at school. Like, it's a miracle he's alive today. I still don't understand it. Mushroom powers. Well, Mickey, I think anybody, those are like RNA, DNA, STEM, anything like that. Those are just become buzzwords. It's like the word toxic when people start throwing out toxic. Oh, it's toxic. That is toxic ingredients. Those are all toxic. It's just buzzwords people like pick up and they think it'll get them the same attention as it did, BuzzFeed or whatever, whoever used it. I try not to use words I don't understand. It makes me seem more dumb, I think, or sound really stupid. Dude knew is right, and that's the thing, like, there's so much wrong with, especially, all I can speak of is the American education system as I've experienced it in many places, but there's so much wrong, I don't even know where to start. Maybe pay the teachers above the poverty line. That would be a start. Because your kids spend more time with their teachers than they do you in their life, which is wild, but true. Get rid of seatbelt laws. Oh, God. It'd be a scary time. Investing in general education is never a bad thing. No. My effing 7th graders know what protein synthesis is, Katie, and that's all you need to understand to know how the vaccines work. That is... I don't even think I had a science class until I was a junior in high school. Like, anything outside of life science. Was that what they called it when we were in elementary school? There was, like, social studies and life sciences or something. It was, like, some broad shit. Like, what's the difference between an insect and an arachnid kind of shit. Dude, for real, taxes, credit, what am I supposed to eat every day? I still haven't figured that out. The school definitely didn't teach me that. Oh, Mudman. So is a lot of my community. Over 70% of my community is not American. I don't really attract Americans for some reason. Weird. I wonder why. I teach pre-science, and we start that in grade 1. Man, I wish. I think to this day, like on our standardized testing, I can only speak to the one in Washington. It's called the WASL, the Washington Assessment, something, something. Every state has like some sort of stupid standardized test now that kids have to pass. But to this day, I don't think you have to pass the science section. It's the only section you don't have to pass, which is wild. Non-Americans, wow. Squeaky, so am I. We're apologetically American, though. I think that's why we're tolerable. The science they made the dumb kids take at my high school, we called rocks for jocks. Wait, you had a wait. What was a dumb kids class? What does that mean? The fuck does that mean? And how did you get stuck there? You know what's crazy? As a child, when we lived in the States, our principals used to beat us with a stick as a punishment. I think that was pretty recent up until like the early 80s. Because a lot of homeschooled kids my age, their parents didn't put them in school strictly because they thought teachers still beat their kids, like secretly. And we'd like, I knew them because I was like in 4-H or like horse clubs. And I'd be like, I never have seen anyone beat. And they're like, no, my mom says they still beat kids. And I'm like, I don't think so. But they were homeschooled for those reasons. It was strange. What up, Kills? How are you, love? Ooh, Vile, thank you. As a child, when we lived in the States, oh, yeah. I mean, parents still beat their kids. My mom never spanked me. She didn't believe in it. Oh, Mickey. They're going to have a rough time later on, huh? You have to pass all of them with a certain percent. Oh, really? That's how all of them are, except the science portion. I'll have to check. I don't know any, I have a bunch of nieces, but, not a great relationship with my brother, so it's not like I can just call them up, but I'll have to ask somebody. Should we cheers? Are we cheersing? Cuteness. Thank you for the resub, honey boo boo. Thank you. That's a really long time. Special needs. Oh, yeah. In my school, they called it special ed. It was the reason my parents would refuse to, try to get me diagnosed as ADHD was because they knew I'd be stuck in a special eds class and not allowed to do anything but, paste cotton to a paper and call it a cloud until I died. And that literally was education if you were anything off the spectrum. Where the fuck is my lighter? Oh my god, I found it. Wow, I found it. It's fine. We're cheersing. Jesus Christ. It's fine. My parents were from the South, so it was a switch stick or handbell. I was just, psychologically manipulated and destroyed. I think we're all abused in our own special ways as children. Cheers. I mean, that's how they treated us, Mark. It was terrible. My mom told me that later when when I was in college and I went and I seeked help. Sucked? I don't know. I didn't suck anyone, but I did seek out help for my brain. And I called my mom and I'm like, so there's some shit. And I told her and she's like, I always kind of had a feeling because when you were younger and she would read to me, I physically couldn't listen unless she like put her hand on my arm. Like she would hold my hand or hold my foot or something. And then suddenly I could participate and like listen to her read to me. But she said she was so horrified that I would be stuck in one of those classes. And it's not just the stigma of being in a special ed class. Your education is shit. Like, there's no funding for special ed teachers in most school districts unless you're in a really prevalent one. And I lived in the fucking sticks. You were literally stuck in this classroom that was an office. It was like in our cafeteria. So when all the special ed class kids left class, you knew exactly who they were. They were coming out of one door into the cafeteria and they did nothing. Like they literally colored in color books all day. It was terrible. There was just no education, and they were not by any means stupid or less than. It was just ADHD kids, some kids depressed, or kids that just had behavioral problems because their home life was shit. But there was no resources for them at all, and it's so terrible. So my mom made the like conscious choice. She's like, I did my best to try to help you through school, and she did. Granted, she really tried, but I mean, stuck between a rock and a hard place. What do you do? Oh my god. Because he didn't poop. One time when not one-upping you, similar story though. Just we're laughing and sharing, right? I don't like to one-up terror stories. Not as bad. But when I was like 5, it was wintertime and we lived in Eastern Washington and I like kicked my winter boot off and it hit a window panel and we lived in this insanely old house with like double paned, like nothing glass. A child's boot could shatter the glass and it cracked the window. And my dad, who was a raging alcoholic, mind you, not just a terrible person, super drunk and on the edge of death. He died within a couple years of this, but he made me sit by that window for like 3 days, convinced I had to fix it. Like I wasn't allowed to. I was sitting there in the same winter gear for 3 days by this window before my mom was like, "You can get up and go to bed." I like sat there for like I think it was 2 or 3 days, considering like how the fuck am I gonna fix this window? And I was 5. Like, who the fuck does that? An alcoholic. It's funny in retrospect, but at the time, I was so scared. I was like, I have to live here with all the shoes because I can't fix a window. I was like considering how to make myself a home. It was like a mud room, like where you kick all your shoes off, where the laundry machine is and shit. You learned, didn't you? I learned to not get in trouble in front of my dad. I learned that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think I was only like hurt one time physically by my dad, but most of it was just psychological shit, which I think is usually the case with alcoholics. My dad was an alcoholic when I was a child. He got sober in my early teens, and I thought that would make him less emotionally and psychologically destructive. Nope, he was just a sober asshole. You know, not to be morbid, but I've said before that I'm kind of glad my dad died because I have this fantasy. Of course I do. Everybody who does that, like, if my dad would have stayed alive, he would have sobered up and like liked me, and we would have this like great relationship. But it's kind of better that he's dead, and I can just fantasize about that instead of knowing the truth because more often than not, that is bullshit. Usually the alcohol just exacerbates an already kind of shitty personality underneath or a shitty attitude. We had this girl in the course I just did. She had a lot of problems going through the course. One of the dudes started talking a lot of shit about how she was asking dumb questions. He failed the class and she didn't. Oh shit, bitch! I don't even have. That's a fucking mic drop. I don't have a mic to drop, but if karma ain't real, I don't know what is. And that's what you get. That's pretty good. I'm proud of her. Fuck him. What a douche. He may have mellowed out like my dad did. Well, yeah, I don't know. He had a really interesting like last 3 months. He found out he had hepatitis, went cold turkey sober, but died anyways because it was hepatitis. So I really don't know. From what I hear from my family and shit, he was insanely intelligent. Like he loved reading like Carl Sagan stuff. He was very theoretical, logical kind of guy. But I don't remember him. I had the opposite. My dad refused to touch alcohol because of his youth. But I did have the same. I imagine we would get along if he got out of his locked-in syndrome, but he never did. And I realized life was better the way it went, even as shitty as it was. Isn't that sad sometimes? But it is. Like, and I honestly, Squeaky, I think you and I are better off for realizing that, even though it hurts sometimes. Like, it sounds really cold to say, like, I'm glad my dad is not alive, as opposed to being alive. But it is kind of just healthier for my brain, healthier for everyone involved's brain. Like, yeah, I don't know what to do with it. Someone's needy. Hi. Okay. Yes? What? What you doing? She just like taps me with her paw, but like I don't know what she wants. Okay. All right. Go for it. This is my poodle Lilith. You're slipping. What are you doing? She's such a fucking goofball. What are you doing? Oh, bless you. She burped. She's a gassy bitch. I never know. Affection. But even when she's like actively getting affection, she'll just like do this with her paw and like bat me with it. And I'm like, why? This is how I got my eye scratched. Like, why are you doing this? I am actively snuggling. Now she's okay. She shall lick my hand tenderly. It's a needy paw. She has a needy paw. I think she is, but she pets my eyeball, which is a bad place to go. Oh god, Turf Twitter found a post I made about the singular they and they're starting to trickle into my mentions, trying to argue with me. Oh god, that happens to me every time. I mean, and it's by people who follow me on Twitter. I always go look at their profile and I'm like, why do you follow me? Is it literally just to fight me? Like, you know what's hella gay? Worrying about all my trans friends and what their genitals look like or may not look like. That's like super gay of you. Maybe go get a hobby. I don't know. Just a theory. Posture check. Oh, I love. I'm gonna stretch. It feels so good. Oh, fucking dicks. I haven't said anything, but your makeup. Oh, Jables. Thank you. I tried to do something fun. I have like a gap here. I think my eye's watering. I don't know. Interesting. I can see it on cam. What happened there? I don't know. It looks okay though. I didn't use very many colors. I spent like a very long time blending. I kind of was trying to go for a sunrise. I actually found a really cool picture on Pinterest where it was kind of like this 80s look, but like a very modern 80s look. And this girl had this like pale violet all over her eyelids. And I don't own a pale violet color. It's like purple is really hard to come by in eyeshadow, as most of you probably know. So I went with this instead. Just ask someone what they are named. God, that video was so fucking poignant. God, it was good. Ooh, for the books they wrote. After the first war in heaven, Lucifer's defeat and banishment was all but definitive. While peace reigned for a millennium, the father of lies dwelled in the void of the pits of hell. Oh, bitch. I'm on the turn. The shit. She's inhibiting your posture. Absolutely. Well, I have to like guard myself. Not only do they have puppy claws still, they have like really rough puppy, like the pads of their feet, because it's so cold and dry out right now, are so rough. I don't know if you can still see it. I had a huge claw mark down my chest for like a week. Is it still there? Kind of. It makes it look like my cleavage goes to my fucking collarbone. That was just from her paw. So I kind of like guard myself when she's near, because she'll just not maliciously. They do have puppy paw pad lotion, but my dogs just eat it off instantly. So I just try to clean their feet, make sure their feet aren't wet when they come in, so they're not drying out. And I try. I try my best. Yoshi! Thank you for the resub, love.
I can't believe it's been so long. Thank you.
Oh, Greg, what up? Another day till Tuesday. That is ominous. As you should have literally just left it at that and said nothing else and disappeared. That is some fucking ominous shit right there. Make it a t-shirt. Nobody will have no. I mean, what? Another day till Tuesday. What? But there's no one? What the fuck? I assume. I always assume. It's crazy that any of you can put up with both of this at the same time. That's a lot of energy in one room. Wow. Reading. But what if it is Tuesday? What day is it? I thought it was Saturday, but I could be wrong. Stonebeard.
I'm gonna buy drugs with them Bezos bucks, bitch. Thanks for the raise up. Oh, plus one. What of a Finland? Oh my god. Hello.
Anyways. Sometimes with those voice changers, I have way too much fun. I've had it for years. You'd think I would get bored. I never do. It's fucking hilarious. A Steam Deck. What is a Steam Deck? Maybe? He gets sent a lot of shit for free. Chances are he might just get one. I don't know. We could go through them.
Is it this one? Oh, perfect. First one. I can't think of an Yzma quote. That's it. That's all I can remember. Shit. This is the one, though.
I have this one. Oh, I think this was for Cerebrum. This is a Cerebrum. I think this is Cerebrum. I don't remember. This one? Oh, this was not. Was this Cerebrum too? I think it was.
This one? Oh. Oh, this might be Yzma, too. Could be both. Wait. Yzma? Yzma. Yzma if you're tripping. Yzma if you're not. Is that my voice? Is that my voice? It's this one. It's definitely this one. Yeah. This one just definitely doesn't go to that register. Found her.
And this one. Oh, this was Ishna, I think. No. What is this one from? Fuck. I don't remember. And then Satan, of course.
They're all from just table story shows I'm in, I think. Except Yzma. I made that one. Oh, Jables, I'm glad. I'm a queen lurker. Literally, I usually say hi and lurk for 7 hours. I'm very creepy. I totally get it. 100% get it. And do not feel bad. It's illegible, Mickey. We tried it one time. Back when I was doing those cool SFX stuff, I tried to do Satan and we had to turn it up. Turn up like it's actually like it's a gender knob. And one way makes you like, here.
I do it like this. One way makes it go this way. And then one way makes it go this way. Real fucking deep. I don't know what the fuck it means, but we had to jack it all the way.
To the right, because you just couldn't even understand him. I don't have as much of a masculine register, even though my voice sounds like gravel on a bad day. I've just very much enjoyed hearing all the anti-turf and NFT stuff while I'm working away over here. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. That shit yes. Same though. I get a boner when I hear my streamer friends talking about this shit openly because takes balls to like have a very open stance on something because you will be attacked. I get it every day. There's always somebody on Twitter who's like, "You're an abusive bitch." And I'm like, okay, tuck your tiny penis back. Nobody cares. But what are you going to do? Got to take the hate with the good. There's so much more good for every hateful comment. I just ignore them. There's not enough to drown out all the wonderful positive stories and stuff from you guys. Yet, I hope that never happens. I don't want to be a target. But if I have to be just to like support my friends and the life they want to lead that affects no one but themselves, I guess that's my life then. Surezies, I guess. Is that shit real or a distraction? What? Which part? I don't know. Digital snake oil. I am a walking, talking NFT. Purchase this, bitches. Just kidding. I changed it now. Oh, what a turf is? Oh, a turf. Oh my gosh, I love educating. So a turf is a relatively new term that's popped up. I just learned it within the past couple years. What it literally stands for is there's something in my eye. That's not what it stands for. It stands for trans exclusionary, so transgender exclusionary radical feminist. In general, it's a group of humans who believe that transgender women are not part of the feminist movement because, and I quote, they've never had a menstruation period or cramps. And because we are, end quote, either born male or female, regardless of what we feel or want to be. I might have to vomit. I hate quoting. That's literally what they stand for. A major example is J.K. Rowling, the supposed author of the Harry Potter books. I don't believe it. I think it's whack Steven. That's just me. Is a trans exclusionary radical feminist. She believes that because a transgender woman hasn't experienced bleeding out of their vagina, they don't belong part of a women's movement. I say it like this because it sounds just so fucking stupid coming out of my own mouth. If you're a transgender woman, you're a woman. If you're a transgender man, you're a man, period, end of story, in my opinion. If you feel the need to argue with that, just unplug your keyboard. No one wants to hear it. We got enough of Trump out there and all of his little lackeys. His fluffers, if you will. Dude, Spiffy, you know what I do is I go to Etsy if I want to buy like cool Harry Potter stuff, because I too I can no longer consciously know that any money goes to that kind of an opinion that would, I mean, yeah, so many things, things wrong with it. But if you buy them from Etsy, it's someone like made it, you know, it's like custom made goods that the money's not going to J.K. Rowling. J.K. also goes by Robert Galbraith. Galbraith? I went to school with a Galbraith. That's weird though. Why? Jester, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, yeah, I have so many opinions. You guys have probably heard them a million times. I don't agree with the turf mentality, if that wasn't clear. Yeah, same, Spiffy. I can't consciously do it. I literally, for the first time since J.K. Rowling came out as openly as a turf, she's not self-proclaimed turf, but she has very turfy opinions. She's decided to tweet. This Christmas, I watched Harry Potter for the first time since that happened without feeling sick.
That's how long it took me. And I've owned them since they came out. I own everything. I'm a psycho. I own wands, for fuck's sake. Couldn't watch it. I don't even know how many years that was. But the fact that it was over 1 year is insane. Insane. And I literally, every time I wanted to, I just felt gross. Because I was like, how could such an icky, like, such a ugly heart create such a wonderful world for me to live in as a child? It was kind of like escape for me. But I was actually talking to my boy Jables the other night, and as we were discussing, when you reread the books, knowing her opinions, there are some very skewed, there's some skewed literature in those books that if you don't know, you don't even know what you're looking for, you wouldn't even really pick up on it necessarily. And I'm sure I mean, without the word turf and without a population of people to stand behind her and raise their pitchforks and hate genitals of varying types, she probably wouldn't know she was either. Same, Ivory. I haven't reread them in years. I can't. But I did rewatch a couple of the movies, the more early ones, because they're so Christmassy. I love watching around the holidays. Yeah, the only Irish kid in it makes stuff explode. The only Scottish kid is Chinese. Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things we could talk about. Yeah, the goblin bankers, i.e. Jews. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things we could talk about that without the language or the eyeglass of education, you just are like, that's weird. You know? Just some icky things that just make me dislike her a little bit more. Spiffy, we all get paid to do shit, dude. I used to get paid to unplug people. Don't feel bad. The token black kids everywhere. I mean, that she's definitely not the first or last to do that one. Jesus Christ. Because of the evil regressor of fantasy and the fact that the fandom has been taken over by hate mongers using it as a dog whistle. Is that real? See, I'm not really one to like become parts of communities, you know? Even if I'm a huge fan, the only reason I'm in the tarantula hobby is they're live animals and sometimes I need immediate help if I think one's gonna die. But I'm not like social like that, so I never really delved into it. And I don't know what it's like. Like it immediately didn't sound like a good idea, I feel like. Massive fandoms are never a good idea. I love Star Wars. Am I gonna join some fucking forum or message board about Star Wars? No. No. There's enough hate in the world. I don't need that, but I love Star Wars. But I don't feel the need to like go be some like forum warrior, I guess. I don't know. Is that weird? How some Christians like those at my childhood church don't approve of anything Harry Potter because it was about witches, and then I ended up at a similar spot from a totally different angle. I worked with a kid who I believe he was a Jehovah's Witness, and he wasn't allowed to read Harry Potter at all. They literally thought it was witchcraft, that it would teach him or encourage witchcraft. The Great Regressor of Fantasy also uses the size of Harry Potter fandom as proof that she is speaking for a silent majority. Seriously? Seriously. Because that's, disgusting. You almost wonder, Aquarion, maybe not a hive mind, but maybe like you can't help but feel how you made someone feel. I think that would work. Like, you could close your eyes, you could plug your ears, but if you make someone feel shitty, you get to feel it. I feel like just this super potent empathy or something needs to be just washed over people. Something like that. Because I don't want to know what everyone's thinking all the time. If I'm getting at a hive mind is correct, it would make people really boring. But like, if the risk of being cruel and being mean to someone was that I had to feel all the feelings they were about to feel after the cruel things I said, I'd probably be a lot less likely to say them. Not that I go out of my way to say cruel things as a habit today, but some people do. And they just, they use the anonymity of the internet and media. They just block out all the hurt they cause and they live in their little fantasy of like, I'm a god. Spray me with that orange shit. Moisturize me. You know what I'm saying? She said so in an interview about how she was censored from not being allowed to be part of the anniversary special. Stop it! That's fantastic. No one wants her in the anniversary special. I don't know a Harry Potter fan that likes her or wants her a part of anything Harry Potter ever again, ever. I don't want her in the special. Hey, bitch, I don't want you in the special. I'm glad you were censored out. There, did I fix it? Let's get spray tans and all glow like a orange in Florida. Yeah, but they're feeling bad because someone made them feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people feel bad because something happened that made them feel bad, and it's usually caused by another human. But if we could just start over, like maybe, you know what I'm saying? You got to start with the egg or the chicken, whatever started first. Because it is a cycle. It's a horrible cycle of abuse, usually, in one way or another. She still got paid for it. No shit. That's gross. I haven't seen it yet. Like I said, I just was able to watch the movies this Christmas. I got through like 3 of them, and I was like, all right. Kind of like a toilet. I absolutely hate Harry Potter because of the absurdity of the story. Who sends kids to a forbidden area as detention? 100% agree. And who the fuck and what the fuck is the deal with all these adults being 100% fine with these literal children breaking rules and fighting the penultimate evil character? 100% agree. And why do the kids never be all like, yo, let me tell the professors and they'll deal with this? They've actually got training and stuff. 100% agree. Why is there a whomping willow, a deadly tree that can beat you to a pulp, planted on a school grounds? So many questions. So many of them. Same. But as an ignorant American, most of my childhood, I just allotted it to, oh, the British. I'm not shitting you. Everything like that, I was like, wow, British people don't really give a fuck, do they? Everything. That was it. Then I grew up, figured it out. I know, what are these professors doing? Like, where are they? Why can they do literally nothing? And how come, there's infiltration after infiltration of the school. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, but, like 6 or 7 of us can shield the school. No, we don't have to maintain it. We can just, like, do it. What? And, like, all the bullshit about Harry Potter having to live with his aunt and then all of a sudden not having to live with her and she can just, like, peace out with the Dudley crew. What? How come the only person that he could live with had to be, like, a trash heap of a human? So many questions. Same. But I did grow up with the books at the age rate that the books went out, and I'm still waiting for my letter, and I want to be a wizard. So that pretty much overrode every stupid question I could ever question. The question I could question? Whatever. You know what I mean? Right? Like, why isn't there security? It's all of the children of the wizarding world are protected by, like, so many questions. So many questions. The accurate statistic of the survival rate at Hogwarts, it's bad, I imagine. And they're, like, so chill. They're like, oh, I can regrow bones. Like, what does that do to you psychologically to be struck with a weird curse that makes all your bones disappear? Or, Sectum Sempra, like, your classmate can just make you hemorrhage out on a floor at a moment's notice. And if Snape isn't waiting around a corner, you fucking die. And there's no fingerprints. Like, why can't they fix people's eyesight? They can regrow bones, but you still have to wear glasses. There's no dental care. Like, everyone's teeth still are like poor Neville. The fuck? So many questions. So many. I could go on for days. But because shitfuck is such a destroyer of humanity and hater of love, I don't care about it anymore. I don't want to know. Like, I used to, like, read everything that came out of Pottermore and all that shit, and I was like, I must have more. And now I'm like, oh, what a hateful bee. I'm just going to stick with my old school HP. You know what I'm saying? Old school. No, there's no insurance. They can literally teach you to make poison or a love potion, but they can't fix eyesight. There's so many questions. They can't fix lycanthropy, but they can regrow bones. I don't know. So many questions. What's up? Who's inventing these spells and where are their priorities? Someone on Twitter said that Rowling was the first author to ever write about class struggles, and it went semi-viral, saying Charles Dickens is about to rise from the fucking grave. Class struggles? And how? Yeah, no Lasix. Like, actually, she tried to post like, the shit fucking like how she'd be like, by the way, Dumbledore's gay. Shit like that. She tried to like post print, whatever, that there are no bathrooms in Hogwarts and everybody just shits and pisses their pants, but there's a spell that makes it disappear before it hits the floor. That's not a joke. Like, what the fuck? Was it so difficult to add a toilet? Like, you have toilets, but no one uses them because a ghost inhabits them. Who's gonna take a shit in there? The fuck is wrong with you? Why can't they get rid of the ghosts? Why do they just have a dead child ghost, but no one's, like, investigated said dead child ghost that still inhabits a bathroom that just happens to be the doorway to hell? So many questions. I could go on forever. You guys should stop me. I mean, America, what we like to say, at least we like to say that here in my chat, is that teeth are the bones you have to pay to keep because we don't get dental care either. And even if you have dental insurance, it's like the worst ever. But I'm just saying, if you can regrow bones, teeth are bones. Like, if I had some horrible chompers that were giving me a hard time, like poor Neville couldn't even shut his mouth for the first two movies until they stopped making him wear those giant prosthetics. Like, I'd be like, can you regrow these? Poor favor, so I can close my mouth. Just an idea. They knock out an ogre in the first bathroom, but nobody like uses the like. This is like someone asked, I guess. Why does no one use the bathrooms? And why do they just like let ghosts inhabit these bathrooms and shit? And she posted this. I don't remember when it was though. I might be like it was within the last 10 years. I don't know. I read it though. It was creepy. Actually, it might be in some book someone bought me that's like extra Harry Potter things you never knew. I don't know. People used to buy shit like that for me all the time before I was like, did you know she's terrible? Please stop. You know, like family that doesn't know you very well. You say you like Harry Potter once and they're like, she loves Harry Potter. I'm 33, please. So I got enough shit. And I got enough like conscious problems consuming Harry Potter stuff at this point. Keeping the bathroom ghost, she can literally like come out of the toilet and just like sit there and gargle your shit while you go. Rowling said in a Q&A a couple years ago the wizards would poop in a corner and magic it away. Was that it? Was it some Q&A? Yeah. I think that Q&A might be stuck in some book I have. Does the spell pickup come? I don't know. What do they do with pregnancy? No idea. Why is it considered acceptable to have moving staircases that change everywhere? And how long are they passing periods? Dude, and why was Fluffy the three-headed dog just like behind a door that any fetus could Alohomora, I think, the door, and then like, oh, Fluffy needed to guard what's beneath that other door. Oh, so Fluffy can just like eat children that accidentally end up there by the randomly moving staircases? Sick. Seems like kind of like I wouldn't send my kid there. Ooh, what time is it? My computer's, give me a second. It's being weird. I think we do need to run an ad and take a break, though. I've been too wrapped up in thinking about Harry Potter. You guys got me stuck. I could talk about it forever. It's bad. I'm a little obsessed. I think the HP game is still coming out. However, I've heard from copious sources she's not involved with it at all, nor is she making any money off of it, but I don't know how the fuck they could get her to sign that away. She thinks she's still in the right. She doesn't think she has a controversial opinion. Like, she's like, everyone believes these hateful remarks I'm putting on the internet. I'm British. I sound intelligent. Look at all my followers. Aha, hee hee. Hate. You know? What I'm saying? We put the children on vehicles capable of flying at the speed of sound hundreds of feet in the air with no safety systems, parachutes, or padding. And I think, don't the Weasley brothers tell him a few people have disappeared forever while playing or something? I know. Does Fluffy ever get a walk? Is he just shitting? Like, did you see how short that chain was? Is he just shitting forever? Like, is the rest of that dungeon just like miles of Fluffy shit? So many questions. Within lore, I mean, we can all make up reasons within lore, but she didn't give us reasons for any of these things, and they were quite absurd. Again, I just put it up to British. Y'all just British. Does saying biggest dickest work? Why doesn't it? I mean, you know. I don't care what. Apparently, these books are placed in the 80s, right? So are the movies. That's where there's no cell phones or like common sense. You fucking know. I don't care what year it was. Big dick, better sex, big boobs, all of the above spells would have been done. Perfected. Period. Fuck dolls. Like all the above. I can't even go on forever, but you know what I'm saying? Like humans like to fuck since the dawn of time. And we like to find new ways and fun ways to fuck. And we gonna fucking do it. I guarantee those like the like girls dormitory and boys dormitory, they used to be fucking. They weren't eating jelly beans to roar like a lion. They were eating jelly beans to see who could deep throat each other better. Like, go fuck yourself. I was that age too. Wasn't thinking about jelly beans. Right? Like, Snape's classroom is the sex dungeon. Like, did you see all the chains hanging from the ceiling? Those are sex swings. They just lower once the kids are gone. Like, it would all be sex and food. They figured food out, like the mystical, magical food appearing that the slave elves had to create forever unless they were given a sock. So many things. Harry Potter and the BDSM Dungeon of Sex Columns. I'd fucking read the shit out of that. Constantly flashing, coming out of the bathroom. Harry, what are you doing in there all day? Nothing. You look really sweaty, Harry. Are you okay? I'm fine. I think I need to go to the toilet. Harry's just really tired. What flavor, every flavor bean did you get? Lemon. What about you? I think it's salmon. No. That's fantastic. Or like, how were the Weasleys? How can you be poor in the wizarding world when you can almost fabricate and like Accio anything you need? So why were the Weasleys poor just because they had a bunch of kids? Everybody had a bunch of kids. They had like the most land out of any British person I've ever seen in my life. Like owning land in the Englandest. What the fuck? That's a lot. I don't see how they were poor, but everybody made fun of them and they were like, "Oh, hand me down robes." I was like, "The fuck, bitches? They have like a farm or some shit." Listen, if you could be a sex wizard, why wouldn't you be? You have the best wands. I'm saying, and I don't care what world you live in, every little born with a penis baby plays with their penis constantly. It's the number one fidget toy. Accio bum. Oh my god, those videos make me cry every time I watch them. Stop it, Ron. Stop. Probably spending money on blackjack and hookers. I could see it. I could see it. They were gingers. I think red hair is pretty. But then again, I have blue hair, so. What spell hits the prostate? I'm saying. Like, there would be absolutely very little that would be innocent about what's going on at Hogwarts. There would be no chess. It would be, do you think we could make the queen bigger to feel like more after we stick it in my bum? Excellent. Let's try. Kids are fucked. Once we figure out what our genitals are, we are fucked. Clearly they were into crypto. Stop it. Sex was not a focus. I know, but as an adult, these are the questions I have. It makes them less realistic. As a kid, I honestly thought like, oh, this is what must be like a wholesome life or something. Is that what happens when you go to boarding school? Like no one's chasing you with a cleaver? What's happening? Wand up your bum Let it go, Sa. Go fuck yourself. That's beautiful. And apparently the Weasleys are commentary on the British class system with upward mobility in the modern era of historically poor families from the middle country. Really? Did anyone get that? I know I'm American and ignorant, so it might just be me. But I just was like, I have 8 siblings and we don't live like that. They lived in like a mansion. What happens if I stick this toad in me and then polymorph it into something else? And then I shrink my body to be smaller than the toad originally was. Amazing. So many things. So many dead kids. Arthur is able to pay for a home and additions and clothe and feed his family and take them on multiple overseas vacations with a stay-at-home wife on a single income because he got a decent, stable government job. Oh, is that the comment? Literally? Like, he is able to do all these things because he has a government job. I would never pick that up as a kid. I wouldn't have picked up that was a government, to be honest. It was more like a weird prison system. That's what it felt like. But that was kid brain, you know? Magic sex pranks being a thing. Oh my god. You could, like, Leviosa someone's dick from 3 rooms across and be jerking people off without them even knowing it. Like, so many sexual crimes. What's your wand made of? Oh, it's the core of horse cum with a shaft of, well, horse. What's yours made out of? I don't know, but it's covered in bumps. Oh, that's the koala core with the chlamydia shaft. You're really lucky. It's usually always moist and supple. When you flip it, do people feel the splatter? It's so special. I blacked out. I'm sorry. I came back now. What happened? Where are we? Don't touch me with your filthy sex magic, right? Oh, God. I'm dead. Hi, Trekkie. How are you, love? Dude, Madman, I'm saying she could trap you with her necklace, technically. Like, she could leave a room and then immediately walk back in the room, and you'd never have... She'd be like, I had a whole 3 days. What have you been doing? It'd be like, what is that, Mercy? Mercy? Was that it? Where she breaks the author's legs to keep him in her bed. The real reason the polyjuice potions are forbidden is because wizards are prudes. Questions about polyjuice potion. How come their voices didn't change, but sometimes they did? Misery, thank you. Misery. Mercy, misery, too close. Misery, thank you guys. Seriously, she really could. I mean, you could never be unconvinced, I guess. It's almost like Groundhog Day. James Caan and Kathy Bates. Kathy Bates is incredible. I love her. And the poor kid whose wand is too floppy. Oh my god. That's just poor directing, continuity error. Oh my god. Do you want to know something about the Harry Potter movies that's bothered me to this day? Is the snipping noise of his teeth of Fluffy's teeth that they play is like the cheapest, most fake saran wrap coated snapping tooth sound I've ever heard. And they left it even in like forever. Dogs don't make that sound. They don't have big hollow mouths like people. What the fuck? It just has bothered me. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch movie 1 with Fluffy and listen to when he goes and makes his little clippy teeth sound. It sounds like that little toy you get that goes across your desk. It bothers me to this day. I can't stand it. Even though there's schools in OSHA hellscape. You ain't wrong. their voice is supposed to change. But for the 7th film, they had to have a room full of people who all look like Daniel Radcliffe in different outfits. And the director was like, they won't be able to tell that this is Daniel who. Oh. So that's why they let. Oh. You know, that scene is brought up a lot to prove that JK doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about in terms of like your outward appearance does not dictate who you are on the inside. Because Fleur, even though she's literally has the body of Harry, she is still Fleur Delacour or whatever you say her name, and she's like, cover me up, I'm hideous. It's a great scene where she basically smacks herself in the ass with her own dumb opinion. I know. And how come, like, yeah, yes, artifacts. So many questions about artifacts. I could go on for that forever. Godric's sword just, like, disappears after book 2 or something. Gamers, here's my thing in regards to that. Second movie, they still sounded like Harry and Ron. I'm trying to think. When do they polyjuice? Is that when they're trying to be Crabbe and Goyle? It's again, I haven't been watching them because of the whole, her being a piece of shit, making me feel like shit. One of the producers, I don't know. I noticed that too, and it bothers me because I think in the books, Polyjuice Potion is supposed to change your voice because, like, it makes you so you need eyeglasses or you don't need glasses. Like, when Harry suddenly becomes Crabbe or Goyle, whichever fucking one he is, he doesn't need glasses anymore, but somehow his voice is still the same. I haven't either. It's been years. I remember I mix them up, though. I do mix up the timelines sometimes in my head, which is terrible. But I haven't read the books in so many years. I could be wrong. Seriously, I just don't fucking remember anymore. It's been a really long time. And I just don't really want to. I don't it's still weird to me that someone that can be so hateful on the inside can create such a cool world that despite its problems can still be enjoyed, you know. Yeah, exactly. Like speaking patterns, cadence, accent, all that would stay. You'd still try to make your tongue work the way it's always worked. Totally agree. But your vocal cords are what dictates what your voice sounds like. And that is absolutely an anatomical part of your body that was changed with everything else. I would think. Arguably the first thing to change because you swallow the fucking potion. I would read the books or watch the movies or play the games. Everything I know of Potter is through the social game of telephone. No shit. It's fun. It was just fun as a kid to imagine getting a letter in the mail and being special. Everybody wants to be special and escape their shithole of a home. Well, not everybody, but some of us who had shithole homes. You know. You know. Are we cheersing? It's 4 minutes till 4:20. Who you fucking with, bitch? I've been waiting for that 4:20 for 20 minutes. Don't fuck with me. Are you lying? Are you a big liar? Liar, liar, pants on fire. J.K. Rowling's good at storytelling as Hitler as its speeches in the 40s. Hey, that was a better comparison than the anti-vaxxers comparing wearing an armband in, Auschwitz is comparable to being an unvaccinated person. Because that's happening. The world is on fire. Well, I mean, you have vessels in your throat that immediately start absorbing things. Like you have a very, it's a permeable membrane. I just assumed proximity. But we don't know how fucking Polyjuice Potion's digested. Can it permeate the blood-brain barrier? How big are those molecules? What's magic, though? No, you're right, though. I was just thinking proximity. I don't know what usually goes first, their face, always in the movies, or their hair or something. Or bile. Ooh, wouldn't it be cool if it was bile? So, like, if you didn't have a biliary duct, like, you would just uncontrollably change in and out. Imagine the absurdity. Into an exact copy, right? Which you would think, imitate the vocal cords. But they didn't. And not to bring up a sore subject, but movies versus books, they left out core shit and left in pointless shit. over and over and over again to the point where I stopped going to midnight releases and just didn't care anymore because I was like, it doesn't matter, you're gonna fuck me. Over and over and over. So a lot of the questions people have that haven't read the books or watched the movies are well explained in the books, but they just, in Hollywood, they were like, those don't mean anything. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Stomach acid. Can you imagine? Thank you. Welcome. Your brain is your voice is also part of brain control. So, if your brain's intact, which it is, then you need to make a conscious choice to get the voice just right. Well, I mean, your vocal, I think your brain, correct, I don't know, I'm not a linguistics person, but your brain controls like your cadence, your accent, how you move your mouth. But the tone of your voice is your vocal cords and how your air in and out. So I feel like you would naturally do whatever you did naturally in your body, but it would not sound like you in the new body with the new vocal cords. Like, even if you, the first words out, you just did what you did, I don't think they would. Like, it would still sound different if I had different vocal cords. Because, for instance, the chick who plays, what the fuck's her name? Moaning Myrtle.
I'm gay.
Fullhammer_419 tipped
Bitch.
$5. CK, one of my partners got some legit NFTs aka nice fucking titties and shared them with me after they got out of surgery. Everyone should invest in NFTs and appreciate them, with consent. I want to get some NFTs myself also. PLS get nearly 4 turtles you.
That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Azra. I did it myself. It deeply needs to be cut. I think it's turning into a mullet, but you know what? I can't be bothered. Thank you. Like, for instance, the chick who plays Moaning Myrtle, if I, polyjuiced into her body with those vocal cords, there's no fucking way I would sound anything like myself on first hello. I wouldn't know how. I would have no idea. I'd sound somewhere up here, and it'd be really annoying. And I'd be like, what the fuck? Is there helium in this room? It'd be a really weird day. I would hate it. I would have to try hard to get to this. I don't even know if she could. Could she physically get to this register in that body? I don't know. I've seen her in other movies, and she naturally has, a very high this shit. I can't even go as high as she goes. It's crazy. So her in my body, she couldn't sound like herself. I don't think. Right? I would be hoarse in a day. Or in a second. Yeah, I think it'd be, some fucking weird,
Hello, everybody.
that kind of thing. Because that's what happens when two voices come together. Oh, God. The room's blue. Does it make it more blue, you think? This is the color. This is about the color it is. IRL. That's literally what I kind of, I look at my clothes and my hair, and I play with the lighting until they look the way they look IRL, and I'm like, all right, I think we're there. Because that's, the two most extreme things in the room. That went to the dentist, and after the doc got done, ended up with a British accent. What the fuck? What the fuck happened to her? Ew. I like this color blue too. It's literally called Blue Moon. Blue Moon. I like it too. It's a nice rich blue, and it hasn't faded. It bled like a bitch for 2 weeks, but it seriously hasn't faded. And you can see the grow out, obviously. What side of my hair am I on? This one? The black hair. And it's still blue as fuck. It's pretty strong shit, and it's just, temporary. Fucking, what's the brand? Manic Panic. Because I'm a child. Well, I think it helps that my hair is insanely thick as well. This shit's actually a lot lighter. If I show you the underneath, this is even richer. Where the sun never touches, it's even darker. It's kind of crazy. This stuff usually goes light first. Top of my head. But underneath, it's so much darker and more, intense. She's in some Doctor Who episode, and even when she isn't playing a dead child, she sounds like that. Really? I saw her, it's like a British, is it Bridget Jones' Diary or something like that? She's in one of those chick flicky type movies, and she sounds like this all the time. It's so exhausting to stay up at this register. I think I might pass out. How many times does Harry Potter break the rules and not get expelled? How does the board of directors not depose old Greybeard over blatant nepotism so much sooner? What board? Like, who's even looking? True. Millie actually kind of taught me a lot about accents. I think I've told you guys about that. She taught me about, like, how she studies them and where your tongue is in your mouth and stuff. But worse than Sharon. She's in the worst episode of the reboot Doctor Who. Spoilers, the episode ends with a blatant joke about a guy getting a blowjob from a slab of concrete. Seriously? That sounds aggressive. Yeah, he has a lot of influence, and he's, like, arguably the most powerful wizard. Like, I think secretly everyone knows he has the Hallows. Spoiler alert. And, like, technically you can't beat death or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, is it called castration if, like, the penis is decimated afterwards into just liquid? Not to gross everyone out. I'm really curious. And meanwhile, he has, like, an equally cool brother that just, like, runs a bar in town. So many questions. But I stopped searching for the answers because I don't want J.K. Rowling to think she's important in my life anymore, because she's not. She's nil. Exactly, Knives. Yeah, that's what Mickey and I were saying. Like, you would sound like some weird. I'd probably be like the lowest register that Moaning Myrtle can possibly go.
Probably like here. I don't know.
I don't know. Dude, why don't they? I mean, I feel like Harry is one of those people that if he really has like this memory that's a lock and key for like destroying, Voldemort at a certain age, and it's all magic and secret, they should be putting in some special cryo sleep until it's time. Like, why would you even risk letting him live a life if it was that vital, and let him like get in these dire situations of almost dying all the time as a child? Again, imagine being 11. Knives. Well, that's the thing. And then like when they did when later on when they make everybody turn into Harry to like fly off and distract, it's all Harry's voice, but like slightly changed a little. Like the voices actually did change. Dude, for real, Amber. And the one person he spent the vast majority of his actual like waking existing life with, the Dursleys, one person, the family, are horrific humans. Like, how did he not end up like them? In any way. You always end up by, like, whoever raised you. You can't help it. It's like whenever a medieval or other war movie has a character not wear helmets when it would be insane not to. You think Jon Snow never wears a fucking helmet so you can tell who he is? Exactly. Yeah. Because he was not included in the family. I mean, you can be a rejected child, but like, when you're, like, below a year old, I don't know, how old was he when his parents died? Wasn't it, like, at a year old? Like, the first, like, 3 years of your life, aren't those, like, the most formative? So, he would have ended up cruel and horrible like they treated him, because that's all he would know, right? Theoretically. I don't know. Theoretically. I'm baffled that he ended up like this caring, loving kid who really gives a fuck about people when he had, like, zero of that exposure until he was 11. It's just, I don't know how. Magic, I guess. It is a book about magic, or movie, or whatever. Nature versus nurture. It's possible. I don't know. My dad died when my sister was 2, and she has a lot of traits that are just like him. We have a horrid family and turn out okay, and that's, I mean, literally, that's, like, gotta be it. Whatever that is. I know that's a thing. I remember reading about it when I was in college. I did some, like, it was a class on literally, like, social behavior, a psychology class. We learned about it, but very briefly. Mary Poppins is a witch. Did he just not go to school? I think he went to school, but he didn't get to go to the nice private school that Dudley went to. He went to like a shittier school and he had to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs, right? Because he had noble blood. Side note, the Dursleys are another commentary on the British class system, kind of like nouveau riche, really, but slightly different. See, who the fuck is reading Harry Potter and looking for classist opinions or like notes on class systems? It just seems like a very strange place to like, I don't know. Just me? I was in it for the magic. And they actually fight him going to Hogwarts bad. Like, that's why they have to go to the little island, because all the letters keep coming. And the Dursley dad is like, you're not going there. Blah, blah, blah. They just didn't want him to be better than their weird son. It's an adverse reaction to being treated like shit and wanting to never be like that. I've heard about it. I think I've talked about it a little bit in my channel, because I have a cousin. It's super weird. Is it my second cousin? I don't know. I have a cousin who invented the CAT scan. His name is Michael Phelps, not to be mistaken with the swimmer who won the Olympics. But his mother was kind of like a horrible human. She had like I think she had 6 children, all by a different priest in the neighborhood. And one day she fell asleep with a cigarette in her hand and just like walked out of the house and let it burn down. And, like, all of his siblings burned to death in this house due to her. And her house was like filth and, like a matchstick. It was horrible. But my cousin somehow fucking crawled out of this and went on to like invent the CAT scan and be a perfectly fine person. I've only met him once. He's okay. A nerd. But from the stories I've heard of his childhood, it's like, how in the fuck did you get out of that alive psychologically, I guess? From the school. I mean, it's possible it was from the school, but in the books it says he doesn't have any friends or something. I can't remember why. He kind of V for Vendetta. I know we do. It's 4:30. I'm trying this. What time does the sun go down? I just want to walk my dogs. I just got to figure out what time it is and make sure it doesn't get dark too soon. Let's just take a break. Let's take a break and then I'll figure it out or something. Or my headphones are making a weird sound. Do you guys hear a weird like fuzz sound every once in a while when I move? I feel like it's my extension cord for my headphones. But not pants with pockets. Harry has a pocket in the first one because he pulls the Sorcerer's Stone out, but I think he was wearing his plain clothes. His plain clothes, wasn't he? I think he was. Remember, he goes up to the Mirror of Erised and he has the Sorcerer's Stone in his pocket, but I think he's wearing like little corduroy pants that are like his plains clothes from the normal world. I mean, if they can regrow bones, why is there even the risk of breaking bones? Like, why isn't everyone just mystically covered in some little shield of protection forever? Dude, for real though. Don't give a woman a pocket. She might carry a resource. Might not need you. Bizarre. Yeah, my audio's being weird. It's doing a weird fuzz, like a every once in a while. Oh, was it Dudley bullies everyone? Okay, that was it. Because I was trying to think, like, how far in age are they? Because they eventually go to different schools, and then, Harry goes to Hogwarts. Interesting decision, Turf. Very interesting. You get back in the kitchen where you belong, bitch. Seriously, though. And that was one big question I had in mind. One big thing I still to this day, like, if you watch the movies, in the first movies, like, they wear their cute little rounded off witches' hats and their robes, and then slowly they just all wear normal clothes all the time. Thanks, Meebo. And eventually no one wears witches' hats anymore. Like, what happened? Harry Potter in the turfening world. I mean, we don't even need to mention the lack of, gay representation in any way, shape, or form. LGBTQ plus anywhere. I don't think we need to mention that. That's pretty obvious. Because she subtweeted herself. She's like, oh, by the way, Dumbledore's gay. I do love gay people. Look, I have one that's a friend. I made him. That's what happens. I turn into the Exorcist girl and everything inside hurts. Interesting thing I found out. Wedding gifts for women were typically jewelry because it was way before women were allowed to have their own bank accounts and would have something of value they could grab and run if they needed to escape their husbands. No shit. That's kind of awesome. Zippy, isn't that weird? I don't know. I'm not like close to this guy at all. Probably for obvious reasons. None of my family's close. They're Irish. They fucking hate each other. But it's very bizarre, huh? He went to my college actually and dropped out. He went to Western Washington University for some sort of science degree and dropped out to go invent the PET scan and like somebody's or CAT scan. I think it was a PET scan, CAT scan, PET scan, PET scan. I think it's the PET scan. Dropped out of college to go invent it. Now he like has a house next to one of Michael Jackson's old houses or something crazy. I don't know. Good for him though. I mean, what a childhood to crawl out of. I can't imagine. Dumbledore's obsessed with little boy. I mean, I never like got a sexual connotation from that like some people did, but the favoritism was psychotic. And the parts of the books and the movies that pissed me off the most was that all of the houses, so like Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, they could do their best following the rules, getting good grades, being good people, and like Dumbledore would fucking cock block. Like they'd come to the hall and it would be decorated in their school, their colors, because everybody knows whose points is whose. There's a points, like a jar with all the little beads in it in the hall. It's not like we're waiting for Dumbledore to announce the points. Everybody knows who's going to win by the end of the year. And they're like, we did really good, guys. Good job following the rules and getting good grades. And Dumbledore's like, but these three hot little cucks over here broke the rules. 500 points to Gryffindor. For just being a sexy trash heap of a human. Harry, come to my office later for some extra credit. You're welcome. You know what I'm saying? That shit was so fucking infuriating to me as an adult, as a child. That doesn't teach children anything correct. What the fuck is wrong with you? No wonder they all went wrong. You fucked them in the ass at the ripe age of 11. No shit. Thanks for the 69 months.
You're fucking nice, bro.
That's fucking gorgeous. Lord Freetus, thank you for the resub, lover. Oh my god, I hope Dobby had a 9-inch. But if Dobby had a 9-inch cock, he would have had a lot of friends before Harry Potter. That's all I'm saying. Dean Thomas was black, and Lavender Brown was originally cast as black in the movies. They recast with a white actor. Then they found out she'd end up in a relationship. When they found out she'd end up in a relationship with Ron, go fuck yourself. Is that real? Ew. It's not that I disbelieve you. I disbelieve the world. That's disgusting. I don't know what winning the House Cup, it literally does nothing. It does nothing. Like, everybody gets the same amount of food. It's not like you have to starve for the night. Like, we still all get to eat a ridiculous feast you can't even fathom with dessert non-end. Does a condom count as a garment? Oh, that's a really good question. I don't remember that either, Gregarious. I remember Cho Chang was, like, described as something with a Scottish Cho Chang, obviously in the books. I don't think I thought she was white. I don't remember though. It's been so many years and I just don't want to now. Dobby was a slave. His only friend was the Malfoy wife. I'm saying. Like, Dobby got a lot more than a sock. And that sock was pink. On that note, I think I'm going to go walk my dogs. Because the snow is melting and it's sunny outside. And they need to go out there. They're crazy. But I'm so glad we ended today talking about Dobby's cock instead of something horrifically depressing like NFTs. Because that can go fuck itself. I wore your wife, Lucius. Dobby is free. Smell my finger, Daddy. Oh! Dobby frolics off down the hallway. Spider-Manning on his way. I could see it. I could see it. I could see it. I don't want to see it, but I can see it. Good God. Dobby's a grower, not a shower. I mean, he'd have to be. It'd be like worse than a kickstand. It'd be like a tail coming out the front of your body. What would you even do with that? Wear it like a belt? He'd literally have a spare tire. People would like brush up against him and be like,
Oh, stop it. Dobby already has a friend.
as he makes eyes at Mrs. Malfoy. Ooh. See, my headphones are doing something weird. I need a new connector. I don't even think his legs were 8 inches. That's what I'm saying. Like, he'd have a calloused, like a weird callus on some angle of his penis head or foreskin just from a lifetime of dragging because he's not allowed to have clothes, right? So, like, how does he secure said cock? Nobody knows. I have a lot of questions for Dobby. And if said dick was huge, he definitely died with more than a friend. Easy rule of thumb, if there's a minority group in England, they have exactly one representation at Hogwarts. Ooh, and they will have the most stereotypical name possible. I have an Irish friend who will still randomly rant about this. The Seamus Finnegan is probably the only one I, like, was very aware of before all the shit came out because my family is super, like, I identify really strongly as Irish. My Nana was off the boat, so she, like, pounded it into us literally religiously. And that one was, but I mean, come on, the Irish character blows shit up. Shut the fuck up. I'm assuming that all house elves are primarily acquired for sexual favors. Oh my god. I hope they wash their hands before they make all the food for the kids. Good Jesus fuck. I don't know if there were any. I don't think so. In the books, I don't even remember them like describing people's accents any further than occasionally saying like he sounded like he was from the north or the south. Like that was as far as they would go, or like London, I guess. But beyond that, I don't remember them like describing that shit very much. Hi, David. We were talking about Dobby's potential enormous dick and how he would have to transport said penis because he's so tiny. And I'm looking for someone awesome to host because I'm gonna try to walk my dogs while the sun is out. Yeah, it's been a day. It's, you know what? When is it not a day? Our conversations are always badass. Let's be honest. I learn things every day. Today it was NFTs, not my favorite topic to learn, but at least I know what the fuck it is now because I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. Like trends happen so fast that if I'm off Twitter for a day, I don't even know what's going on. He has this cock. Oh my god, he has a dimensional like cod piece, essentially, right? I could see that. I could see that. Like that's the only thing because nobody wants a callus on the tip of their pee. Like your pee has to like swell and engorge and then shrink, and calluses don't do that. So that just to me sounds like pain. Like a lot of it. Is that just me? Like all the pain? The non-fungal ones, of course. It could be. Maybe. I've never understood the foot thing, but more power to you. All right, I found someone cool to host. I'm going to host this awesome person. You know them. They are part of our community. They're one of my favorite humans. They're 420 friendly and super cool. I'm going to go exercise my dogs because they've been so annoying all day. All day. They need to go run. So I'm going to go run them for a bit. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. Ooh, I have a resub. Yes. Thanks for being fucking just chilling with me all day. And to all of you who literally put your best fucking efforts into teaching me what the goddamn NFT is because I could not wrap my head around it. Thank you. I realize I'm not the smartest. That is a dumb concept, though. Like, wow. Please don't support NFTs. Sounds like a bad idea. The worst. Ever. Do think about Dobby cock in your spare time because that is not the worst ever. Transgender men are men, transgender women are women. Period. End of story. I love you. Pee after sex.